Grand Rising, everyone. Much love, much respect to everyone. We're going to start this off like we always do, playing some music and shouting out to people as they come in. Hopefully, everybody good on this Sunday. Grand Rising, flat motherfucking power to the flat power family. Uh, Shout out all my Aborigines. We're going to be talking about birthright citizens. And give me a second, the link will go in the chat. And the co-host will be my sister, A Angel. So let's get this started. Shout out to everybody in the motherfucking house. Power to the motherfucking people. Let's go.
Class in session, so it's time for you to get the notes. The quickest way to sell your soul is when you niggas vote. This shit I'm kicking is forbidden, better listen, bro. A politician preaching love is the biggest joke. See, what they do is use the shit as a tool. Got us focused on these fools and putting shit in our food. Fighting to free your mind is kinda hollow but true. The system make you a zombie if you follow the rules, so we rebel. But not too many live it to tell, till they find the cheat code using digital scales. Paradise is aborted when the mission is failed. Heaven and hell collide like prison and jail. And you don't need religion just to say you awake. You even dumber than you look, you think you came from an ape. Religion needs science, science need religion. One tell a story and the other paint the picture. But listen, nigga, if you dig a little deeper, you can find that little rabbit in the mother of the reaper. I'm the best for a reason. There's a message in the speaker. When the cosmos talking, that's a blessing from the ether. One day I met the devil for real and made a deal with him. Told him all I want is the money and kept it real with him. Came in the form of a thought, I couldn't build with him. Shit I was selling the fiends was really killing them. Your gun bars ain't much if your gat don't shoot. I'm strapped and bulletproof like the Batman suit. All it take is one snap to have my enemies killed. The laws in space and time, I could bend them at will. Yeah, I'm in the world that some of y'all have not seen, and living on the page that some of y'all cannot read. And right now they probably calling me cheap, cause I decided it's enough and now I finally speak. Tell you the truth, I don't trust people who cheat. It's deeper than having sex, you give birth to deceit. If you see where this is going, this is true as can be. If you lie to the ones you love, then you do it to me. The cold word is rainy night. Niggas get wet outside, but ain't no rain in sight. They wonder where this come from. Ascension when it's all done. No reason to believe in a God. When you become one, you understand. You could get it the same. Niggas will double cross you if it get them the fame. My soul ain't for sale just to get in the game. It's dangerous, homie, just remember the name.
Last of my people been driven over to the United States for over 700 years, and I carried the Europe. I taught the Europeans until they're coming back.
They just wanna keep us asleep. I know this shit suck, but when the fuck when niggas wake up, I know this shit tough. Every other step you take, you get your foot stuck. Cause they go and show you the fly with some niggas pushed up. Religion is a part of the system, my nigga, listen. If you ain't got control of your soul, then you's a victim. The Pope fall over the net with politicians. The same politicians who sleeping with little children. Time to make them pay for what they did to the youth. But freedom of speech is nothing when they censoring truth. You ain't gotta show shit when you live in the proof. Giving support to your oppressors, man, you niggas is goofs. Time to fight fire with fire, get on some nigga shit. Time to get back what they stole, all of our innocence. Some people hate the way that I talk, this shit be spicy. But say a bunch of shit that ain't true, it isn't likely. They try to say your vision ain't true, but with your sight see. The best way to tear you apart is through your psyche. I give it to you real, what you need me to say. Ask the world leaders about the oath they secretly take. It's a plan that they got to keep us legally slaves. Paid labor overwhelming when you needed a break. If you think that I'm just talking, then bitch you lost. It's a war going on like rich versus poor. The rich keep getting rich while your broke ass starve. Feeding you little pennies at that punk ass job. Thinking cause you get it in tax, you need that income. Really I'm just stating the facts cause niggas been dumb. Your emotions are controlled by a system. Cause when I make a song full of
Shout
hate,
out to Body
niggas
Artist
listen.
in the house.
When I make a
Appreciate you,
song
Body
about
Artist.
love, niggas skip it. They both from the soul, so really ain't nothing different. Today you gotta give it a fight to make the hate stop. Niggas on that ignorant shit gon' get a face shot. Believe what you wanna believe. A lot of niggas snakes, only going off of belief. A lot of shit is fake with 2 cans blazing. I'm ready for damnation. So tell a slave master I'm burning the plantation. You fuck niggas like to throw pain but can't take it. So all during war these flames remain sacred. Barrel to the root of your tongue, you niggas tasteless. Lights flying over your head, it ain't a spaceship. The reason why we fully equipped was information. It led us on the path that got us out of the matrix. Unity is power beyond, we should embrace it. But you could never bathe in the truth when you were racist. Speeding off what you was taught, then the brakes slip. Then you see it's nothing you thought, that shit is dangerous. A lot of people died for what? That shit was aimless. It's kinda like a video game, it took stages. Just make sure these lanes remain nameless. Hood politics part 2, my name dangerous.
Part 3.
Stop letting them increase your rates. I used to let
Part 3. Let's go.
Yeah. I came to politics with you for a minute, man. I came to kick it with you for a minute. Check it out. Shit getting out of control, I mean we been there. Hate, they disguise it as love, we call it sincere. They took us to a place where ain't none of this shit clear, and we just look stupid, wondering how we get here. This government got us in chains cause they don't love us. They got us separated by gangs over some colors. What hurts more is we keep trusting these motherfuckers and putting bullshit that they say over each other. It's a bad world, many cry in this sad world. A unicorn is compared to a black girl, or any child when you mix it making life swirl. Gems meet a diamond and dance to make the ice swirl. Nigga, don't waste your time trying to hate on me. If you can't deal with your pride, then stay away from me. I don't fuck with none of that dumb shit, you heard that? Don't believe we live on a globe, nigga, the earth flat. First you gotta love yourself, then take the earth back. Find what's really important and make it worth that. Too much time in your hands lead to a dirt nap, but niggas don't keep the same energy to exert that.
What kind of freedom is that? What kind of social or political system is it when a black man has no voice in court, has nothing on his side other than what the white man chooses to give him? My brothers and sisters, we have to put a stop to this, and it will never be stopped until we stop it ourselves.
Mind over matter, but none of that'll matter when in life you're trying to climb and a nigga pull a ladder. Believing in the myth when reality is shattered. The lies never end unless you serve it on a platter. America made you a slave, then call you monster. Erase everything that we paved and say we conquered. Willie lynching is a system that really harmed us. It raped women, left children without their fathers. America, land of the free, home of the great. America, cage of the beast, home of a snake. But the fight don't stop when you gone. This shit a marathon. Everything they touched in this world, they made it terraform. The best piece of advice, stay about these pig sites. Fuck what goes on in the street. Nigga, just live life. You only get one of those, nigga. Don't play with that. Trying to dance away in the dark and never make it back. We got a lot of loving to do. Shit is getting worse. Hate run deep in these roots. It's like this shit is cursed. Murder everything you can name. The world gone berserk. Pedophilia real as fuck. It's even in the church. Music, we've been flaming it. No, it ain't no game with it. Just know I put my soul on the beat. When you banging it, this is for the shit that I see and won't play with it. Hood politics part 3. My name dangerous.
They attack the victim, and then the criminals who attacked the victim accuse the victim of attacking him. This is American justice. This is American democracy. And those of you who are familiar with it know that in America, democracy is hypocrisy. Now, if I'm wrong, put me in jail. But if you can't prove that a democracy is not hypocrisy, then don't put your hands on me.
Going over here to the
Most
network.
people
Shout
don't
out
know
my
this trick,
network
but you
family.
can
Shout
cut
out
your
my brother.
Wi-Fi cost in half. It's simple. No
Keith
more
Lamont.
cables, routers, modems.
Grand Rising, brother Keith Lamont. Much love and respect, brother. My network brothers, man. Azim Shabazz, Grand Rising. Much love and respect to you and the family. Keith Lamont. Azim Shabazz, Grand Rising.
This, that, Nickelodeon, Mary Jane and opium. Fresh from the FedEx, yes, we got a load of them. Yeah, tear this shit down like depression. The moral of the story is you get the lesson. I'm colder than the weather in Nova Scotia. The flow is colder, turn down. You just like the lame dude. Get the shoulder, have these niggas swinging that Chris Rock when I pitch a boulder. My intentions was ill will.
You cry.
When I rap, get a pill feel. I can meditate and stay connected to the earth like a mill drill. They taught you to lie to your kids with Santa. I verse in the AI now and got the answer. Don't kill yourself trying to be me with the tanner. My eagle love getting blown like a blammer. Bow. I'm biased to the low comprehension, cause people claim both to get a mention.
You cry.
And we don't wanna hear that. Keep that over there. Gotta do better. That's if you knew better. But I don't wanna bore y'all with the talk. Back to regular schedule showgramming. Executive sessions. Welcome to the upper echelon of Megatrons. And it's dangerous. Laugh now, cry later. Can that fly shit you talk manifest when you falling from a skyscraper? A headshot could be a mind changer. I'm just a nigga that could hustle the hustle, getting my side paper. You know it's over when the nine sprayer. Oh, we robbing everything that you got. We operate as personality, just like your chain. It got faker, but the bullets like the ice in your drink. They shot chasers, too much talking. You going in places these cops take us. Prison is a mental design for time chambers. Procrastination is a disease for time takers. When it's war, they could never be law for line makers. Suck ahead, be stupid and cross and die. Player got the full fifth, waving you down like hi hater. When your soul leave earth, you could let the sky take it, cause you thought shit was sweet. Laugh now, cry later.
Man, y'all know what it is, man. It's getting scary for you niggas out here, man. Know y'all feeling the pressure. This network shit, this shit real, man. Ain't nothing but real shit over here, nigga. Chris Cyphers just gave y'all a dome shot. Dangerous just put you niggas in a body bag. And now I'm about to bury you niggas, man. Yo, I'm back riding again. Dangerous and Cyphers, we gon' have to body him then. Yeah, these niggas done. We gon' have your whole crew on the run. This ain't a game, you niggas lame. Come and catch this flame, we ain't built the same. You niggas just like the cap of fame. The 40'll make your soul glow. Silencer on the end of the barrel, where the smoke blow. I need a heat check, Lilith from the logo. Smoke is out, you can smell my mojo. Fucking with Drake Cobbs, that's a no-no. This that big three, Boss Brown and D-Wade. Looking to let the heat spray. We pull up to your block like it's D-Day. We ain't playing, nigga, this ain't EA. We like wolves when the niggas see prey, and move like Neo when the niggas see strays. I Tyreek kill the competition, chuck the deuces, nigga, on the replay. Big cheater moving past you, nigga. I chuck the deuces on the replay. But y'all know what it is, man. Chris Cyphers, Dangerous, Trey Cobbs, man. This network shit ain't nothing but real shit over here, man. Nothing but real. You already know. Y'all knowing how we get down, Joe. Network, nigga. Network forever, nigga.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
We're gonna play one or two more songs, then we're gonna open it up.
Let's get it.
And the links in the chat. Anybody want to tap in?
Yeah.
You're welcome to tap in.
Uh-huh.
Let me pause this real quick. Get a mic check from my sister Angel.
They killed Malcolm X. They killed Martin Luther.
How you
They
doing
killed...
today, sister? Much love and respect. Grand Rising.
Great peace and power to you, OG.
Peace and power. I hear you loud and clear. Make you the co-host. Cancel. How your day going today, sis?
It's going, brother.
I hear that.
You
Same here.
know, it's going.
Got you. Yeah, I just want to do a mic check. Like I said, I'm gonna play one or two more songs, and then we're gonna tap in.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. I made you the co-host, so you able to share. I'm gonna let you tap in with the people real quick. Go say something to the people.
Yo, Yama. Yo, that's a call to the people. Yo, Wakaya. Whoa. That is a call to the ancestors. And yo, Amawaka. Yo, that's a call out to our land, our country, America.
Yes, ma'am. Play a couple more songs, and we're gonna start talking about Birthright Citizen. The link is pinned. Anybody can join. And that's the topic of today's discussion. So let's get to the music. Then we're gonna open it up. Let's go.
Definitely. Let's go.
Emma Till lied on by his accuser. They dropped freaks of guns, Chicago, Illinois. Then pushed Chief Keef to influence little boys. They say it's just music, but nah, it's much deeper. They brainwash our kids by what's coming through their speakers. They push Sexy Red, baby mama drama. They glorify her actions, but they ignore her trauma. CIA, FBI, three-letter orgs. Seek and destroy, left us weak and ignored. Snap the umbilical, watch the blood leak from the cord. Then they push rounds of shots to our babies, we at war. I asked my mom, cause Jesus really save us. We send our kids to the same people that enslave us. Power is convert, whole system racist. They said we came off boats so the Asians could replace us. That's too deep for niggas. Listen up, I'm trying to teach these niggas. Gun on my waist because these crackers wanna bleed a nigga. But really, I'm just trying to reach my niggas. But before I reach my niggas, I might have to reach for niggas. Sad case when you see your brother as your enemy. Christmas time in the projects, ain't had no chimney. Guards on the window, Santa can arrive. Saying guards that couldn't keep Zahir alive. This was back in 05, when I was in the spas. Seen a kid laying lifeless, he was only 5. Looked over, seen the pain in his brother's eyes. I had nightmares for months, I was traumatized. CIA, FBI, three-letter orgs. Seek and destroy, left us weak and ignored. Snap the umbilical, watch the blood leak from the cord. Then they push rounds of shots to our babies, we at war. They killed Fred Hampton, they killed Bobby Hutton. They killed Trayvon Martin, he ain't do nothing. They bombed Greenwood, and that was on site. Latino games, even winning bomb Braun Hike. They say black and brown, but they don't really mean it. They only unify with us when it's real convenient. We always take the bait. Where's the self-respect? It's crazy, everybody benefit from our neglect. Your land of opportunity, our land of our oppression. They passed the Cellar Act just to teach blacks a lesson. Right after the civil rights, one hell of a timing. The bill would flood immigrants just to undermine us. But that's too deep for niggas, hold up, I'm trying to teach these niggas. Gun on my waist because these crackers wanna bleed a nigga. But really, I'm just trying to reach my niggas. But before I reach my niggas, I might have to reach for niggas.
Shout out my brother Job Bricks. Let me shout out the people in the chat real quick. My sister Sharon Walker, Keith Lamont, Rory and Loyal, Azim Shabazz, E-Town, and Body Artist. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Play one more song, and we're gonna get it started. Birthright Citizenship.
Yeah.
The link's in the chat, anybody can come up.
Hey man, all I'm saying is, nigga, you always got something to say. It's like you don't shut up.
Blazing on the track.
A lot of niggas died in 1865. Michael fled, how I ain't gon' let it ride. Everybody hot and black was never on your side. They do maps to tell your apps where you sleep at night. They put that white man on. Got you begging them for answers like that white man know. Had you swearing you was African, that's that white man home. Had you proud to be a savage, that's that white man zone. And I ain't talking shit, this by definition. And being savage was our nature, y'all be non-existent. We done took your ass out when we was in them kitchens. Instead of showing you how to live and how to maintain business. White supremacy fake. Only way that shit real is if you do what they say. We the guards of the gate. So when they say they fear God, now you know what they made.
Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some. Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down. Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some. Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down.
Every day my niggas dying, they don't know the truth. How the hell you close to God, we don't know it's you. Yo, how the hell you supposed to survive, we don't know the shoot. He should've died, you let him slide, cause he look just like you. I tried to tell him all skin ain't kin. Everybody ain't your partner, everybody ain't your friend. How the hell they supposed to help when they the ones that put you in? They don't struggle how we struggle, they can't get it how we live. Can't be scared to die when we already dead. Either way, your life is stake no matter how you play it. My higher self said we should choose remain godly. My lower want these motherfucking bodies. Infiltrate they circles like a motherfucking Audi. Take them to the south and put them down like OG Bobby. They don't want equality in this club, they want these problems. Killers right beside me, slab full of chicken mockers.
Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some. Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down. Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some. Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down.
Hopefully everybody good. Sister Angel A, how you feeling? Everything good?
Yes, OG,
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
hanging in here doing the best that I can do.
That's all we can do.
Absolutely. So we don't have anyone else coming up to join the conversation.
Well, the link's in the chat. Anybody want to join? The link is in the chat. Right now, there's me and you, sis. And
Oh,
shout out my brother Poison Puppet in the house.
all right. So you saying I can share
Yes, ma'am. I made you the
my
co-host. You
screen?
can take your time and do what you do.
All righty. Let me go ahead and get everything together here. Share my screen. Got a little bit of information that I want to share with everyone, or at least between you and me, huh?
Yes, ma'am. We got
So,
some people in the house. They coming in. Shout out to sponsor Brian's Flat Power Guy. Go ahead, sister.
okay. Well, let's just start this off so that everybody can get on the same page with this topic. OG wants to go in on birthright citizenship. So I just put together a few slides. This was something I did real quick. It's not like a full presentation, but it's something to share. And first of all, we always have to do this housekeeping, what they call housekeeping, um, this copyright disclaimer, because I do want to share some videos. And I don't know if OG, he may have some videos too to share on this topic. So, copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Okay, fair use. And that's what we're going to be doing, just sharing this information. And it's fair use because we have the right to comment and criticize and report on all this information. So, my next slide here, of course, I always got to bring this message to the brothers and sisters. We need to be aware. And when I say brothers and sisters, I'm speaking of us Aborigines, the indigenous Aborigines of this land and soil. Okay. I myself identify as Aboriginal American. All my paperwork, everything I do, navigating through this system, this system of racism, I navigate as an Aboriginal American. So I'm not under any illusions. I realize that our people have been and is still in a genocide. And for those of you who have been tapping into previous um, live streams that Brother Alabama and Chief Blackfoot and we put together, we really went in on a couple of our live streams on this fact that our people are in a genocide. And so this is nothing to bring everybody down, to depress, make us feel depressed and feel sad and break all down. No, it's for us to be aware of what's going on with our people. And we have to call a thing a thing. We have to call a thing a thing. And it's kind of like in this country, like we can't speak up and speak out, but we definitely can. And I'm calling a thing a thing. And the name of my book is Who Are You Calling Black? A Demand to End the Genocide of Aboriginal Americans. Let me put up this slide right here. This is a slide from the presentation, but this is showing the front cover of the book, Who Are You Calling Black? A Demand to End the Genocide of Aboriginal Americans. And so when I say genocide, I'm not just saying it just to be saying something. I've written a book and it has all the receipts and anybody can pick it up and read it. And I totally recommend that all brothers and sisters read the book because there's so much information that we're not privy to. But if those of us who are researchers, we have a responsibility. Each one, teach one. We got to put that information out there so that our people can make informed decisions. See, we have to be critical thinkers. And if we're in a genocide, then we really have to take that seriously. And that's literally what we're in. We're in a genocide. We've been in a genocide, and we can like water it down. We can try and make it seem like, oh, things aren't that bad for us. But when we look at all the offenses of genocide, each and every one has been and continues to happen to only our people, us, Indigenous Aborigines. Everybody in the world wants to come over here and take our country away from us. That's genocide. So we calling a thing a thing. But right now we're getting in on this birthright citizenship. And as we know, 47, I call Trump 47 because he's the 47th president. 47 signed an executive order. And I do believe it was on day one that he took office. And the executive order literally is banning those babies, those births that happen on American soil. And the parent or the mother of the child is illegally in the country. Right, OG? The birthright citizenship executive order
Yes, ma'am.
is,
Sounds about accurate to me.
yeah, it's telling those illegal aliens that within the federal system, no, your baby is not a citizen. For one thing, you're illegally on our soil. So how can that baby possibly be a citizen? The parent is not a citizen. And that's how citizenship descends. It descends through your lineage in this country. Citizenship descends through your lineage. So now this has become a controversy. Cases were filed, and for the past year, they were fighting in the court. There was one case that went based on, oh, well, if it's a class action lawsuit, then no, only the individual who filed the original case can stand on that claim. It doesn't go for just blanket across the country. So, in that sense, 47, he won that aspect of the birthright citizenship case. But now, this is a whole different case that he pushed to the Supreme Court. And in this case, the Supreme Court they need to find on what they call the merits of the case. They need to, once and for all, say, are illegal alien babies citizens or not? Are those who are temporarily in the country and they have a baby, is that baby a citizen or not? And the reason I think this case is very, very serious and very, very important for us Aborigines to be paying attention to is because, for one thing, we're not receiving our acknowledgement and recognition as the indigenous people of this land. So, how can foreigners come over here and get all the attention, get all the help, they get all the legal representation, they get all the advocacy, they get all the activists, everybody get in their corner and stand up and fight for them, while us Aborigines, nobody has anything to say. It's like we're the pink elephant in the room. Like everybody see us, or do they really see us? Because when they look at us, how do they see us? They see us as Black. Okay. However, getting back on this birthright citizenship, they're literally, for generations, have been misinterpreting the 14th Amendment. And that's what this whole thing is about. So the misinterpretation is why all kind of folks, they come over here to our country, and a lot of them come in. Well, they don't come in. They pretty much are breaking our laws, crossing the borders illegally, having babies. And these various states have been taking those babies, giving them birth certificates, and recognizing them as citizens because they are so-called born on the soil. So everyone feels like they can just come and step and have a foot on our ancestral homeland. And soon, just because they are here and they have a baby, that baby is now a citizen. And literally, what are they claiming? They're claiming to be American citizens. And they're not even of the American bloodline. And those of us who are of the American bloodline, we're not even recognized. We're not even acknowledged as such. They're looking at us, oh, y'all Black from Africa somewhere. So this birthright citizenship case is to me, it's very important. And we do need to pay attention to it because we need to see if the Supreme Court is going to get this thing right. Because the 14th Amendment has been misinterpreted for generations. And it's all based on policy, on whatever administration has been in, and they have the power and they write the policy. And yeah, just like the last administration, the Biden-Harris administration, oh my goodness, they're lucky that they did not get arrested for treason. And it's just hypocritical when I see Kamala Harris now out there, like she really got something to say after they let all these illegal aliens cross our borders and then funded them and took care of them. And okay, so I'm kind of going off on left field. Let me bring it on back. Because I do feel a kind of way about what happened under the last administration. And y'all saw all these folks flooding onto our ancestral land and how they funded them. Everybody, we all saw it.
And,
So,
and yes,
OG,
ma'am, I feel your anger with the Biden and Harris administration of what they did. And, and basically, they funded these migrants and immigrants to come here. And also, we was talking about it on one of my last streams. How would America look if the Democrats was running it right now? But go ahead, sister. I just wanted to tap in and confirm, the passion that you have, I have for it also.
yeah, I have a passion because this pertains to our people, and this is our ancestral homeland. And nobody is speaking up on it. They seem to have all the smoke for everybody else's problems, all these foreigners' problems. But when it comes to the true indigenous people of this land and soil, the autochtons, they have nothing to say. Everybody has a cognitive dissonance. So I'm gonna calm down, but how can I? My people in a genocide. And they seem to find more reasons to keep throwing us this way and that way, making our lives that, oh, we just got to go along to get along. No, no, we need to stand on truth. So, this birthright citizenship, we're going to look at it for the truth based on the facts of what's going on here. And OG, I have a video that I would like to share. So, just
Yes, ma'am. Take your time.
give me a minute, a couple of seconds here
Make sure you
to
share
get
the
that.
sound.
Yeah, I did click that. I have that shared, but just give me a second here to find it, pull it up. And
Yeah.
please, brothers and sisters, please come get in on this.
Yeah, the link is pinned. Anybody welcome to join the platform. It's an open platform. We just talking about birthright citizenship.
Okay. Oh, gee. Let me share my
And I
screen.
wanted to say this real quick before you share the video.
Okay.
It's like this corporation only want to acknowledge the so-called Jewish Holocaust, like no other people have been genocided or crimes against humanity. It's like mind blowing. They want to keep overlooking what we've been through and just always bring up what the other people been through and not address what black people or niggas been through or aborigines. You see what I'm saying? Go ahead, sister.
Absolutely. I absolutely see what you're saying, OG, because we know that our some of our, we can't really call them our elders, but they're all ancestors now because they've made their transition. But in 1951, a petition was filed to the UN charging genocide on behalf of our people. Now the petition, it described us as Negro Americans, but we all know what we look like. We know we're of Negroid phenotype. So for us to be described as Negro Americans, okay. But the most important part is that they filed the petition charging genocide and they laid it out. And we did a build on that. So everything that they laid out in that petition, and by the way, that was the first petition ever filed to the UN charging genocide because the UN Convention on Genocide was only passed in 1948, and then it went into force in 1951. And then our elders back then, they jumped on top of that whole genocide convention and filed the petition on behalf of our people. And this was back 1951. But if we look and we think back to like our parents, our grandparents, 1940s, 1950s, and even back then, it hasn't been that long ago, but it's been long enough for us to look back and say, wow, look at what we've been through. Look at how our people had to live in the 40s, in the 50s, in the 60s, 70s, all the way up until today. And that petition on genocide was not responded to by the UN. The UN didn't even take the petition up because of the pressure that they received from the government. So the whole issue of genocide of our people, it still hasn't been addressed. It hasn't been argued or debated in Congress, in the House or the Senate. And we don't hear any of these so-called politicians, so-called Black or African American or whatever they identity they want to use. None of them are saying anything about the genocide of our people. And it's like it's been just swept under the rug and nobody thinks anything of it. So we're all trying to survive. We're living the best lives we can. But for those of us who are indigenous to this land, our lives are supposed to be a lot better. This is our inheritance, this land. But anyway, OG, I got the video queued up and I'm just gonna roll it, and hopefully some more brothers and sisters can tap in. We can have a discussion. We need to discuss these things. And everybody has to put something on the table. We all have to come together because everybody's contribution to what's going on with our people is what's going to change it, remedy it. I'm going to roll it now.
In the years after the American Civil War, the U.S. made 3 amendments to its national constitution that, among other things, established rights for African Americans. One of those amendments abolished slavery. One granted the right to vote to African American men, and one, among other things, gave African Americans the right of citizenship. But this one, the 14th Amendment, dealing with citizenship, it was interesting. It never actually used the words African or Black or race or former slaves. Instead, it contained a rule that, with some exceptions, being born in the U.S. would make you a citizen of the U.S. Birthright citizenship. If you're born here, you're a citizen here.
Birthright citizenship. Ending birthright citizenship.
In 2025, on Donald Trump's first day as again president, he signed an executive order to end birthright citizenship for the children of anyone temporarily or unlawfully in the U.S. Over the next few weeks, that order was blocked by more than one federal judge, with one of the cases calling birthright citizenship a foundation of our democracy. And as of this video, we don't actually know how this will all shake out, if the Trump administration will back down, if the Supreme Court will back them up. But Trump had his eye on birthright citizenship for some time.
Number one, the 14th Amendment is very questionable as to whether or not somebody can come over, have a baby, and immediately that baby is a citizen.
And he hasn't been the only one to feel that way. Today, 40% of Americans think that the children of undocumented immigrants should not be given birthright citizenship.
All right, so guys, just smile and say, switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes and get an iPhone 17 on them.
Why can't we just say cheese?
Okay, cheese.
Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes and get a new iPhone 17 on us.
Sorry about that, everyone.
The meaning of the 14th Amendment didn't just come up for debate this year. It's actually an argument we've been having with ourselves as a country going way back. And a lot of that debate has been around this idea of who is supposed to get citizenship and who isn't. Like, for example,
the 14th Amendment meant to give citizenship to freed slaves. It was never meant to give citizenship to foreign aliens.
So, okay, is that true? What does the law actually say about birthright citizenship? And why have Americans been arguing over it for almost 200 years? So in this video, we're going to look at the 3 moments that made us a country where everyone born here is a citizen. We're going to start with none of these. First, we're going to start quickly here at the original U.S. Constitution, which said nothing about who is and is not a citizen. The idea that you're a citizen if you're born here, that existed, but it was more of a legal assumption at the time, inherited from English common law.
Was just simply understood if you were born in the realm, you were subject of the king.
Which itself came from this old Roman idea of jus soli, or the right of soil, as opposed to the right of blood, where citizenship is passed down from your parents. But because jus soli is more of a principle than a law, for the first 70-ish years of the U.S., there aren't really specific rules on who is and isn't born an American citizen. Until 1857, just a few years before the Civil War, a time when the U.S. looks like this. Some states where slavery is legal, some where it isn't. And around this time, an enslaved man is taken by his enslaver from a slave state into free territory, and he eventually files a lawsuit saying that entering free territory should have made him a free man. His case eventually goes to the U.S. Supreme Court in Washington, D.C., and it will come to be known as the Dred Scott decision. That's his name. And what the court says is neither Scott nor his family are free. And they add that he's also not a citizen. And in fact, they say that as a rule, a person of the African race cannot be a U.S. citizen by birth or otherwise.
The Supreme Court ultimately concludes that they weren't considered to be the part of the people of the United States, part of the citizenry of the United States.
At this time, there are many free black people in the free states of the U.S., but this court decision officially says that the country now has 2 classes of people: those who are citizens or who can become citizens or whose children can be citizens, and those for whom none of that applies. And within a few years, ideas like that have literally torn the U.S. apart. These states secede. And these states go to war against them, partly to eliminate slavery and that 2-tiered system. And they win. So now the Civil War is over, and the victorious North decides to undo the Dred Scott case by passing the first American law to say that people born here are citizens, the Civil Rights Act of 1866. Problem number 1. The president at the time has some objections to this, and in a letter to Congress, he complains that in addition to African Americans, birthright citizenship is also going to make Gypsies and Chinese people citizens. But Congress actually has enough votes to pass it over the president's objections, and it becomes law. But problem number 2.
There would always be the risk that the civil rights laws could be modified by a subsequent Congress.
A future Congress could theoretically repeal the law. So to make birthright citizenship a more permanent part of the law, they also decide to write it into a constitutional amendment, what will become the 14th Amendment. And it says, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. This is the language that will put birthright citizenship into the U.S. Constitution. But it will also eventually be the source of some debate because of this line, the qualifier: subject to the jurisdiction of the U.S. For example, let's say an immigrant comes to the U.S. and then has a child. Are they subject to the U.S.'s jurisdiction? The amendment itself doesn't elaborate on this. But before Congress passes the 14th Amendment, as they debate it, they actually keep pretty good records of their conversations. For example, one senator asks the rest of the Senate, "Won't this give citizenship to the children of Chinese people?" Another senator says, "Yes, the child of an Asian is as much a citizen as the child of a European."
The debates over the 14th Amendment matter because they showed that they understood that children of immigrants would become citizens at birth under this rule.
So it's with that understanding that birthright citizenship enters the Constitution. A big majority of Congress votes for it, but not everyone. For example, this guy, the one that was concerned about Chinese people becoming citizens, he does not vote for it. And that is actually important. The 14th Amendment becoming law doesn't necessarily mean that everyone likes it. Remember that. It's going to come back later. And after a quick break, we're going to talk about where that debate goes next and how it creates the 14th Amendment's first big test.
For years, a generic classroom model represented all patients. Today, surgeons at Mayo Clinic can show patients their own body with personalized models. Layer by layer, a specialized 3D printer lets the surgeon create an exact replica of the patient's anatomy, making it easier to plan, prepare, and walk through the procedure together.
Promise this will be fast. Hi, I'm Adam. I produce this video. If you're finding it at all interesting, you should know that videos are actually just one part of what we do at Vox. There's a whole staff of reporters at Vox.com whose job it is to help you understand the world. I made this video because I wanted to better understand how we became a country that on one hand offers birthright citizenship, but on the other is a place where a lot of people are mad about that. Like we say in the video, it's about 40% of all Americans. As you can see for yourself, it's also about 90% of YouTube commenters. Vox's mission is not necessarily to tell you the news. There's lots of people doing that. It's overwhelming as is. What we try to do is give you the context and hopefully the insight to understand what is important and what is distraction. If that mission sounds like something you might want to lend your support to, you can do that at vox.com/memberships. That's it. Thanks. Okay, so far in the story, we've seen both a president and a senator voice kind of the same concern about specifically Chinese people becoming American citizens. And this is actually pretty emblematic of this time period when there are a growing number of Chinese laborers in the US, along with a growing sentiment from some that they don't belong here. And in 1882, Congress passes the Chinese Exclusion Act. And it says, among other things, Chinese immigrants can't become citizens. Though it doesn't say anything about their children. And this is only meant to last 10 years, but it ends up being the first of several Chinese Exclusion Acts that remain in effect until 1943. And it's in that context that a few years after the Chinese Exclusion Act, a guy from San Francisco goes to visit his family in China. A few months later, he comes back and is denied entry to the US. He says, "But I was born here. I'm a citizen." And his case eventually goes to the Supreme Court. The guy's name is Wong Kim Ark. He's around 25, works as a cook, has a wife and child back in China, and his case is kind of the perfect test for the 14th Amendment, which, remember, says you're a citizen if you're born here and if you're subject to the jurisdiction of the US. So, here's the question. When Wong was born here to his Chinese immigrant parents who were not US citizens, was he under the jurisdiction of, and thus a citizen of, the place he was born? Or was he a citizen of the place his parents were from? In 1898, the court makes their decision. Wong Kim Ark is a citizen. The court says there's three types of people in the US who are not subject to the country's jurisdiction: diplomats, certain Native Americans, and invading forces occupying territory. Their children are not citizens at birth. But other than that, partly because of what is written down in those congressional debate records, the court rules that subject to the jurisdiction was intended to mean pretty much everyone here, including immigrants and their children. Everyone in the US is subject to the jurisdiction of the US, and thus everyone born here is a citizen. And that basically remains the legal consensus to this day.
For more than a century, officials have acted in concert. It is the repeated recognition by everyone within the legal system that this is the correct meaning of the 14th Amendment.
But a legal consensus, it's not necessarily the same as a popular consensus. In the 1980s and 1990s, the population of undocumented immigrants starts to go up, and birthright citizenship comes back as a political issue.
A growing chorus of Republican lawmakers are demanding another look at the 14th Amendment.
Subject to the jurisdiction, illegals don't fall under that, just like diplomats' children.
If the 14th Amendment had not existed, my great-grandparents would not have been citizens.
Disagreement over birthright citizenship is not new. In fact, I'm going to tell you one more story about the 14th Amendment. Way back when Congress originally voted for it, part of why an amendment giving citizenship to African Americans was able to pass with these kinds of margins is because, at the end of the Civil War, only these states were even represented in Congress. But for the 14th Amendment to become official, to become part of the Constitution, it also had to be ratified, voted for by 3/4 of all the state governments. And that did not happen at first. None of these states wanted to ratify it. And then Congress made them. They said these states will only be readmitted to Congress if they ratify this amendment. You have lost a war, and these are the terms of peace. And one way to look at that is that this amendment is kind of different. It isn't just some law from a long time ago. It's a treaty. It represented the leaving behind of an old country and the formation of a new one. Today, just like back then, the president is someone who doesn't agree that birthright citizenship should apply to everyone, even though, to be clear, a majority of Americans think it should. And once again, it seems like the final call will be up to the U.S. Supreme Court, which for more than 100 years has recognized again and again that birthright citizenship is the law. We'll see what happens this time.
Yo, any comment on that video?
Yeah, that video is very informative. It was good information. That's me. Alabama, welcome Alabama to the panel.
Peace and power to the brother. Alabama. Yo, bro. So, OG, I have a couple of problems with that video. I mean, when we look at things, we have to look at them critically. We can't just take everything somebody says on face value. He said a couple of things that I had to take some notes on because that was really my first time watching that video. One of the things he said is that the Constitution says nothing about who is a citizen. It says nothing about citizenship. Did you hear him say that, OG?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you did hear him say that? Okay. So I'm pointing that out because the Constitution definitely has something to say about citizenship. And where I found it is in Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5, on the criteria of what it takes to be a president. It says you have to be either a natural-born citizen or a citizen of the United States. So that's within the 7 articles of the Constitution, the organic Constitution, and that definitely states citizenship. It states 2 different statuses. One is a natural-born citizen, and the other, and we know it's the other by the word or, which means various possibilities, this or that. So one is a natural born citizen or a citizen of the United States. And we also can tell that it's 2 different types of citizens by that word or. So I just wanted to point that out. I don't see how he could say that the Constitution says nothing about citizenship when it absolutely does. And another thing, he stated something about birthright citizenship, that there's a legal consensus around it, meaning that their interpretation of the 14th Amendment is there's a consensus. Like the legal community is trying to say, well, everybody born here is a citizen. However, he did point to the fact that when you look at public opinion, most individuals that take those polls are saying no, illegal alien babies are not citizens. So I don't see how he can say there's a legal consensus because everyone here has an opinion on it. And just because the legal community, what he's trying, I guess, referring to as like the Supreme Court, has been upholding that everyone born in America is a citizen. So I have some issues with that. And the other issue I have with him is that when he was referring to our people back in the 1860s, he was referring to us as African Americans. And I would like to see what documentation he got that term from back in the 1860s. I haven't found anything that called us African Americans. We were either designated Black or Negro from the 1850s all the way to the 1900s, to the 1920s. They were calling us either Black or Negro. So where's he getting this African American term? They always throw that in there, like, oh, y'all African Americans. No, we have our genealogy records, and clearly our ancestors were classified under different racial categories as either Black or Negro during the late 1800s. So I had those three things to point out, and I would like to know if either you or Alabama would like to point out anything else on that video before we move on to something else.
Actually, I'm still researching some things. Mic check, mic check. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, I just put something in the chat. If you want to pull that up in a tab about the good moral character clause, which of course is never addressed. And I'm still unearthing some stuff from the belligerent in chief about they don't look like Indians to me, and they don't look like Indians to Indians. So if you got something else you want to share, just let me know when you want a palate cleanser, because I'd love for you to hear that Don Imus portion that people keep taking out of context. And I yield.
Well, Alabama, before you leave, brother, can you expound on the 1790 Immigration and Naturalization Act? Now, I want to pull up the exact wording of it because I think that is a good starting point for this whole issue of who is a citizen of the United States.
Well, you did see that I put in there, that was for both of you. I think I sent this to y'all earlier, but how you can lose your citizenship, which is a real short video. And the article from CBS News, if you can put that in a separate browser, because I'm on my phone and I'm also driving. So say that again, what you were saying, sis?
The 1790 Immigration and Naturalization Act on who is a citizen of the United States.
Well, again, which it's not been dealt with, and I keep bringing that up about the opening arguments and why Clarence Thomas, the elder statesman on the United States Supreme Court, decided to bring Dred Scott to the conversation and what is diversity between state citizenship and federal citizenship. The first requirement was to reside. And I know we're going to circle back to that, and I keep stressing, the issue of residing is in the state. You can't reside in this federal entity. Okay? But go ahead, sis.
Okay, brother. So I'm looking it up now. I have it cited in my book, but I didn't have time to pull up.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier about good moral character, and not be an alien enemy. So, can you pull it up, big dog?
Big dog, are you there?
He's probably fool hustling.
Yeah.
So, let me.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening.
Do you see in the chat there? Did you already put that article in a browser for you? Because I know you're sharing better off your laptop, and when I share off my phone, I know it's going to be too small. But do you see where I sent in there about the you can lose your U.S. citizenship for these 5 shocking reasons? Can I share this and then we'll get back to where you want to go next? Because I really want y'all to hear this part, and I think this is very much a part of the discussion of the confusion of who is the actual American. Just give me a second here while I bring this up. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see your.
Okay, let me see
Yes.
the video here. You see his natural wavy glowing locks? Okay, let's see. Just let me know if you can hear it. I'm gonna mute my side.
Then the video jumps to Representative George Miller, a Democrat of California, who also seemed annoyed about Trump, and he stated this.
In spite of the FBI testimony that this is not a significant problem, Mr. Trump, in one sentence you say they are the most capable of agencies and that you're not a law enforcement expert, and then you tell us that you have superior knowledge to their knowledge about the extent of organized crime on Indian reservations.
You've got a totally closed mind on the subject, sir. We could walk in here with the greatest proof in the history of the world, and frankly, your mind is so closed for whatever reason that I can't believe it.
But you don't have
if
that.
you really want to, if you really want to
Trump.
study this,
Yes.
when you tell me that there are no FBI agents assigned to the Indian reservations, and yet you have tremendous numbers in Las Vegas and in Atlantic City, tremendous numbers. In fact, 2 of their largest places. I want to tell you something. You have a long way to go. And for whatever reason, you have a closed mind. I don't know why. Perhaps you could tell me.
Hi. I have worked as a flight attendant for 12 years, and I just got fired for telling passengers.
Perhaps you could tell me.
No, Mr. Trump, I have a closed mind against evidence that is not substantiated.
Oh, well.
I have a closed mind against statements that are made about other people in generality.
You're going to be very embarrassed in 2 years, sir.
You go on a radio show and you say, now some drunken Indians want to come down here and open a reservation.
I didn't say that, sir. Quote it. I didn't say that. Who said that? Who said that? I'd like an apology right now because I didn't say that.
Imus opened the broadcast, so, excuse me, Mr. Imus said that.
Okay. Could I please have an apology?
You can have an apology.
Thank you, sir.
And then you went on to, is this you discussing Indian blood? We're going to judge people by whether they have Indian blood, whether they're qualified to run a gaming casino or not?
That probably is me, absolutely. Because I'll tell you what, if you look at some of the reservations that you've approved, you, sir, in your great wisdom have approved, I will tell you right now, they don't look like Indians to me.
Now, let's stop here for a second. Congressman George Miller is quoting from a transcript of a morning radio show that is hosted by Don Imus called Imus in the Morning, in which Donald Trump was interviewed by Imus on the date of June 18th, 1993. Don Imus was a famous radio personality, and more importantly, he grew to fame based solely on his comedic style approach when addressing his audience, his guests, co-hosts, and anybody else in between.
But about the host of a syndicated radio show, Don Imus, a 56-year-old cadaverous, stormy petrel, full of himself and his gritty opinions. Every weekday morning, he and his stock company of bomb throwers broadcast a raucous repertoire of smut, bigotry, and political satire. His upscale listeners tune in because he's not as filthy as Howard Stern, he's less partisan than Rush Limbaugh, and he is often thoughtfully provocative. A little over a week ago, when Imus spoke at a dinner in Washington for media bigwigs and political hotshots, he attacked just about everyone in sight, including the president and the first lady, some would say viciously. So, who is Don Imus? Who is this aging bad boy who signs on the air as Imus in the morning?
His views were considered by some to be very controversial, but he didn't mind because he knew that was the main reason why people continued to support him throughout his lengthy 50-year-old career.
He makes a lot of money, about $4 million a year, attacking the high and mighty in Washington.
Because they're gutless weasels and they're hypocritical phonies.
During this interview, Imus stated, quote, "So what is this now? A bunch of these drunken Indians want to open a casino down there in New Jersey?" And then Trump replied, "Well, it's a battle that we're fighting, and I think it's being successfully fought. A lot of the reservations are being, in some people's opinion, at least to a certain extent, run by organized crime and organized crime elements, as you can imagine. There's no protection, there's no anything, and it's become a joke. It's become a laughing joke. And the politicians around 1987 passed a law where the Indians can have virtually unsupervised casino gaming. So we're in there fighting it. And I think we're making a lot of progress. I think you'll see some very major things happening over the next couple of months." Imus responded, "In your mind, is there any legitimacy in them being allowed to have casinos in states where there are none now? Like, say, Connecticut?" Trump responded, "I think it's up to the states. I mean, one of the things we did is bring a lawsuit and say it's states' rights. As an example, Governor Cuomo in New York didn't want to have the Indians having casinos. The churches didn't want it. It knocks out the bingo. It knocks out the charities. It knocks out a lot of other things. So what they did is they filed suits and they filed everything else. Ultimately, the governor of New York was forced to pass this horrendous situation that's taking place in upstate New York. I think it's going to be changed, and I think it's going to be changed fairly quickly, Don." Imus said, "So will Indians be allowed to open casinos here in New York?" Trump said, "I think it's going to be unlikely within the next year." Imus said, "Okay, this is just my opinion, but I don't think it makes sense to anybody to have Indians operate casinos in New Jersey." Then Trump says, "General George Custer was against it also, and look what happened to him." Trump mentioned the name George Custer, referencing how George and his small group of 200 or so soldiers were not prepared to see the Sioux and the Cheyenne Indians fight back with a vengeance that eventually led to George's death at the scene of his last battle, called the Battle of the Little Bighorn in 1876. So being sarcastic, Don Imus said that it didn't make sense to anybody to have Indians operate casinos in New Jersey. And Trump replied by alluding to the possibility that you could be killed if you don't work with the Indians. Or in this sense, Trump is saying that your business can be killed if you don't do business with the Indians that live there. Imus responded, "But in New Jersey, obviously you have 3 casinos. You already have casinos." Trump says, "Right, but the difference is I pay taxes."
You know, with AI,
you can create any character you want in seconds.
This used to require a huge Hollywood budget.
Is right, but the difference is I pay taxes. The Indians aren't paying any taxes. The Indians aren't putting anything back into what's happening. The funny thing is Cuomo was forced to put, and now all of a sudden they send him certified letters. We want bridges. They call it the sovereign nation. They call it a nation. This great sovereign nation, the Indian tribes. All of a sudden, it's nations. Before, it wasn't a nation. Before gambling, now it's this great sovereign nation. We protect, we do this, we do that. But when it comes to gambling, it's a sovereign nation. So it's really a double standard, and no taxes are paid. No supervision's there, tremendous crime. And most of the Indians don't want it themselves. The leaders, you know, all chiefs and no Indians, and the leaders want it for the obvious reason. But I think it's something that's going to end, or it's certainly going to be supervised very, very stringently. Trump pointed out something very important here concerning the descriptions that were originally used and then later changed all of a sudden. to represent a totally different purpose. Where Trump said they call it the sovereign nation, they call it a nation, this great sovereign nation, the Indian tribes. All of a sudden, it's nations. The term tribe is defined as a family race or series of generations descending from the same progenitor, meaning ancestor, and kept distant. And the term nation is defined as a large body of people inhabiting the same country or united under the same sovereign or government. The term nation is synonymous with words like kingdom, republic, federation, confederation, superpower, society, empire, and state, just to name a few things. This means that the term nation has nothing to do with the ethnicity of a group of people, like the Indians in the sense. The main purpose of a nation is to combine a large number of people, no matter their genetic makeup, under one umbrella of dictatorship by way of rules and regulations of one particular council of authorities, foreign and domestic. So this means that if you shall join a nation, then you must simply abide by their laws regardless of your opinions of who they shall choose to do business with. And in most cases, the leaders of these nations are strictly the beneficiaries and not its nation's members. And Trump sarcastically alludes to this fact here in the interview when Imus asked him, would there be any reason, if push comes to shove, for you to become a member of these tribes? And Trump responded, well, I think if we lost various things, I would perhaps become an Indian myself. Imus came in and said, do one of those Robert Bly deals. Don Imus mentioned the name Robert Bly, who was famous for influencing men to become somebody that they are not. So continuing on with the joke, Trump replied saying, well, I think I might have more Indian blood than a lot of the so-called Indians that are trying to open up the reservations. I looked at one of them. Well, I won't go into the whole story, but I could tell you, I said to him, I think I have more Indian blood in me than you have in you. And he laughed at me, and he sort of acknowledged that I was right. But it's a joke. It's really a joke. So right here, Trump is hinting at the idea that there are people that are trying to open up reservations at that time who shouldn't be, merely because they're not even full-blooded Indians, joking by saying he's more of an Indian than they are. When he's actually alluding that some of these people looks just like him, but could claim to be an Indian unmolested, and it's not right. Imus followed up by saying, a couple of these Indians in Connecticut look like Michael Jordan, frankly. Trump said, I think if you ever been up there, you would truly say that these are not Indians. One of them was telling me that his name is Chief Running Water Sitting Bull. And I said, that's a long name. And he said, well, just call me Ricky Sanders. So this is one of those Indians. I'll tell you, they got duped in Washington. And it's just one of those things that we have to straighten out. End quote. Now here.
Okay, that's where I'm gonna pause it there. Can y'all hear?
Yes.
Okay, Big Dog, did you hear it? I'm gonna back it up just maybe about 4 or 5 minutes. I want y'all to hear this again because I keep saying we're taking things out of context. And can we walk through this before you go to the next part? Birthright citizenship?
Absolutely.
But hold on, I'm gonna back it up just a few more minutes. I know I had to let all that stuff play because it's very important lead up to the context, but I want to go back before the Michael Jordan comment. Now check this out now.
Okay.
My friends laughed at me for buying this, and now they ask me where I got this. So I almost made the dumbest.
And in most cases, the leaders of these nations are strictly the beneficiaries and not its nation's members. And Trump sarcastically alludes to this fact here in the interview when Imus asked him, would there be any reason, if push comes to shove, for you to become a member of these tribes? And Trump responded, well, I think if we lost various things, I would perhaps become an Indian myself. Imus came in and said, do one of those Robert Bly deals. Don Imus mentioned the name Robert Bly, who was famous for influencing men to become somebody that they are not. So continuing on with the joke, Trump replied saying, well, I think I might have more Indian blood than a lot of the so-called Indians that are trying to open up the reservations. I looked at one of them. Well, I won't go into the whole story, but I could tell you, I said to him, I think I have more Indian blood in me than you have in you. And he laughed at me, and he sort of acknowledged that I was right. But it's a joke. It's really a joke. So right here, Trump is hinting at the idea that there are people that are trying to open up reservations at that time who shouldn't be, merely because they're not even full-blooded Indians, joking by saying he's more of an Indian than they are, when he's actually alluding that some of these people looks just like him, but could claim to be an Indian unmolested, and it's not right. Imus followed up by saying, a couple of these Indians in Connecticut look like Michael Jordan, frankly. Trump said, I think if you ever been up there, you would truly say that these are not Indians. One of them was telling me that his name is Chief Running Water Sitting Bull. And I said, that's a long name. And he said, well, just call me Ricky Sanders. So this is one of those Indians.
Okay, I'm going to stop it there because I needed you to hear it exactly. Now, do you see what the conflation? Now, I appreciate Dane for exposing this, but he unfortunately kind of was misleading in using the visual transition of these $5 frauds, these DAWs rolls, these pretendians that are doing the 21st century game. But the arrogance of him to make that statement is he knows they can co-opt our identity. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
But when Imus said that nigga looked like Michael Jordan, do you know those were the Pequots they was talking about in Connecticut? I'm gonna yield there, but y'all got it. I'm gonna stop sharing because I know you want to go probably to the next thing you want to go. But I needed y'all to hear that part to understand what this quote that they keep using out of context. They use the quote from the congressional hearing, but they don't go listen and do further research like a journalist would do and listen to the implications of the interview with Don Imus. And there was a similar one like this with Howard Stern, but y'all got it.
Well, thank you, Brother Alabama, for that good journalism. Thank you so much. And I agree with you. You know, everybody did kind of run with that. They don't look like Indians to me, and they don't look like Indians to Indians. When they really was trying to, low key, they was talking about us, Aborigines, but, you know, calling us Indians. So I want to circle back around to Dane's. I don't know if he was trying to really define, with all due respect to the brother, I have the utmost respect for the brother, but I don't know if he was trying to define tribes and nations. But from what I heard, he got it mixed up. What he was defining as a nation is really a tribe. And, you know, he tried to make it sound like a nation is just made up of any folks that just come together. And literally, that is a tribe. Nations are of a common ancestry and bloodline. I don't know where he got that definition from, that he stated. What he said literally was defining a tribe as just different groups of folks that come together and they have a common purpose or a common cause. That's a tribe. But nations are of a common ancestry and bloodline and heritage. And they've been on the land. That's the nation. And when you go into the great law of peace, we're referred to as nations. You're not going to find tribe nowhere up in there. So I just wanted to point that out. I just want brothers and sisters to have some clarity on that. The whole concept of a tribe is not even indigenous to our ancestral land. That concept of a tribe came with the Europeans when they came over here. because they were various tribes running around Europe fighting and killing each other. But we're nations over here. So I just wanted to bring that up. But I appreciate what you're saying about that, Alabama. And that's a good point. And I don't know what 47 meant by saying he's more Indian than some of these Indians. Yeah, I got more Indian blood. I don't know what he meant by that, because his lineage is what? His mother is Scottish and his father is German. So I don't know what he meant by
Not
that.
only is his father German, but he lied about being Scandinavian for 20 years, and Donald John Trump passed on the same lie. Now, I'm not going to suggest, because they're both slumlords that were sued by the federal government when he was 22 years of age, that they didn't want to offend the sensibility of their small hat Ashkenazi Zionist tenants. Certainly wasn't the American known as the Negro. But yes, sis, whenever you want, I got this other one about debunking that lie, and transition back to you.
Okay, brother. Yeah, so all of that talk on nations and tribes and 47 talking about like he might as well go join one of those tribes. That just goes to show that it's all a construct. The whole tribal system is just a big socio-political construct. It's just
Well,
made
he's a
up.
grifter, and he knew that he could participate in their scam. Then he turns around and has the nerve to call Elizabeth Warren Pocahontas.
Right.
But he
Yeah,
also
well,
knows, like he said, if things don't go his way, I can go join the tribe.
right. But we know she was grifting too, you
She
know.
was used by Harvard for her entire career, including as a graduate student, being the only quote unquote Native American registered at Harvard. Now that's on
Yeah,
the
but
record.
but bro, when they showed the actual records, it didn't say Native American. It said American Indian. When they showed the actual record of what she was identifying herself as, it said American Indian. So anyway, thank you so
You
much
want
for
me
that.
to let me drop this lie here and then hand it back to you. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Now, this is about the birthright citizenship, but under their scrutiny and explanation. Because this is talking about them, why we keep mixing ourselves in the midst. But you see my screen?
Yes.
Debunking the birthright citizenship lie.
Oh,
Here we
that
go.
guy. Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people mistakenly believe that birthright citizenship is so obvious that surely the plaintiffs here have to win. That Trump's executive order, this executive order on birthright citizenship, clearly, it's obviously unconstitutional. It is so obviously unconstitutional. How can anyone question it? Like this account says, birthright citizenship is in the plain text in the Constitution. See also U.S. v. Wong Kim Ark, which is an 1898 Supreme Court decision that touches on the question of birthright citizenship. And many people believe this. Many people believe birthrights. Everyone knows birthright citizenship is the truth, is the law. It's in the plain text of the 14th Amendment, isn't it? And I can tell you, as an American citizen who's lived here most of my life, except when I've been occasionally overseas for a time or two, I've also believed, I have been told my entire life that if someone's born on U.S. soil, they're an American citizen. The problem is, it's a lie. It's a complete and utter lie. That's not what the law says, and it's not what the 14th Amendment says. And only an extremely superficial understanding of the 14th Amendment could lead someone to that conclusion. Now, of course, there are powerful forces for whom that conclusion is very important. It's really important to powerful people and institutions and agencies that the incorrect understanding be accepted as the law. The incorrect understanding being that anyone born on American soil, regardless of the nationality status of their parents, is automatically an American citizen. Certainly the Democrats need this because actual American citizens are no longer voting for them, are discarding the Democrat Party. That's why actual American citizens are being displaced by tens of millions of illegal migrant third world invaders. And of course, the Democrats want the babies those invaders have to also be counted as American citizens, even better than the illegal migrants. Now they're not just counted for purposes of House apportionment and electoral votes and how much federal funding a state receives, talking to you, California. But of course, the babies, if they're accepted as American citizens, also get to vote. A whole new generation of voters for Democrats, of purported American citizens. Unfortunately for this argument, that's not the law. Here is the relevant portion, the citizenship portion of the 14th Amendment. And if you just were to take kind of an idiot's view of it, it looks like maybe it does provide for so-called birthright citizenship. It says, all persons born or naturalized, but let's focus on born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. Isn't that birthright citizenship, Andrew? It says right there, all persons born in the United States are citizens. Well, it does say that, but it doesn't just say that. And that's the problem. There's two conditions that have to be met, and they're separate conditions: born in the U.S. and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And jurisdiction thereof in this context means more than, for example, the criminal jurisdiction. Because this is not an amendment dealing with criminal law. This is an amendment dealing with political law, with citizenship. Obviously, everyone physically present in the U.S., whether you're a tourist or an invader or an American native Indian or here on a work permit or an American citizen, if you're physically present within the borders of the U.S., of course, you're subject to our criminal jurisdiction. But this means more than that. It has to be mean more than that, or we wouldn't need that phrase subject to the jurisdiction at all. Because you're automatically subject to criminal jurisdiction, for example, simply by being physically present. If you're born here, you're physically present. So, of course, by default, you're subject to the criminal jurisdiction. The only reason to include subject to the jurisdiction thereof as a separate clause from being physically present, from being born here, is that it means something different than merely being physically present. And in fact, it does mean something different. It means subject not merely to criminal jurisdiction, but to the political jurisdiction of the U.S., and more importantly, exclusively to the political jurisdiction of the U.S. And how do we know this? Because the men who wrote and debated and ratified the 14th Amendment explicitly told us that's what it meant. I'm going to show you a bunch of quotes here, and you'll see the font is kind of weird. This is actually imagery from the contemporaneous congressional record. When this question of the 14th Amendment Citizenship Clause was being debated, and I don't want to go through the whole document. It would take too long. I'm just going to ask you to trust me that, first of all, what I'm showing you is the argument among the senators. I don't identify a senator with every quote here. And also, take it on my word that there was no opposing argument. There was 100% consensus among every one of these senators debating and ratifying the 14th Amendment Citizenship Clause that this is what it meant. As examples, this senator, I do not presume that anyone will pretend to disguise the fact that the object of this citizenship section is simply to declare that freed black slaves shall be citizens of the United States. Not invaders, not illegal migrants, not people unlawfully present within the U.S. The purpose of the 14th Amendment Citizenship Clause is exclusively...
Yo, Alabama, can you pause?
Yeah, I was going to pause it for the same reason. You saw the shit he did, right? Did he mix the dope? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, because, I mean, we have to call it out. That's not what it says.
It says
We're sitting
Negro,
here looking at it. We can see what it says, and he could not find it within himself to just read the words.
Come on, Cook.
To just read the words the way it is stated. It says clearly, I do not presume that anyone will pretend to disguise the fact that the object of this first section is simply to declare that Negroes shall be citizens of the United States. Where did it
And that is not
say
Native
all that
Americans.
free
And there was
slaves?
obviously only two categories. Would you agree, sis? There
Say
would
that
only
again.
be two. That presumes there was only two categories
Yes.
concerned. A free white person, which is already a United States citizen, and you notice how quickly he keeps saying American. That's the other conflation I wanted to bring up. But go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
No,
Because
no,
I want
you're
you to hear the
saying a
rest of this,
free
but I'm
white.
glad you picked up on that. But go ahead.
Oh yeah, because I mean, clearly he's not reading what it says. He's adding into it, but he's taking away from what's been said, and
And
that's
he's making the
supposedly
presumption of freed black slaves. You saw that too. That was a
exactly.
disparaging statement that he
That's
made,
very
by the way.
disparaging. That's very disparaging. But he's saying this is from the congressional record, so why can't he read it verbatim? Why is he adding in other terms? Because he's trying to sway the conversation. But
Now, we do know that this is a lawyer. And the second
yeah,
point that I will raise, which I was going to circle back to when we finish it, but I want you to hear, and I knew you were going to hear it with that keen ear that you should be listening. This is more so for the audience and you folks on the short bus, that he repeatedly said American citizen, which is not in the Constitution nor in the Naturalization Act. There are no American citizens.
and
And
that's why I pulled
ultimately,
it. I have the Naturalization Act pulled
oh,
up, brother.
you would have pulled it up.
So
Okay,
so
cool.
soon as you
We'll
get
walk through that.
finished, you want to listen to you want us to listen to all 15 minutes of
Oh,
this guy?
oh yes, because I want you to pick up on some other stuff. But
Oh,
remember,
okay.
he's saying this debunks the birthright citizenship lie. You see that? That's the title of this video. To debunk the birthright citizenship lie. But you notice he referenced criminal jurisdiction, but said that there was political jurisdiction. You heard that point too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna go back on mute. Here we go.
All right.
To ensure that freed black slaves who would otherwise be stateless were recognized as American citizens in the aftermath of the Civil War, which of course is when the 14th Amendment was ratified. Another senator here. This will not, of course, the 14th Amendment Citizenship Clause, include persons born in the U.S. who are foreigners, aliens who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States. Does not include people born in the U.S. who are foreigners. Now, you may be thinking, well, how are you a foreigner if you're born in the U.S.? Obviously, the contemporaneous senators believed you could be born in the U.S. and still be a foreigner. How would that happen? It happens because by default, you inherit the nationality of your parents. And if your parents are foreign nationals, you are a foreign national. You're born in the U.S., but you are a foreigner. A foreigner. Another senator. Indians, talking about Native American Indians, born within the limits of the United States. So they're born within the U.S., but who maintain tribal relations. So their political jurisdiction is not exclusive to the United States federal government. It's split, at least split, with their tribe, are not, in the sense of this 14th Amendment, born subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. If you have divided political loyalty, you maintain allegiance to a foreign government, a foreign nation. When your children are born in the U.S., they are not American citizens. They do not qualify under the 14th Amendment. By the way, Native Americans born in the U.S. today do qualify as American citizens, not under the 14th Amendment, but because in 1925, Congress passed a statute that specifically provided for citizenship for Native Americans born in the U.S. But the 14th Amendment doesn't do that, and there is no similar statute for illegal migrant third world invaders. Another senator. The provision is that, quote, all persons born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens, close quote. That means subject to the complete jurisdiction thereof. What do we mean by subject to the jurisdiction of the United States? Not owing allegiance to anybody else. That is what it means. And of course, what they're talking about is the allegiance of the parents who give birth to this child born on American soil. Same senator. It cannot be said of any Native American Indian who owes allegiance, partial allegiance, if you please. I might have forgotten to click a couple of those. Sorry, I was quoting them. Partial allegiance, if you please, to some other government that he is subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. So a partial allegiance is not enough. It is only those persons who come completely within our jurisdiction, meaning political jurisdiction, who are subject to our laws that we think of as making citizens. Another one. I've already replied to the suggestion as to the Native American Indians being subject to our jurisdiction in the context of the 14th Amendment. They are not subject to our jurisdiction in the sense of owing allegiance solely to the United States. Now, all this amendment provides is that all persons born in the United States and not subject to some foreign power, for that, no doubt, is the meaning of the committee who've brought the matter before us, shall be considered as citizens of the United States. Another senator. I concur entirely with the honorable senator from Illinois in holding that the word jurisdiction, as here employed, ought to be construed so as to imply a full and complete jurisdiction on the part of the United States. Certainly, gentlemen cannot contend that a Native American Indian belonging to a tribe, although born within the limits of a state, is subject to the full and complete jurisdiction. That question has long been adjudicated so far as the usage of the government is involved. Another, I understand the words here, subject to the jurisdiction of the United States, to mean fully and completely subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. In other words, the parent of the child has no divided loyalties. They are an American citizen. They are not a citizen of a foreign nation. And you might remember this comment says, oh, check out Wong Kim Ark. All right, Wong Kim Ark was a U.S. Supreme Court decision from 1898. It involved a Chinese national. His parents lived in the United States. He was born in the United States. The family took a trip back to China. And on their return to the U.S., his parents were allowed back into the U.S., but he was not. His parents had permanent resident status in the U.S. They were permanently domiciled in the U.S. But he didn't have that status, Wong Kim Ark, the child. And the border officers said, well, your parents have a right to come in. They're permanent resident aliens. But you don't have that status, so you can't come in. And so he argued that I should be recognized as an American citizen.
I know that was going to trigger you, Wong Kim Ark, but go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to ask, can we, how much more of this do you want us to listen to? Because
it's only 3 minutes left, but I want you to hear the
okay.
whole quote, because this is a lawyer. I want you to hear the quote unquote legal argument. But go ahead.
His take on the Wong Kim Ark story is incorrect. And even the video that I played, that first video I played, that guy's take on the Wong Kim Ark story is incorrect. Now, I found another video that got the Wong Kim Ark story more to what actually happened. So,
okay, well, let me just finish up. There's only 3 minutes left, and if you want to transition to that, but I just want you to hear what he's claiming is to debunk the lie. You notice him conflating Native American. He keeps throwing that crap in there.
Yeah.
You know, he keeps saying American citizen, which is trying to rope them into what they are not, because no United States citizen is American. But I'm going to let this finish up, and then you get
okay.
Hold
but
on.
I just wanna give all the brothers and sisters and brothers heads up to take what he's saying about Wong Kim Ark with a grain of salt, because what I heard out of his mouth so far is not the correct version of the Wong Kim
Well,
Ark
he's
story.
claiming a custom border patrol. That's what we call them today. But whatever the agent was, and this is in the 1880s and 90s, because I think the original argument was between the exclusion of Chinese, which was in 1882. The case brought before the Supreme Court, I think, is 1895, right? Something like that. So we're talking about within a decade, a period where, quote unquote, Chinese, not other Asians, specifically the Chinese population and specifically the political allegiance of the Emperor of China. Now, it probably would have been something similar with Japan, but we didn't have those levels of interactions as we have currently. And this is what irks me about people keeping projecting contemporary mentality back into time instead of dealing with what the actual behavior and activities in that time. You feel me, sis? So there's only two categories of people, white and Negro. But let me just let this play this last 3 minutes and then you got it. Hold on.
Okay.
And the Supreme Court in Wong Kim Ark said, yes, you should be recognized as an American citizen. But their specific reasoning is important here. Whether the legal question before this court, Supreme Court case, whether a child born in the United States of parents who at the time of his birth were foreign nationals, but have a permanent domicile and residence in the United States, meaning they're making their life in the U.S. permanently. So they've made a permanent physical commitment to the U.S., and they are there lawfully. The U.S. government has a reciprocal acceptance of their presence. Children born to permanent resident aliens in the United States should be deemed American citizens. But this doesn't apply to illegal migrant third world invaders. It doesn't apply to people who are unlawfully in the U.S., to people who America has not accepted as permanent resident aliens in our nation. It doesn't apply to people who illegally cross the border. It doesn't apply to people who overstay their work visa, their student visa, their tourist visa. It doesn't apply to people who are in the process of applying for asylum status and then get their asylum request denied and no longer have lawful status. It doesn't apply to people who may have been let in, like the Haitians were let in because they turned their nation into a hellhole. And now that status is overturned and they're no longer lawfully in the U.S. It does, and they were never intended, importantly, all these people on temporary visas, work, student, tourist, or on temporary asylum claims, none of them are permanently accepted as residents of the U.S. None of them are in the position of the parents of Wong Kim Ark. And so none of their children are in the position of Wong Kim Ark. So Wong Kim Ark is completely irrelevant as Supreme Court precedent for the illegal migrant third world invaders' children who happen to be born on American soil. By the way, I would argue Wong Kim Ark is bad law. Just 2 years before this decision, the same panel of Supreme Court justices issued the infamous Dred Scott decision that said blacks born in America were not American citizens. That was later overturned by the Supreme Court. So Supreme Courts, especially this one, makes bad decisions that have to be overturned. I would suggest that this was a decision that was expedient at the time when we had lots of Chinese immigrants in America and we were struggling with how to deal with them and their children, but it's not supported by the actual text of the 14th Amendment. 14th Amendment doesn't say that permanent resident aliens get some kind of exception. That's not in the 14th Amendment. So I think this is bad law, but even if you disagree and wish this to be good law, it still does not apply to illegal migrant third world invaders and their children. Thanks for watching this highlight segment.
Okay, illegal migrant third world invaders. Chop it up, sis. Big dog.
Right. Illegal. All those words he used to describe an illegal alien. I mean,
illegal alien third world invader. Or some variation of the order. But God, you got it, sis. Okay.
So real quick before I forget, I would like us to just jump to the 1790 Immigration and Naturalization Act so that we know where everything as far as citizenship, the citizen of the United States status, where that comes from.
You're not sharing your screen, sis, so we don't see it.
I'm just kind of preferencing it right now. Let me pull it
And
up.
once you do that, did you pull up that what I sent you that's in the chat there? Because it mentions good moral character in the contemporary article that's in the chat. So if you want to
Okay,
pull
I
that
didn't
article up,
see that yet. Okay.
yeah.
Well, this is HR 40, by the way. It's HR 40. And it's an act to establish an uniform rule of naturalization, March the 26th, 1790.
Pause there for a second because I get sick and tired of people not understanding. Say that again about a uniform rule, because that's what's in the Constitution. Say that part
And
again.
yes, an act to establish an uniform rule of naturalization. Okay. So Section 1 states, be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled that any alien being a
No, say
free
that one more
white
time. This is for
person.
effect. Any alien, and I would argue all white people are what? Go
Well,
ahead, sis. Cook.
in law, the
Illegal
term
aliens.
alien, excuse me, OG, what you said?
No, ma'am, you got it. Take your time.
Oh, okay. In law, the term alien just simply means someone who's not a citizen. That's what an alien is. So I don't know why everybody is getting all roughed up and puffed up every time they hear the word alien. It means that individual is not a citizen. That's what the term alien means. So that any alien being a free white person who shall have resided within the limits and under the jurisdiction of the United States for the term of 2 years may be admitted to become a citizen thereof on application to any common law court of record in any one of the states wherein he shall have resided for the term of 1 year at least, and making proof to the satisfaction of such court that he is a person of good character, and taking the oath or affirmation prescribed by law to support the Constitution of the United States, which oath or affirmation such court shall administer. And the clerk of such court shall record such application and the proceedings thereon. And thereupon such person shall be considered as a citizen of the United States. And the children of such persons, so naturalized, dwelling within the United States, being under the age of 21 years at the time of such naturalization, shall also be considered as citizens of the United States. And the children of citizens of the United States that may be born beyond sea or out of the limits of the United States shall be considered as natural born citizens, provided that the right of citizenship shall not descend to persons whose fathers have never been resident in the United States, provided also that no person heretofore proscribed by any state shall be admitted a citizen as aforesaid, except by an act of the legislature of the state in which such person was proscribed.
Now, you're going to need to pull up the definition of proscribe, and this is what I'm arguing again about the supremacy clause and the diversity that you know I had with you ladies the other day between state citizenship and United States citizenship. I don't see the word American. Did I miss
No,
something?
American
Okay,
is
okay,
nowhere in
but
there.
okay. So, what does proscribe mean, sis? Before you move on,
Proscribe, off the top of my head, proscribe means out
I think it means
out of law.
prevention, being
It it
barred
means it
from
means yeah,
citizenship in a state.
you're
And,
under the law. You're not protected by
well,
law.
let's just go back to the last clause again. Except by an act of the legislature of the state in which such person was proscribed, meaning prevented state citizenship, residency, domiciliary. You feel me? But go ahead, Cook, sis.
Mhm. So this Naturalization Act, this is literally defining naturalization for the United States. And those that it's defining it for are these free white persons, these aliens being a
Who
free white
are
person of,
all alien. I
of good
cannot repeat
character,
that enough. Well, the jury is out for me on whether any of them have good moral character. But I'd
of
like you
good
to go to
character.
that article if you didn't already pin it in another browser. You see it there in the chat?
No, I haven't looked in the chat yet, bro. I got to look in there. But I want to get back to this part right here, where this part to me is making no sense of how they can proclaim that or declare that a children of citizens of the United States, right, born beyond the sea, shall be considered as natural born citizens. That to me makes absolutely no sense. No sense whatsoever. Because in the Constitution itself, there's a distinction made between a natural born citizen or a citizen of the United States. And so this is some of the fraud that started to be legislated into a statute or brought about through so-called legal precedents by a judge stating something, and they started changing up the Constitution. Because literally, to me, and I'm not a lawyer, I've never gone to law school, however I do know how to read, and they're literally equating a citizen of the United States to a natural born citizen. And that's not what the Constitution states. But this is a congressional act. This is an act of Congress for naturalization. And I just wanted to share that so that everybody can see where they're coming. And the other point before I go to the next slide, the other point that I want to make about this Naturalization Act, this act clearly is stating that citizenship is inherited through your lineage. Citizenship is based on your bloodline, because it states here that once you become naturalized, your children are automatically naturalized. That's lineage. That's bloodline. The children don't have to go through naturalization, okay? The children are automatically naturalized, being under the age of 21 years at the time of such naturalization, the naturalization of their parents, they're considered citizens of the United States as well. That's lineage. That's bloodline. So I don't know what that ACLU attorney is talking about in her arguments with the birthright citizenship case before the Supreme Court. They're saying that, oh, all you have to do is be on the soil to be a citizen when this Naturalization Act clearly is stating that no, once a parent, or let's just say an individual, has established themselves as legally in the country. See all these hoops they make them jump through back in 1792 years. And you've got to go before the court. You got to have good character and all of this. This is proving that you have a legal status in the country and that you're not a criminal. Okay? So how can they say that no, you just have to be on the soil to become a citizen, when no, you had to jump through all these hoops in proving a legal status to be on the soil? And then once you've done that, your children automatically inherit your status from you.
So, sis, let me share my screen for this because I need us to walk through this because this is the contemporary argument of good moral character. Ready?
Yes.
Can you all see my screen? I don't want
Yes.
to play that embedded video. You see at the very top there, when you pull up the article, you see at the top there where they have the embedded video. But I want us to walk through what the actual article says. You see there?
Yes.
Trump administration to more heavily scrutinize good moral character requirement for United States citizenship, which is contradictory on its face, but I'll go back to it. You see, it's dated August 16th, 2025. Okay? The Trump administration is signaling it will more heavily scrutinize applications filed by legal immigrants seeking American citizenship in its latest effort to tighten access to U.S. immigration benefits. United States Citizenship and Immigration Services, the federal agency overseeing the country's legal immigration system, instructed officers on Friday to consider additional factors when determining whether immigrants applying for United States citizenship have a, quote, good moral character, unquote. Typically, legal immigrants with United States permanent residency, also known as a green card, can apply for naturalized American citizenship after a 3 or 5 year period, depending on their case. Demonstrating, quote, a good moral character, unquote, has long been one of the requirements in United States immigration law for American citizenship. You see that conflation already? It didn't take 2 paragraphs. Alongside passing English and civics tests. I want y'all to keep that in mind for you short bus shorties, how quickly they keep trying to suggest there is American citizenship, which is not in law. Shows you how outlaws operate. For decades, under Republican and Democratic administrations, the, quote, good moral character, unquote, assessment has generally been satisfied if applicants don't have any of the criminal offenses or disqualifying conduct outlined in U.S. immigration law. Those disqualifying factors range from violent crimes like murder and aggravated felonies to drug offenses and being a, quote, habitual drunkard, unquote. But you can be the the Secretary of War, though, right? Or the FBI director. I digress. But a policy issued Friday by USCIS expands the, quote, good moral character, unquote, assessment, saying that determination must involve, quote, more than a cursory mechanical review focused on the absence of wrongdoing, unquote. Instead, the review, the agency told its officers, should be, quote, a holistic assessment of an alien's behavior, adherence to societal norms, and positive contributions that affirmatively demonstrate good moral character, unquote. The directive orders officers to place a, quote, greater emphasis, unquote, on applicants' quote, positive attributes and contributions, unquote, listing community involvement, family caregiving, and ties, educational attainment, quote, stable and lawful, unquote, employment, the length of time spent in the United States, and paying taxes as some of those factors. I want y'all to remember those points. And we're going to circle back to how criminal people are who don't do those things. The memo also mandates, quote, greater scrutiny, unquote, of factors that show applicants that a, quote, good moral character, unquote, beyond the crimes and disqualifying conduct detailed in United States immigration law. Those factors, the policy said, include, quote, acts that are contrary to the average behavior of citizens in the jurisdiction where aliens reside, unquote, including actions that are, quote, unquote, technically lawful, but also, quote, inconsistent with civic responsibility within the community, unquote. USCIS listed, quote, reckless or habitual traffic infractions or harassment or aggressive solicitation, unquote, as some of those actions. Aggressive solicitation. Would that be telemarketers? Lastly, the new USCIS policy instructs officers to weigh factors that could show that applicants who have engaged in wrongdoing have rehabilitated, such as complying with probation, paying overdue taxes or child support, and receiving letters of support from their community. Over the past decade, the United States government has naturalized between 600,000 and 1 million immigrants as citizens annually. Over the past decade, sis, over the past decade.
Mm-hmm.
That means 10 million, not illegal. The U.S. government has naturalized between 600,000 and 1 million immigrants as citizens annually. So that means since 2015, when the criminal in chief went down that escalator calling Mexicans rapists and murderers, 6 to 10 million people have been naturalized. You feel me, sis? So that we keep this in
Yeah, that's
context.
their target. That's their target.
No, that's what this article suggests is already going on over the
Yeah, but
past
that
decade.
must be within their target of how many immigrants they want to naturalize, because
No,
I'm
I got
sure
you.
they
I
have a
got you, sis.
target
But it's just a
figure.
couple of more paragraphs. I'm about to wrap up. In a statement to CBS News, USCIS chief spokesman Matthew Trigresser said the directive is another effort by President Trump's administration to, quote, restore integrity to the United States immigration system. Quote, U.S. citizenship is the gold standard of citizenship. It should only be offered to the world's best of the best, Trigresser added. Quote, today, United States Customs and Immigration System is adding a new element to the naturalization process that ensures America's newest citizens not only embrace America's culture, history, and language, but also demonstrate what's this? What's this? Good moral character. How hypocritical is that statement on its face? But anyhow, Doug Rand, a former senior USCIS official during the Biden administration, suggested the Trump administration's policy is designed to scare legal immigrants from applying for American citizenship. Here we go again, conflating, and require officers to put their, quote, thumb on the scale to find more reasons to deny applications. Quote, they're trying to increase the grounds for denial of United States citizenship by kind of torturing the definition of good moral character to encompass extremely harmless behavior, unquote. Rand said, citing the policy's reference to traffic infractions. While Trump administration has launched a highly visible crackdown on illegal immigration by deploying thousands of troops to the southern border, expanding immigration raids across the country, and fast-tracking deportation of those in the U.S. illegally, it has simultaneously moved to restrict legal immigration with less fanfare. The Trump administration has virtually shut down refugee admissions, terminated Biden-era programs that allowed migrants to enter the U.S. legally, limited visas for certain countries, and implemented aggressive vetting procedures for legal immigration benefits. Those efforts include expanded vetting of social media activities, of legal immigrants, and stricter screening requirements for some applications. And I yield.
Mm-hmm.
Good moral character. You got it, sis. Brother
Right.
man, brother man. What's the other plan?
Right. OG, are you there? Yeah. All right. OG's not there, so I want to share my screen. Just give me
As you're sharing your
a
screen,
couple
I
of
want you all
seconds.
to understand the hypocrisy of the actual illegal alien third world invaders, because they were let out of debtor prisons, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were urchins homeless in the streets of England, Wales, Ireland, and Scotland. Them white Anglo-Saxon Protestant people. You know what I'm saying, sis? But you got it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, just a minute. Want to make sure I got my right slide pulled up. All right. Yes, I agree. I agree on that good moral character. Uh, Illegal aliens is gonna have a hard time with that one, because they come across the border illegally and then start demanding that they have all types of constitutional rights that they absolutely do not have. So I would like to for us to circle back to Dred Scott v. Sanford, because a lot of what the 14th Amendment is about was to overturn the decision that the Supreme Court made on all that. Um, how did they put it? How did Justice Taney put it? Blacks have no rights that whites are have to respect. Uh, I can't recall his words verbatim, but in essence, that's what he said, that blacks have no rights that whites are bound to respect. So I went back and pulled up a little bit from the opinion from the decision, and I would like to read some of this, if I may. This is Dred Scott v. Sanford, 1857, the decision that came down. And this excerpt from the decision states, the question is simply this: can a Negro whose ancestors were imported into this country and sold as slaves become a member of the political community formed and brought into existence by the Constitution of the United States, and as such become entitled to all the rights and privileges and immunities guaranteed to the citizen, one of which rights is the privilege of suing in a court of the United States in the cases specified in the Constitution. Okay, it goes on to say, it will be observed that the plea applies to that class of persons only whose ancestors were Negroes of the African race and imported into this country and sold and held as slaves. The only matter in issue before the court, therefore, is whether the descendants of such slaves, when they shall be emancipated, or who are born of parents who had become free before their birth, are citizens of a state in the sense in which the word citizen is in the Constitution of the United States. And this being the only matter in dispute on the pleadings, the court must be understood as speaking in this opinion of that class only, that is, of those persons who are the descendants of Africans who were imported into this country and sold as slaves. The situation of this population was altogether unlike that of the Indian race. Now, let me pause right here, because in law, what is an Indian? An Indian is what an Aborigine is so called, and that is in Bouvier's Law Dictionary, 1856, and even in Black's Law Dictionary, an Indian is what an Aboriginal is called. So let me continue on. The latter, meaning what they're stating here, the Indian race, or as we know, us Aborigines, the latter, it is true, formed no part of the colonial communities and never amalgamated with them in social connections or in government. But although they were uncivilized, see, they had to just throw that in. Okay. They were uncivilized. They were yet a free and independent people. Talking about us Aborigines, the so-called Indian race. Associated together in nations, but here they go throwing in some more stuff, or tribes, and governed by their own laws. Many of these political communities were situated in territories to which the white race claimed the ultimate right of dominion. But that claim was acknowledged to be subject to the right of the Indians, us Aborigines, to occupy it as long as they thought proper. And neither the English nor colonial governments claimed or exercised any dominion over the tribe or nation by whom it was occupied, nor claimed the right to the possession of the territory until the tribe or nation consented to cede it, meaning give it away. These Indian governments, or what they need to say is these Aboriginal governments, were regarded and treated as foreign governments. Oh, really? Okay, we're going to see about that too. But let me continue on. As much so as if an ocean had separated the red man from the white man, and their freedom had constantly been acknowledged from the time of the first immigration with an E, to the English colonies to the present day, by the different governments which succeeded each other. Treaties have been negotiated with them, and their alliance sought for in war. And the people who compose these Indian political communities have always been treated as foreigners, not living under our government. It is true that the course of events has brought the Indian tribes within the limits of the United States under subjection to the white race. And it has been found necessary for their sake as well as our own to regard them as in a state of pupillage and to legislate to the certain extent over them and the territory they occupy. But they may, without doubt, like the subjects of any other foreign government, be naturalized by the authority of Congress and become citizens of a state and of the United States. And if an individual should leave his nation or tribe and take up his abode among the white population, he would be entitled to all the rights and privileges which would belong to an immigrant from any other foreign people. Unquote. So I don't know how many of us have actually got into reading the Dred Scott decision rather, but that is just an excerpt. And to me, and Alabama, I want to get your feedback on this and yours too, OG. The way that this excerpt, the way that I ended it, what was being said, the end of this excerpt is, it indicates the level of usurpation that these foreigners have exercised through their practice of democracy to come over here and just totally rewrite the Constitution. See, this is 1857. The Constitution is 1787. And they totally are rewriting the Constitution. They claim up in here they do admit to being foreigners. And immigration with the E, that word means someone who leaves their home country, their mother country, and goes to another country. They immigrate with an E, meaning they don't mean to go back. They mean to whatever country they go to, they mean to stay there. And once they get there, what are they going to do? They're going to usurp the rights and usurp the land from the indigenous people. And that's us Aborigines. And in this excerpt, they laid it out. Yeah, this is what we planned to do. This is what we did. And this is what has been done. That's literally what they laid out. And they also trying to throw some trick words of art up in here by saying tribes, nations, or tribes, when they know good and well we are nations over here. We were never tribes. Show us in the Great Law of Peace where it says we're a tribe. You're not going to find it. We're nations. And our nations were made up of clans, not of tribes, of clans. So I just wanted to share that from Dred Scott, because literally the court said Dred Scott was a descendant of Africans. But I feel like our sister Wakita, when she puts it to that or anybody that says, oh, you're African, prove it. You're of African descent and you're over here and you were born over here, prove you are of African descent. I totally agree with our sister. You have to prove it. And the court has never proved it. Congress has never proved it, that all of us are of us so-called Negroes, of Negroid phenotype, because that's all they're doing is looking at us and saying, oh, okay, they're Negroes, they're Black. They're looking at our phenotype. They have never proven that we're all from Africa because they can't. They can't. They don't have the evidence to prove that. All the evidence actually proves that we're not, the majority of us. So those of us, especially who have our genealogy and know our lineage and have our oral traditions and know that we are the people of this land and soil. So I just wanted to share that. And Brother Alabama or OG, do either of you want to go in on what I just read from the Dred Scott decision?
Yeah, from you going in from my understanding of what they did is he was already I hate to say the word, he was a citizen, and they basically not made him a citizen and made him a a immigrant in his own land, and gave the migrants and the immigrants the power of the birthright. They're illegals. So if you're illegal in this country and you have a child, that child was able to become a citizen or property of the corporation. But yeah, let me shout out the chat real quick. My sister Nanya Business, old dude. Hope they prepared Poison Puppet. My brother JJ. Who else came through? My brother Casino. The link's in the chat if anybody want to come up. Dante, truth be told. Rhoda, I can't pronounce her name. Shirakaras. I can't pronounce it. My brother JJ. Yield the Millennium. Wilmore Reed. Mac V Productions. Nate the Great. Grand Rising. Brian's Flat Power God. Sharon Walker. Keith Lamont. Akeem Shabazz. E-Town, Royal and Loyal. Appreciate Body Artists. I appreciate everybody tapping in, man. And links in the chat. If you want to try to join, you can. Hope they prepared. Welcome. You can unmute, brother. You got the mic.
Greetings, greetings. How's it going, big dog? Blessings to the panels, greetings to the chat.
Greetings, brother.
Thanks for letting me up, man. Oh yeah, I'm just up here to hang with the people. I'm gonna chime in when you feel me, where I fit in. Good shit, Alabama. Shout out to you, Elder, and you, sis, Angel.
Yeah, because what they did is they made confusion of the natural birthright just to cover up the Aboriginal people here in America. They created this shit so they can undermine the Aboriginals and take us off our land.
Absolutely. Complete rug pull and cultural erasure.
Yes, I agree, OG. And just like what I just was reading from the Dred Scott decision in my book, where I'm stating here on this slide on page 66, is some of that decision what I just read. But as you can see in the brackets, I had to put some clarity, because when I look at anything in law, or I look at anything that's going on in this society, I can't help but look at it through and from an Aboriginal perspective, through, our lens, an Aboriginal lens, through our eyes. So let me just read this real quick. I read some of it from the Dred Scott decision, but I had to put some more emphasis on some things. They, indigenous Aborigines, were yet a free and independent people associated together in nations. And there they go with their tribes. I'm just going to leave the tribes part out because we're nations and governed by their own laws. Many of these political communities were situated in territories, and I have in parentheses, Aboriginal ancestral homelands, to which the white race claimed the ultimate right of dominion. But that claim was acknowledged to be subject to the Aboriginal right or rights of us Aborigines to hold our inheritance, which is this land, as long as we thought proper. And neither the English nor colonial governments claimed or exercised any dominion over our Aboriginal nations. We're the sovereigns over here, by whom it was held by inheritance. We hold everything by matrilineal inheritance. Okay, so I just wanted to just throw that in there because they don't define us. They can ask us who we are, but they can't tell us.
Agreed.
And that's why we're standing on the truth that we're the Aboriginal people. We are the true indigenous people. Indigenous describes our connection to our land because Aborigines are worldwide and we're the Aborigines indigenous to America. We're indigenous to America.
You're a force to be reckoned with, sis. You, oh my goodness, straight daggers with everything you doing.
Well, you know, young brother, I'm an elder and I have a responsibility. And what's been going on with our people, it has been going on for way too long, way too long. I mean, like I was saying earlier, I don't know if you was on the live. We've been building on that genocide petition. We charge genocide that was filed with the UN in 1951.
Yep, no, I got screenshots of that. Thank you for having dropping that source too for us.
If genocide was petitioned in 1951, and here we are in 2026. I mean, what has happened? Nothing.
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
Still in a silent era. Our ancestors, well, I ain't gonna go there, but y'all know the silent era. I'm gonna just leave it at that.
Yeah, and this is another point I wanted to bring up about back then when they submitted the petition, we were identified or designated as Negro Americans. Then they changed us to Black. Then they changed us to African American. So a petition that was filed on behalf of Negroes, now they can go back and look and say, oh, well, you know, Negro, that term, there's no more Negroes.
And sister,
that term is obsolete.
What it really shows from 1951 to present, that, you know, the so-called people that's supposed to be representing us, they ain't representing us at all.
At all.
These elected
mass
officials.
Yep, mass taxation.
You know, that's what that shows.
Yep, sorry, OG. Mass
you
taxation
good,
without the right representation. You're right.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's not looking good.
Mm-mm.
Until we
So
make
now,
that, you know, go ahead. Sorry, sir.
No, I was just going to say, so now they've taken the term Negro and what they call in law, they have struck that term, or they strike it and take it out of the federal statutes and the federal laws. And they say Negro, and now the OMB and the Census Bureau, they give the reasoning, oh, Negro is obsolete and Negro is offensive. But Negro is a term that it describes our phenotype. So they're cutting us off from our identity. because our phenotype is part of our identity. We're Negro, Negroid phenotype. We know what we look like. But they playing this, they play with word of arts. They play this game with all the words, the way they word things. But we're critical thinkers. We can see right through it and deconstruct all of it. All of it. So if I may, OG, I would like to move on with some more info on the birthright citizenship. If I may, I would like to go to a video on Wong Kim Ark, because I had made a statement that the video that Alabama shared with us in the first video I shared, both of those individuals was kind of mixing up the story of Wong Kim Ark. And I found a video that kind of goes more into detail, giving us a better picture of what was going on with Wong Kim Ark. And I think it's important information for us to know, so that when we hear someone talk about this case, we just don't take their word for it. So if I may, OG, may I play that video? I gotta find it. Anyone would like to add in on some of what's already been said, please feel free. It's going to take me a few seconds to find this video.
Yeah, I got you, sis. I got you. Find the video. You know, I like to tap in with the chat anyway. The link's in the chat if anybody want to join. We're trying to have a conversation on this birthright citizen to get a better understanding of birthright citizen. Old dude, today's blessing. My brother, he who awakens. Much love and respect. And Sherry Parson came in. Welcome to the platform. But
Shout
the
out to
link's
you
in the chat.
guys.
Anybody can come up. Come on up and let's have a conversation. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. Sis Nanya, where you at, sister? You probably busy at work or something, huh?
Yeah, she
You
said
know,
she tried to hit the link, it wouldn't let her.
yeah, no, you walked off. Feel it? I was in the back for a minute too.
Yeah, I had walked off.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
yeah,
but come up, sis. You got straight jewels. Old dude, where you
anybody
at,
can come
brother?
up.
Hey, I'm more action. I ain't got the law. I'm like Mr. Meticulous. You feel me? I ain't coming up here with the information and all that shit. You feel me? Because this motherfucking United States system is going off legally. Anything y'all think y'all doing, setting up y'all trust, any fucking thing y'all think y'all doing, it's not law. It's legally. We gotta exercise, and we the only ones that can exercise law. The fucking Americans. And I'm gonna mute at that right there. So.
So OG, I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna roll this video on Wong Kim Ark, and we're gonna get a clearer understanding on who he is and what went down.
San Francisco, 1868, or 1871, or perhaps 1873. Wong Kim Ark is born. His parents are Wong Si-ping and Wei Li, both immigrants from China and not United States citizens. According to the naturalization law of 1802, the two could never become citizens because they weren't, quote, white. whatever the heck that means. Due to the Chinese Exclusion Act discriminating against them, the Wongs moved back to China when Kim Ark was 9. But a few years later, Kim Ark came right back to California because he wanted to make some more money. This was not a problem for Kim Ark because since he was born in San Francisco, he was automatically an American citizen thanks to the citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment. In 1890, Wong went to China to visit his parents, and he came back home to the United States with no problem. However, 4 years later, when he went back to China to visit them, he was denied re-entry upon his return. He was like, "Dude, I live here." They were like, "Nope, not anymore. You're not a citizen." During the 5 months when Wong fought for re-entry into the country, U.S. Customs kept him confined on different ships just off the coast of San Francisco. Fortunately for Wong, he got support from an organization called the Chinese Six Companies to help him fight for his citizenship. He went to federal district court. So let's break out that 14th Amendment, shall we? So, like I said earlier, there's the citizenship clause of it. And what they focused on the most was different interpretations of this phrase here. Quote, "subject to the jurisdiction thereof." Does that cover when a child is born in the U.S. to parents who are both not citizens? Wong's lawyers argued yes. The United States had been waiting to test out the citizenship clause for a while, and here was their chance. Henry Foote, a former Confederate soldier, represented the United States, calling Wong a, quote, accidental citizen, not the term you usually hear today, which is, quote, anchor baby. On January 3rd, 1896, the district judge sided with Wong, declaring him a citizen since he was born in the USA. The U.S. government appealed the decision directly to the Supreme Court because, well, they could. And the court heard oral arguments on March 5th, 1897. So, could the government deny citizenship to people born in the United States in any circumstance? The court said no. In a 6-2 decision, they ruled in favor of Wong, declaring that any child born in the country to parents of a foreign country is automatically a citizen, unless the parents are foreign diplomats or the person is born on a public ship, or the parents are nationals of a foreign enemy country that is trying to take over the United States. But yeah, you're born here, you're a citizen, buddy. The courts relied on English common law tradition just as much as they relied on the 14th Amendment for this one. Leading the dissent was Chief Justice Melville Fuller, joined by Justice John Harlan. They both argued that the history of American citizenship broke with the tradition of English common law after it declared independence in 1776. In particular, they wondered about that part of the citizenship clause I told you about earlier, subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Wouldn't that also mean not subject to any foreign power? They argued Wong was still under the control of China due to his parents being under their control. Of all Supreme Court decisions in history, United States v. Wong Kim Ark is the strongest at protecting that citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment, no matter what the situation is with their parents. Over the years, millions of Americans have owed their citizenship to this case. So how did the story end for Wong Kim Ark? Well, back when Wong was fighting for citizenship in the courts, he had started a family back in China. He had a wife and kids back there. After the Supreme Court decision, Wong still went back and forth. And for the rest of his life, Wong never got to fully enjoy the benefits of citizenship. Every time he went home to China and came back, he got hounded by customs, always having to show extra documentation like the signatures of white Americans vouching for him. Wong's oldest son tried to move to the United States and they wouldn't let him. However, his youngest 3 sons were able to move to the
shout out
United
my brother
States
D.
as
Allen
citizens,
Warren, flat
although it was
motherfucking
far
power, much
from
love,
easy.
man.
One of those sons later served in World War II, but Kim Ark? He eventually stopped trying to be an American. In the 1930s, at the age of 62, he went to China and decided to never come back.
So, that gives us a little more detail on Wong Kim Ark. And I don't agree with some of the things that, well, the way that that person was trying to frame the story of what the court finally determined. Because what they determined is that Wong Kim Ark's parents, they had a legal status. They had a domicile, a legal status in the country. See, they keep leaving out the legal part. They lived here for many years. They had a business in San Francisco. They had a legal status, even though at that time, Chinese could not become naturalized into citizens. But they had, like, I don't know if they called it a permanent, they call it permanent resident aliens now, but they had a permanent status as long as they wanted to stay here. But they chose to go back to China because of the society back then and all the hate that they were getting. They chose to go back. But he came back. He was going back and forth several times until they stopped him and said, no, you can't come back in this time. And y'all heard the rest. So his parents had a legal status. These illegal aliens do not have a legal status in our country. They're illegally on the soil. And that's the issue of this birthright citizenship. And they're talking about subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Subject to the jurisdiction thereof means just that. You're legally in the country. You're legally here. The 14th Amendment says all persons born or naturalized, those are two different types of citizens, a natural born citizen or a naturalized citizen, or you must be subject to the jurisdiction thereof, meaning you must have a legal status. And now they have permanent resident alien status. Or what Trump did in his executive order is he said, well, those with temporary status, if they have a baby here, that baby's not a citizen. And that's what this birthright citizen case is talking about. The temporary status and those who are illegally on our soil. So I yield right there for anyone else to chime in and give their commentary and opinion. Yo, Alabama, OG.
It chaps my hide that we continue to tolerate the conflation of American citizen. But you got it, sis. Because I'm doing double duty here. I'm always in the middle of multitasking.
Right.
Is that the I am? Chief I am. Be hiding in the cut. You gonna come over here and try to put up some Hebrew Israelite wisdom or what you got going on?
What's up, man? Hey, peace, everybody. Man, I'm not chief. I don't call myself a chief. I'm just the I am. That's it. But that's cool. It's all good.
So the issues of birthright citizenship, which is a contradiction in terms, let me just make this very clear that it's not going to change because people like to be ignorant. Just like keep saying there's American citizenship, there's not. It says it right there in the law. United States citizen, free white person, alien third world illegal invader. Isn't that what we need to add to the situation? And an American is an aborigine, a copper-colored inhabitant, a tauntaun sprung from the soil. What don't you get? You got it, I am.
What, you want me to say something?
Birthright citizenship. There is no such thing. You don't inherit. Now I know, sis, you want to keep suggesting the child inherits the naturalized status, but they're not inheriting the actual citizenship. Now, again, it's just my argument. I don't play a lawyer on TV. We still have not addressed the requirement of state citizenship and residency, domicile, whatever. But you got it, bro.
I wasn't gonna.
Well, Alabama, Alabama, we read the 1790 Immigration and Naturalization Act, and it clearly stated that those persons who are naturalized, their children are automatically naturalized.
I got that, but naturalized is still a process. That is
Yeah,
not
but
being
but
inherited, it is being extended. Here's the point that I'm
no,
stressing.
no,
Like
the
you,
children
let me
don't
finish,
have to go
let
through
me finish,
naturalization.
let me finish. Because I was making a very simple point. And it's also stated declaratively in the executive order. Citizenship is a gift and a privilege, not a right. Okay? But y'all got it.
Well, I just want to wrap up Wong Kim Ark, um, because they keep making it seem like illegal aliens are going to be able to benefit from that Supreme Court ruling, and I absolutely don't think they do. And this is actually from the ruling. It says nothing is better settled at the common law than the doctrine that the children, even of aliens born in a country, while the parents are resident there under the protection of the government and owing a temporary allegiance thereto, are subjects by birth. And that's how Wong Kim Ark was able to obtain citizenship, because his parents, okay, they had a legal residency in the country. And because they were not citizens, they were in the country by permission, they owed an allegiance to the country. And since they had a child, their child became a subject of that government by birth. And that's how he became a citizen of the United States. The parents had a legal residence. Illegal aliens, they're not legally in our country. So I just wanted to just wrap up the Wong Kim arc with that. And if I may, I have another video. So I'm gonna pass it to you, brothers, while I pull up this next video, and you can let me know.
Can I, again, I am, or does that brother come back? Hope?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm muted up, brother. You got the flow.
Indians not taxed. What you elaborate on taxation without representation?
Hey man, all I know, you feel me, is they taxing our elders, our parents, our loved ones, you feel me, and yeah, they considering us black, we not black, and that's taking us away from our birthright. That's the best way I could put it in a nutshell, brother.
What would you consider are the benefits of citizenship? I don't know if you heard me read that article that was supposedly stressing good moral character.
I got it.
Well, would you explain to me what the benefits of citizenship is? I am, or you, Brother Hope?
Man, I don't think they got benefits. They just a buffer class that's just in place, and sitting here keeping this story convoluted. I don't think they're getting any benefits. It's just being here amongst us and
Well,
making their numbers up.
I will push back in this regard. Whether they are citizens or not, legal or illegal, they are given tax-funded benefits. We don't seem to, I think, comprehend that.
Oh no, I'm
They're
well
given
aware that they
housing, they're
weaponized and
giving food
mechanized.
for their children, they're giving health care. They are giving tax-free status 5 to 7 years while being supposedly processed for legal immigration, but here illegally. Not even get into the issue of
Correct.
voting, military service. Would those all fall under the category of citizenship? I am.
I'm kind of confused. I'm trying to figure out what's the problem.
What?
He
What do you
just
mean?
clarified it.
What's
He
the
just
problem?
clarified it.
I'm saying like I mean, okay, so people over here, but I mean, really, at the end of
Well,
the
what I
day,
first asked you, I am, is what do you consider the benefits of citizenship?
um, the benefits of citizenship. I mean, you don't have to be concerned about the government deporting you. That's the main benefit right there. Okay, I would say.
Really? Okay. So now, and so what has that meant to the American known as the Negro? Because deportation is off the table for the American. So would you all explain to me what is second class citizenship? Because I think we seem to be confused here
Okay,
about the
okay, but you,
discussion.
okay, but you changed to kind of like you said, what is the benefits of citizenship? Now
No,
you're saying
that's the
second class
first thing
citizenship.
I'm asking you because the argument here that's being raised is that this is a birthright. I'm suggesting and will continue to argue citizenship is not a right. Do you see the
Oh, okay,
contradiction
okay.
in
You
the
talking about
term?
with the title? Okay, the title. You saying they don't go together? Okay, I see what you're
Well,
saying.
well, all right, then let's walk on birthright. Both of you brothers, tell me what your birthright is.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. What's a birthright?
Whatever you brothers want to share, because I'd like for us to stop getting it twisted. That's why there's so much conflation going on, like referring to American citizenship. There is no American citizenship.
Okay, I got
You're
you. I
an
see.
American by birth. So then explain to me what those birthrights might be, brother I am, brother Hope.
What? That, okay, so are you in the speaker on in agreement about that, about how you look at that word American citizen? Because I think according to what you're saying, there is no such thing as an American citizenship. If you either you're an American,
You
and then if
did either of you see the law that we read? The instructions given in the Constitution was for the House of Representatives to create an uniform rule of naturalization. What does that phrase mean on its face? However, y'all want to explain. What does a rule of naturalization mean to either or both of you, gentlemen?
I don't know about that one, man. I don't know what that means.
How about we
Hey, the
start with
best
the
way I
word
could put it,
process? How
the
we start
best
with
way
the
I
word
could put it,
process?
the best way I could put it, man, is exile the nigger on his own land and get a peasants an economic floor, man. You feel me? Straight up.
Okay, now you're talking about possibly a cause and effect. I'm saying let's deal with what is naturalization. You follow me, brothers? It is a process.
Right.
The
But
American cannot be naturalized by definition in
right,
your
that would
own
be
house, on your own land.
right. That would be
Right. We're
Can
stupid.
we start?
natural born.
Right, right. That would be stupid to naturalize yourself
Well, you
if
can
you're
talk about
born here.
stupid or not. I'm going to still stress to you, brothers, again, then what is citizenship and the benefits to the Aboriginal, the
Oh,
American
okay.
known as the Negro?
If you're indigenous to the Americas, citizenship would be no benefit to you, technically. Is that? I think that's what you're getting at, right? If you're indigenous to the
So
Americas,
then
you
explain to
citizenship
me what benefits United States citizens get.
no don't have to have fear of being deported.
Yeah,
Well, no, you keep
deportation,
going to
like
the
you
deported
said.
thing,
Then you
but
mentioned
hope,
that.
hope, go back to the point you said about how we're being abused and taken advantage of, being taxed, being infringed upon, and who's getting benefit of the taxation coming out of the American.
The illegal aliens.
Well,
So
I would
yeah,
argue they're all illegal, but
yeah,
all
all
United
of them
States citizens are
legal.
aliens.
I'm with you. I can
Y'all
rock
cook,
with that.
brother. Chop it up.
And yeah, my birthright is Lower Creek, Muskogee, Alabama, and Powhatan on my pop side. So that's my birthright and bloodline right there. So yeah, American. You feel me?
Now, that's very good. Thank you for saying it's your blood right. So your bloodline is your inheritance, right? Right?
Correct.
So then tell me what you inherit as a birthright. It is not citizenship. Are you young brothers? Is this
It's
mic on?
autonomy. It's
Are you not
autonomy and my
picking
own
up what I'm
sovereignty.
putting down?
We picking it up, brother. You feel me? We walking with you, man. And you
So
lacing our gators too
differentiate
right
a
now.
birthright from a benefit. Do you follow what I'm saying, y'all, brothers, please? Citizenship gives benefits. Birthright gives what?
Inheritance.
What are your rights, bro? Come on, walk with me, bro. What are those rights? Enumerate them, please.
Your inheritance.
Well, shit, I can't name none, right? Well, not offhand, but you feel me? All I know is they being hindered from us right now due to this bullshit with these aliens being over here. That's what I can say.
Okay, I'm not trying to drag y'all across the finish line. First
Personally,
of all,
basically,
should you be able to inherit the land that your inheritance is attached to? But go ahead, big dog.
For sure.
yeah, I was gonna say your birthright to me is, you know, your right to to be a citizen, flag on the play of the country, your birthrights, and also like not being able to be deported like all these other people.
I think y'all keep doing, you're limiting, first of all, in scope. But none of that is stated in the Declaration of Independence. What is life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness as an unalienable right? That is where it is named. It is announced in the Declaration of, we hold these truths to be what? Self-evident. Go ahead, sis. Cook.
Oh, excuse me. I shouldn't have said anything because I got hungry and I got me some food.
What is life, liberty, and it wasn't the pursuit of happiness. Most people don't understand. The original draft said pursuit of property. I am hope. I don't understand why it's difficult for y'all to explain what is rights and what is privileges.
Okay, so who was given who? Okay, I mean, but if you indigenous to, if this is when a person is indigenous to a land, they don't have to be concerned about the pursuit of land. That would They get that automatically
Why would you suggest that? I'm
because
not
they would never.
disagreeing with you, but I need you to elaborate on why you make that suggestion.
I already said it because that would come automatically with just being
Automatically
indigenous,
based on what?
uh, being indigenous.
And how do you prove that? How does one prove that, Hope? You made some very interesting statements earlier. Go back again to where Alabama, Arkansas, wherever that you was referring to. What's your proof, Hope?
The land inheritance, fucking my autonomy, you feel me? And yeah, my nation fucking membership.
By bloodline lineage?
Correct.
That's what you are born?
Correct.
That is your birthright?
Pedigree.
That is your inheritance?
Unalienably.
I don't hear the word citizen. Did you? Do you?
Nah, nada.
Okay. Citizenship is a privilege. Would
It's
you explain to me what privileges and benefits are, brothers?
Driver licenses, you feel me? Having a driver license, having an ID possibly.
Well, also I guess to be straight point to the point, your privilege. If you're a citizen, you can still the government can still decide to deport you. Actually, not but you got a better chance of not being deported if you're a citizen. But
You seem to be hung up on this deporting thing. Okay, let me make it very clear here. There is only one distinct, unique people that cannot be deported. What's the answer to that, brothers? What's the answer to that? There can be only one.
The indigenous people of the land.
No, American.
Okay, that's the same thing, right?
Only the American cannot be deported. Can we put that to rest? Can we put that to bed?
Right. So I was commenting on the citizen. I'm not speaking about the
And
indigenous
that
right now.
would be everyone
Right.
not American.
Right.
Are you hearing me clearly now?
Yeah, I was gonna say it a different way. I was gonna say all
All
foreigners.
United States citizens are foreigners.
Yeah, I was gonna say all foreigners would be considered citizens.
All foreigners are alien. The process of naturalization is pertinent to aliens. That would not include what people, Hope?
You like saying American. I
The
like
American.
I like saying indigenous. Like that's cool. It just hit harder for me for some reason.
I got you, bro. But everybody ain't calling themselves indigenous. Why might that be, young bloods?
That's a good question. Because they're not indigenous to America.
How many times do you hear them suggest American citizen, young bloods?
Quite often. Often? Yeah.
But an American, by definition, is Aboriginal, correct, gentlemen? An Aboriginal, or an Aborigine, which is a noun, is indigenous by the adjective reference to your Aboriginal status at birth. Now, are y'all picking up what I'm putting
Got it.
down?
Yeah. You saying American, indigenous, and Aboriginal is synonymous.
Birthrights.
Yeah.
Citizenship is not.
Mm.
You do see the contradiction
Not
now?
up for debate.
Okay, so that's why you saying okay, that's not something that you like. That ain't even concerning the American.
And again,
Birthright.
sis,
It's
not
not
to
just. It's not.
quarrel with you, that is a different way of how people conflate, suggesting the children of naturalized citizens are inheriting. They're not inheriting. They're having the gift or privilege of citizenship extended,
To their
bestowed,
to their
handed
children.
to you.
Yeah.
Are you picking? Are you? Is this mic on?
Hey,
Yeah.
given the
Yeah.
economic floor, you feel me? Homestead Act, all this shit that's supposed to go to us.
So now continue to elaborate on those benefits, Hope.
Shit, having our farms, like you said, they get business they get business loans, tax incentives, fucking. Hey, the Afghanistans had 500 mil set aside before they came over here. Like all this shit, like this shit is preposterous.
Now, everything that you lined out and suggested, how is that being deprived the Negro colored black person, gentlemen?
How is that depriving the Negroes?
No, how are the Negro colored black people being deprived of the same benefits you just described? Or being defamed and suggesting that you're receiving what? Welfare? That you are shiftless and lazy. First of all, you shouldn't have been taxed in the first place.
Correct.
The
That's
Indians
what
should not be taxed. The Indians should not be counted or enumerated.
enumerated. Correct. That's where the misinformed representatives come in at. That need to be redressed.
So again, gentlemen, I need you to understand everything you're describing as a right is really a privilege. It is a benefit attached to United States citizenship. But how are those benefits created? Through the taxing unlawfully, unconstitutionally of the American. While the people are stealing your inheritance, your blood right, your existence, and they're extending and issuing privileges and benefits to illegals. And I argue they all are illegal.
Yeah,
Whether
but
legal or illegal, they're aliens. and the other clause she didn't mention, I think that might have been in the repeal of 1795. There's also another clause that this good moral character is one requirement. But again, how would a outlaw say another outlaw has good moral character? The other clause is to prove oneself not to be an alien enemy. Now, all United States citizens, by definition, are aliens. Would you gentlemen please share with me who's not your enemy?
Who's not our enemy?
Well, that's the requirement of them being granted United States citizenship, to prove oneself to not be an alien enemy. And since all of them are aliens, who would they be the enemy of, gentlemen?
The Aboriginal American.
By calling themselves what?
These social constructs.
No, by calling themselves American, European American,
Correct,
Asian
correct.
American, African American, Native American, Hispanic, etc., 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 American. Y'all got it.
I think I got confused here. I think I got confused with what you're saying now. First, well, I understand.
Okay, I am. Stay with me. This is real simple. It's not rocket science. In the definition of American, who are the copper-colored Aboriginals encountered by the Europeans, right? However you want to phrase that
That's
definition,
fine.
that is the
However you want to put
definition
it.
of the American.
Right.
Now applied. The second clause in the definition of American says, now applied to who? The
Anybody.
descendants of the same Europeans that encountered the American.
Basically
now, what
anybody.
is that described? Is that theft or not?
No, that's.
I know they like to use flowery words. Now applied. When you're applying something to something else that it is not, what's your understanding of that? Because they are not and never will be American.
Not the first definition for the word American, but for the second definition for the word American, they would be.
It is not a definition. It is an admission of a crime. I am. Come on, man. I know you can't be that dense.
Ill-gotten gains.
Now applied to the descendants of the colonizers. Do you hear it better that way? But go ahead, Hope.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Hey, man, if he don't get how you explaining it and breaking it down to his,
I got it.
Smallest molecules, then hey, man, I'm not a teacher like you, brother.
No, I get it.
I'm
what
all about
saying
action. I'm ready to go to Washington, D.C., set up the fucking Zoom meeting for, hey, the UN, Washington, D.C., BIA. Hey, sis, none of your business. I've been reaching out to you. I've been trying to reach out to you for a year now. Like, everybody in California. I put out all my social medias and my contacts, and I'm going to do it again. I'm muting up.
But again, gentlemen, I think, unfortunately, using flowery terms and allowing some wiggle room now apply to the descendants of, take out the word European. Who are all Europeans? Invaders?
All the invaders.
Conquistadors?
I mean, but
colonizers?
What I'm saying, but we gotta look. I think we should look at it like from this two perspective or angle that they are Americans in a sense.
No, stop.
I wasn't done.
You know
yet,
what? First of all, you're gonna get the tether tag. You keep doing this shit.
Well, let me
and the
finish what
next
I'm
thing
gonna say.
is, first of all, your black card and the cookout's been revoked. Okay.
I didn't mention the word black yet. I ain't even mentioned the word black yet.
I'm telling you, you talking that black shit.
No,
okay?
I'm not done yet. I ain't
yes, you are, because you just said
hold on. You jumping the gun,
them
man.
a pass. When you're giving an alien invader
I
a
am.
pass, that's some tetherish ass.
But you can't. How
shit.
you gonna cut my wisdom and you ain't even hear? I mean, cut my statement. I didn't even finish. I was gonna say that.
Come on, I am.
Everybody that's legally, according to the USA, everybody that's legally here in America, and they got their citizenship, they are Americans based upon the second definition of the word. I'm not done yet.
No, because you just did the tether shit. Now,
I wasn't
again,
done yet.
what did I This is not rocket science,
I'm
homie.
almost
I'm
done.
gonna
I was
say this
almost done
one.
with my statement.
No, I'm gonna say this for the final time, not just for you, but the peanut gallery, the short bus shorty, and the mentally challenged. United States citizens are all foreigners. Period.
I
What
said that
part of
already.
that don't you comprehend?
I
You
didn't. I didn't.
cannot bequeath them, bestow on them, or announce them American
I
of
didn't.
any form or fashion.
Yes, you can.
Hyphen or no hyphen.
No, I'm gonna tell you why you can't. And I wasn't done. You cut me off. I had already said anybody that's here legally, based upon the USA standards, they are American. They are American citizens, and they are Americans. That's why they're able to be in the military and so forth, man. They legal, man. I can't change. They are Americans, whether they
That is
where nobody.
not
No,
American. That is the
I'm
United
not saying
States
that's the
Armed
organic.
Forces. No, brother, please
I'm
come
not
on
saying
now.
that's
This
the
is called.
organic. But
This
just
is
let me say this.
simple.
Just let me say this.
Hold on. Oh, hold on, I am, because if for some strange reason, wherever you're tripping over your tongue or your brain cells are short circuiting, these are United States Armed Forces, not American. These are United States government officials, not American.
It's the
Anything that
USA.
says United States is of foreign origin.
Federal
What
foreigners.
don't you get, bro?
I didn't say they
But
wasn't.
go ahead. Y'all
You
got it.
didn't get it. I never did. Anybody that's here that's not originally from here, of course, is a foreigner.
Yeah, and they not naturalized
But
into American.
but
They
but but
naturalized into.
if they be legal, if they become legal, acknowledged by the USA, then they are Americans. They are
They
considered
are United
Americans.
States citizens, bro,
They
not Americans. It's only one
they
American.
they United States they United States American citizens.
You can take
What
the American out. They United
your brain
States
is your
citizens.
tongue not attached to your brain?
Well, why don't he cite his source
He
that
can't, because
they're American?
you have already read the law. The Constitution clearly states these are rules of naturalization. There is no born into. There is naturalized as a process, and then you may be native born. But go ahead, sis. I'm gonna go mute.
No, I was just wondering if he can just cite his source so we can source that up and read it, because as far as we know, all the foreigners are naturalized into citizens of the United States. So it is a common notion in this society that everyone that comes here, as soon as they step on our ancestral soil, they're claiming that they're American. This is a common notion, but there's no law. There's no law that says they're an American.
Okay. Well,
We
maybe
know
I
you
stand for
got that,
correction.
brother, right?
Yeah, I got it. Maybe I stand for correction, but according to what I was reading, it says they are officially considered a United States American citizen.
Okay, what are you
Pull that
reading
up.
though?
Yeah, pull that up,
Yeah,
please.
yeah. Share your screen.
Well, I'm not able to do that, but it's
You can't drop it in the back chat or
Sis,
turn your camera
first of
on your
all,
face.
sis, you know he's doing the same thing that lawyer did in that video. You notice how he slickly kept saying Native American when Indian is the only thing that's referenced in the Constitution. He kept saying American citizen, knowing as a lawyer, the law creates a United States citizen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but if you're a United States citizen, but where is the USA? Where is the US at? The US is on the American continent.
But
I mean,
that doesn't make, because see, that's the whole point. That everyone comes over here and they claim that they're American and they think it's a citizenship, but it's not. It's a bloodline. It's a lineage. And I've been arguing that since, I was in community college and folks trying to jump on me, from community
How many
college to the
times did I
university.
just explain what is your birthright? Now I know, bro, I know you're
we got
smarter
that.
than this.
No, we got
And I
that.
don't
We
know
got
if you're now getting on the borderline trolling. So
no, we got.
again, you
Hold
can
on, we got
only
that.
be born into something by what? Blood, lineage, family, correct? Now, what is the birthright you get at birth? It is not citizenship, bro. Citizenship is a privilege. It is a franchise extended by a government entity. You can have state citizenship, you can have federal citizenship. There is no American citizenship. Can you
No,
please get that straight?
there's no American citizenship, but Alabama, we're going to have to agree to disagree that what you're saying that you cannot inherit citizenship because you absolutely
Angel,
can.
angel,
If
angel,
someone's
angel, angel.
grandparents
What
came
the
here,
law
if
stated, hold on, please, hold
someone's
on. Hold on. I wish you
grandparents
stopped doing
came
that. No, no,
here
no, no,
and
no.
were
Stop, 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 stop.
naturalized,
Stop, Angel. What's said in the
why?
law
Why
is it
can't get out what I'm
extends.
trying to
No, it
say?
does not say that it's inherited. It says the status of the parents is extended to the child once
There's
they're
that word
naturalized
extended is not in
under
there.
the age of 18,
That
not
word
at
extended
birth.
extended is not a word in that statute. That word extended is not in there. If
It
you
does
like, I
not
can
say
read it again.
inherited at all, Angel.
But what else can a child do but inherit
No,
from
you
their
can't
parent?
inherit sweetheart. Now, it's just as I'm dealing with the dimwit here. There's only rights at birth, and everything else
And
is
you
a
inherit
privilege.
your rights.
A privilege and a gift is something that can be revoked. A right cannot be extended except through death. You got me, Hope? You got me, I am?
Got you, brother.
I don't get why this is such a difficult thing to
So why
comprehend.
is it that naturalization is automatic once your parents are naturalized? Or it could have been your grandparents. Your grandparents went through naturalization and your parents are automatically naturalized, and then you're automatically naturalized.
No, come on now, sis. You already know. We've already gone through this. You become a native born citizen. You're not
Through
inheriting,
naturalization, you can
and it,
only become native through naturalization.
which you now you're saying the exact same thing I just said in your fashion, but it is
No,
not a
no, I'm not.
birthright. It is
No, I'm
not
not.
a
You
birthright.
inherit it. You
Citizenship
inherit
is a
citizenship.
process. I don't know why we keep having this thing. This is not about a semantical argument.
We can
No
agree to
matter how
disagree.
many, no matter how long they are native born, they're not American. That's the only thing I said. I don't give a damn about citizenship or United States. The United States, by definition, is a criminal enterprise. The United States, by definition, is committing fraud. Fraud vitiates everything under legal statute. Do you brothers know that? I am. Hope. Do you brothers know that fraud voids any and everything?
Correct.
In everything
Accessory
they
after the
do.
fact. All of these
And
aliens are
what is
accessory
it
after the
about
fact.
fraud? What is it about fraud that's even distinct and unique from murder, rape, mayhem? It retroactively goes back to the first incident of fraud being committed. It has no timeline, has no statute of limitations, it has no jurisdiction. It
But
could
hold
be
on,
anywhere on the planet.
but hold on, Alabama. But what you saying is above. That might be above all our pay grade right now. I mean, what you saying? That don't mean anything if you don't got no authority to bring justice. That don't mean
Oh,
nothing.
so now let's talk about what is the authority then, since you suggest that, and you could be accurate.
I
I
mean, just
am.
think about what you're saying. You
So
calling
what?
America, USA, America,
Well,
criminal
hold on now,
enterprise.
hold
That
on.
don't mean
This
nothing,
whole
man.
argument that's being raised under birthright citizenship, what is the important clause that they keep bringing up? And subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Correct? Correct?
That's the distraction. Those
Go ahead,
aren't the
sis.
most
Go ahead,
important
sis.
words to me. Those aren't the most important words to me in that section 1 of the 14th Amendment. When we look at the first words, it says all persons born. They need to define person because they're saying all persons born. They need to define person. They need to define that.
Okay, and now the source I have, right quick, inserting this is that they said that there's not a difference between an American citizen and a United States citizen. Both terms refer to a person who has full citizenship status, whether born in the U.S. or naturalized.
What AI and search engine are you looking at?
Yeah,
Because
that
you
was
just
yeah. That's
did the
that's
same thing this absquatulating cracker did. I don't care that he's a lawyer. Knowing that he was violating the statute and the Constitution. Where is the word American in the Constitution? Now,
okay.
sis,
Well,
remind him
I
again
wasn't just
about the citizen reference, because didn't that same person say, whatever video we were showing, that there was no reference to citizen in the Constitution? Didn't they misspeak,
Yeah,
sis?
he misspoke on that. Mhm.
And what was the reference to citizen? In
Oh,
being the
the
president
reference
and
that
the
I
vice
cite,
president, right? Yeah,
yeah,
go ahead.
the reference that I cite is Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5. That states a natural born citizen, which I'm also saying that's us, Aborigines. We're the natural people of the land. There's only one people, and that's us, the natural people, the natural born people of the land, or a citizen of the United States, which we know are all the immigrants after they go through naturalization. So we are all in agreement that the United States of America is a republic, right? Are we all in agreement to that? This is a republic.
Correct. I agree.
And we are guaranteed a Republican form of government.
Yep. And Trump accidentally slipped up and said a democracy on something the brother Aton was showing the other day. So yeah, hey, us being Aboriginal is a threat to their democracy. Fuckers.
So of a republic is a government of the people. And the people literally are the Republicans. But
Correct.
they have usurped everything and turned it upside down and put their spin on it. And everything that we are now, they claim that's them.
I mean, to some extent, it is them.
Now, claiming to be something, what makes it criminal?
Because it's fraud. And like you said, fraud vitiates everything. It's fraud.
I mean, that's a major statement to say, especially when a person don't have no authority to change that particular situation or bring those people to justice. And that's got
You
to
said a person. A
people
person.
yeah, a person or people or a group. If you're not able to bring that type of power to justice and prove that they are a fraud, I mean, that's just. I mean, I know it's good to say, it sounds good, but it would be even better if something can be actually done about it, like on an like quickly.
Well,
But
that's what we
nobody has
getting
the
ready to
authority to
see.
bring. Nobody has no authority to bring that power down like that right now.
We got the authority. We got to redress it. We sitting on our hands in the back seat while these fucking federal foreigners are controlling the wheel right now. We ain't
Okay, so
addressed it as a people, as a whole community of us being on one protocol and sticking with American and our birthright being American.
Now, when
That's it.
both of you said those things, I want you to differentiate what is black representation and what is American being represented. Because we have an issue of taxation without representation. Would you gentlemen agree?
Correct.
no, I don't
So
agree.
who are these
I
black
don't agree to
elected?
that.
Okay, well, you can have the back and forth on that. But now these black representatives, are they all immigrants to some degree, it seems? These
I
black
would
immigrants?
agree. I say so.
And so who are
No,
they
I wouldn't. I don't
representing?
agree to that
Are
either.
they
No,
representing the American or are they representing immigrants?
They're
they
representing immigrants.
Yeah, the Kamala Harris is in them.
no, well, not just that, but they represent the USA. That's who they
No, they're
represent.
representing the federal system.
Yeah. Well, same thing.
That's been put upon the people they did not choose and that only represent Americans. There is no black in no other country except America. And that was first a representation of FBA. Yes, set up for agenda again, to capture a identity, nothing new under the sun. But my question to y'all is this. I'm a little late and I just want to know, I might have missed it. Can I see that source that we showed that showed where the difference in between America and the USA? Can you show us documentation where they say that it's America versus the USA, like we can see Indian versus the USA? Can we see America versus the USA in paperwork? I just don't know if we missed it there.
I don't have any sources that's gonna say versus USA, but I can pull up the source on the American Indian contributions, the encyclopedia, showing the two different United States Constitution and them getting that formula and method from the American Constitution. Let me try to get that.
Yeah, because that is what we need for us to not say that America and the USA are two different things. Okay, we know that there was a America, and then the colonies came and made a United States. So what I see, and we also know now that there are no Indian versus American topics or treaties or laws or anything that separate American from a Indian. Okay, so we know that that's been incorporated, but yeah, they are one and the same. There is no USA without being America. You cannot be in the USA without first being in America.
Okay, you talking about the land or?
Period.
Okay, that's what I was trying to. That's what I thought I was just trying to communicate. Yeah. So thanks. So you see, okay, cool. So like that's what I'm saying, Alabama. So I'm like the USA. If you're a USA citizen, the United States citizen and the United States American citizen, according to the internet, is the same thing.
Would
It's
you stop
interchangeable.
doing? Okay, bro. See, y'all, you Google freaks. Okay, would you stop? Would you actually read the law? Would you bring that back up on the screen,
What law?
Angel?
You talking about the
Because
Constitution?
y'all keep going unlawfully with your behavior. So
No,
would you
no,
bring
no. You
up the
talking about the
Naturalization Act of 1790, which was then repealed by 1795? As a matter of fact, bring up the 1795 one besides as well, if you could,
Oh, I
Angel.
don't have, excuse me, Alabama, I don't have that one pulled up, but somebody would like to pull up, what did you say, the 1795?
Because he doesn't seem to understand what the law states. And this is what the problem is when we let people run around under code, statutes, and regulations and not know what the Constitution is. Only the Constitution is lawful. All this other stuff is legalese, I am. Do you understand the difference?
Yeah, I got you. Constitution. In the word American is not even in the Constitution, though. Far as what the internet says, it's not even that word is not even mentioned in the Constitution.
Who said it was?
Well, no, he said no one said it was. He's saying that the Constitution is the law. I said, okay, well, if we're dealing with the word American is not even mentioned in the law of the Constitution or the Constitution. That's why I mentioned that. I'm not saying that he said that
In
he said
democracy, the word democracy is not in the Constitution either, but you'll hear these folks all day long talk about this as a democracy and majority rules. And that's how they've been getting over on us, the Aborigines, because we're outnumbered by all these folks over here claiming to be American, and they're not. They're not of this landmass.
Okay, so who gets the authority on the word or the
Hold on, hold up, wait a minute. So I could send you this Wikipedia thing, but would you just give me a sec here to share my screen? Because again, I get tired of the idiocy and the absolute ignorance that seems to pervade in niggerdom. So now, if you can see my screen, unfortunately, this is doing some Wikipedia on the fly. Do you see that paragraph right there, sis?
Yes.
The act also omitted the term, say what, sis?
Natural born.
In the characterization of what?
Children born outside the U.S. to U.S. citizen parents.
The act repeated what?
The limitation in the 1790 Act that naturalization was reserved only for free white persons. It also changed the requirement in the 1790 Act of good character to good moral character.
Okay, now let's scroll down here to post. You see post 1795?
Yes.
What does it say
The
next?
1795 Act was superseded by the Naturalization Act of 1798. Okay.
And then
Can you
what
read it?
next?
Because that's kind of small.
Yes, okay. Which extended the residency requirement to 14 years and notice period to 5 years. Now, what do you think that notice period is?
They have to give notice that they want to be naturalized.
Next, the 1798 Act was repealed by the what?
The Naturalization Law of 1802, which that last video I played talked about.
Okay, now let's go to the provisions portions here. You want to see the second paragraph? I am, can you read it?
He's on mute. Oh, there you go.
Okay, you want me to read? I want to find out about this American being the law and what you saying.
You're gonna find out if you read the law, brother. Could you read the law? Since for some reason people think I'm putting words in their mouth.
Okay, is this
I'd rather
updated
you
law?
read it yourself. You see where
Is
it
this
says the
updated?
1795 Act continued the what? Right under provisions. It's right at the top of the screen, brother. See, it's on my phone, but maybe if I turn it this way, it can be a little bigger. But unfortunately,
Oh, that is
now,
bigger. Yes.
Now, can you see that? Under provisions. I am. Now he's gonna go mute on me now. Okay, right.
Yeah, you want to read the
reading is fundamental. The 1795 Act continued the 1790 Act. Limitation of naturalization being available only to who?
Free white persons.
But it's never been defined, has it? The main change was the increase in the period of required residence in the what?
United States.
Before an alien can be naturalized from 2 to 5 years. And the introduction of the Declaration of Intent requirement, or what?
First papers.
Which required to be filed at least when?
3 years before the formal application.
Creating a what?
2-step naturalization process.
Okay, so now I am. I am.
Yep.
What's the next paragraph say?
Okay, keep going. I'm listening.
No, it's on you, brother.
I dropped that in the back for Sister Jackie too, and for all the viewers and
I'm looking, but I don't see nothing about no American.
Aliens intending to naturalize had to go to their what? Hope?
Local court.
I'm still waiting for that. Have y'all seen
Niggas
those
spraying the
records?
whole fucking bottle on, baby.
Have you seen those records, Hope?
Right.
And declare their what?
Intention.
To do so at least 3 years before their formal application. In the declaration, the applicant would also indicate his understanding that upon naturalization, he would take an oath not only of what?
Allegiance to the United States.
But also what?
Renunciation of his former
sovereign. In addition to the Declaration of Intention and oath of renunciation, the 1795 Act required all naturalized persons to be what?
Attached to the principles of the Constitution of the United States.
And be what?
Well disposed to the good order and happiness of the same.
The act removed the characterization of children born outside the U.S. to U.S. citizen parents as what?
Natural born citizens. And remember when I read that, I was saying that that's not right. And you see, they removed it because they know that's not right.
Providing instead that such children shall be what?
Considered as citizens of the United States.
Now,
just like their parents.
Considered is not inheritance. Do you get what I'm saying now, sis? But y'all got it.
No, I don't get it.
Don't run, Alabama. Don't run off of that.
No, we're gonna agree to disagree on that.
You got to deal with that. If they consider, then why wouldn't it be an inheritance? Or
give me
birthright.
some examples of consideration. Give me some examples of consideration. Do we want to go further here to the 1802? Because it seems like they repeal after repeal after repeal, right?
Because the U.S. is confused about everything. They always changing stuff.
Really?
If something is right, you don't got to keep changing what's right.
Really?
That's right.
Now they extended the residency from what? The most key point there.
From 14 years to 5.
No. This is where the 5 was the process that was the formal applicant, but you must be a resident of 14 years.
But Alabama, this is the conflict I'm seeing with what you're saying. You focusing on that right there, that law. That's a United States law. I mean, U.S. law.
I'm sorry, sis. Right there. Look at the bullet points. You're correct there. But I want y'all to look at all of this from 1802. Look at the bullet points. Look at the bullet points. Go ahead. Go through the bullet points.
But Alabama, why you ain't dealing with that, man?
Go through the bullet points.
Okay, it says the free white person requirement remained in place. The alien had to declare at least 3 years in advance his intent to become a U.S. citizen. The previous 14-year residency requirement was reduced to 5. Resident children of naturalized citizens were to be considered citizens. Children born abroad of U.S. citizens were to be considered citizens.
And what about that former British? Come on now, sis. Cook on this.
During the late war were barred unless the state legislature made an exception for them.
And what's so important about the year 1802? Some kinds of stuff that the American known as the Negro has been falsely led to believe, like the Louisiana Purchase. But go ahead, sis. I'm gonna go on mute.
No, I'm just gonna agree to disagree with you, Alabama, because even if they use the term considered, those children are being considered because they inherit the status of their parent.
You can use a different word, recognize. You can, instead of using consider, you can use the word recognized. It's interchangeable.
It's through lineage.
Yeah, they recognize. Right, that means they're recognized as being citizens or considered. It's the same thing.
Of the USA, United States of America. Maybe if it said just US, we could be confused as to think that they're not Americans, but it's American.
The green pack.
But they're federal citizens. This is a federal citizenship.
Right,
we're talking. The citizen
of
the United States is a federal citizenship. Us Aborigines, we don't fall under that. We're nationals.
Right.
We go back before the Constitution.
No, I'm gonna show y'all
the founding of the Republic.
Angel, that is something we ought to talk about more in trying to establish our FBA foundation and growth, because here in America, since they have adopted the USA instead of America, they don't include the original Americans. When they come up and talk, most of the time, these people who run in the country are foreigners, and this is a foreign ran country to uphold foreign citizenship. So they don't recognize the original Americans. And read that again for me, Angel. And I'd like to appreciate you for being very genuine and real, and not doing the go along, get along thing, and having a real conversation. Would you read that little part you just read again, sister?
Oh, I didn't read anything, sister, other than what Alabama have put up. I have read that.
About the original American. your last statement. You was just talking about the difference between the original American and a
Right.
federal. Go
Right.
ahead.
I was just saying that citizens of the United States, they're federal citizens. They're under the federal system. They're naturalized under the federal government. That's the federal system. But us Aborigines, we predate the federal government. The federal government came into effect in 1789. We predate the Constitution for the United States of America. We predate the Articles of Confederation. We go all the way back to the Aboriginal law of the land, which is the Great Law of Peace. So that's all I was saying, is that we're not the same as them, and they know that. And Alabama, thank you, brother, for bringing up that 1795 and that 1802, because it clearly shows that they took that natural born citizen out of there, because they know good and well no citizen of the United States is a natural born citizen. That's very clear in the organic constitution.
Correct. Hey, shout out to both you, Angel, and you, Alabama. Y'all putting it on the table. You feel me? Now, if anybody not comprehending and grasping this, hey, I don't know what to tell them, but I'm pretty sure our people in the chat and that's gonna be listening on the playback, they got it down packed. So, but yeah, hey, I am.
No, we
Hey man,
don't.
I
No,
thought
no,
you was
no.
coming home, brother.
We gonna beat down idiocy and stupidity over here. So now, reading is fundamental. Back to the screen. Did y'all see my screen?
Yes, sir.
What does it say at the top?
Citizenship of the United States.
Now I'm gonna turn it this way so that y'all can at least see. What does it say in the first paragraph?
Oh, you want someone to read? Does
I
someone want to
prefer
read?
I am who keeps ducking and dodging. I want you to count how many times you see the word American in regards to citizenship. Hope, since I am is being disingenuous. What does the first paragraph say?
Citizenship of the United States is
So
a
stop.
legal.
So stop. How is it you keep using the word American?
Okay, where is the United States located, sir?
Go further, Hope, since you don't want to actually engage with some
I'm trying to
intelligent
talk to you.
discourse with it.
Is a
That's all I
legal
do.
status
Finish the paragraph,
that
please, sir.
entails citizens with
Trying to.
specific rights, duties, protections, and benefits, where you put a pin at earlier, in the United States. It serves as a foundation of the fundamental rights derived from and protected by the de facto constitution that they amended. And and the laws of the United States, such as freedom of expression, due process, the rights to vote, live and work in the United States, and to receive federal assistance.
I want you to pause there for a second. Now, again, reiterating, it serves as a foundation of fundamental rights. Now, you do notice that they slid also into benefits, correct? But what are the fundamental rights? Let's just deal with those first three that they put there.
Okay.
Freedom of expression.
Yep.
Due process.
Mm-hmm.
The rights, plural it seems. I guess you can vote more than once, as they do. Okay. Live and work. Now, can you tell me which of those things have not been deprived the actual American known as the Negro? Hope. These are the rights: freedom of expression, due process, right to vote, live and work in the United States, unmolested. I'm adding unmolested because your rights would have to not be infringed upon, right?
Correct.
We're going to leave out that federal assistance because the Indian in the Constitution should not be taxed, correct?
Or enumerated.
Okay. There are what? Two primary sources of citizenship. I'm going to show you again the contradiction of terms. Birthright citizenship, in which persons born within the territorial limits of the United States, except American Samoa, which is interesting, are presumed, that's another interesting word, presumed, to be a citizen, or providing certain other requirements are met, born abroad to a United States citizen parent. And what's the second one? And
Parent, and naturalization. Naturalization
naturalization. After naturalization, what's the first two words?
applies for
A
applied for.
process. A process. One more time. A
Oh,
process.
okay, yeah,
My
yeah, yeah,
brother,
yeah.
can
Yeah, I
you
see that.
inherit a process?
Nope.
Okay. In which, what? An eligible legal immigrant applies for citizenship and is accepted. The first of these two pathways to citizenship is specified in the Citizenship Clause of the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, which reads, you see where they're going back and forth over this birthright citizenship contradiction in terms.
Yep. Muddying up the waters.
The second is provided for in U.S. law in Article 1 of the Constitution. The power to establish a what, brother? In quotations,
Power.
uniform rule of naturalization.
Because nobody hear about no great law of peace. No. They used to talk about black people and black people vote, but they're not even interested in it no more. Alabama. So what I think is going on is that instead of you saying the American Negro, you go more to the American now known as the USA.
Now, if you weren't ready to put
Because
another
again,
video up, sis, I was also, because this next paragraph addresses how citizenship can be revoked, because that was the other video that I put in the chat, if you don't see that in the chat. National citizenship signifies membership in the country as a whole. State citizenship, in contrast, sister Jackie Brown, would you please stop doing what you're doing? Now we already know you are a professional troll. People actually, we cannot talk at the same time. And since I am still completing the presentation, I would kindly ask you to respect what I'm attempting to do. Would you mind? Please. Because this is a very key point that was not argued in the opening arguments, my brother Hope, my brother I am. National citizenship signifies membership in the country as a whole. State citizenship, in contrast, signifies a relation between a person and a particular state and has application generally limited to domestic matters. State citizenship may affect 1, tax decisions, 2, eligibility for some state provided benefits, such as a higher education, and 3, eligibility for state political posts, such as United States Senator. At the time of the American Civil War, state citizenship was a source of significant contention between the Union and the seceding Southern states. Now, gentlemen, what would you suggest that paragraph is making clear for you? Which, by the way, the first words uttered out of the House Negro, the elder statesman of the Supreme Court, was Dred Scott, if you all didn't hear the opening arguments. Would you care to elaborate on that, sis? Which still, I argue, has not been addressed. But go ahead.
Yes, I gotta apologize. I didn't really pay attention to everything you just was sharing with us because I was looking up something, and I think I found something regarding that citizenship is inheritable. I would like to cite this particular law school journal article, and I can pull it up, and if everyone is interested, we can take a look at it, because I just feel like I'm gonna have to agree to disagree with you on is citizenship inheritable. I'm saying yes, it is. And I know if I take the time that I'm going to be able to find law school journal article after article after article that I could cite that clearly states and shows and proves that citizenship is inherited through your lineage, through your parentage. So I can pull something up, just you're pulling up Wikipedia, but I just found a law journal
Well,
article.
I am only doing this, unfortunately, for the time and the limitation of my being on my phone. I only wanted that one part. You saw that paragraph I just shared? The difference between national citizenship and state
Oh,
citizenship.
okay. Let me see.
I'm going to zoom in one last time, share that again for those in the short bus who are mentally challenged. Go ahead, sis. You can reread that portion. National citizenship.
National citizenship signifies membership in the country as a whole. State citizenship, in contrast, signifies a relation between a person in a particular state and has application generally limited to domestic matters. State citizenship may affect 1, tax decisions, 2, eligibility for some state provided benefits, such as higher education, and 3, eligibility for state political posts, such as United States Senator. At the time of the American Civil War, state citizenship was a source of significant contention between the Union and the seceding Southern states. Okay.
And that's what I'm saying was not argued before the Supreme Court, and the constitutional arguments have yet to be raised. But y'all got it.
Okay.
So I'm gonna just say this. And I'm in agreement with the sister. I'm in agreement with whoever got that perspective. Really, citizenship is a birthright. Citizenship is handed down to the children. That's just common sense, really. If you're a citizen and then you have children in that same country or state, then of course naturally your children are going to be citizens. That's just common sense. I mean, who would disagree with that?
Well, we can agree to disagree, though.
I know, but I'm saying when I'm saying I'm agreeing, I see it the way you're saying it. That's just common sense. Who would disagree with that? If you're a citizen, then your children are citizen. If you're a foreigner,
Exactly.
if you're a foreigner to the USA or anywhere for that matter, that would be common sense thing to do. But of course, we know certain governments don't use good common sense like that. But yeah, that's just common sense for your children to be a person's children. If they're citizens, if the parents are citizens, then the children are citizens.
Right.
Common thing. It's
And
just a common thing to do. I mean, why would somebody? That's
it's called the law of blood or the right of blood, jus sanguinis, meaning that you inherit what your parents are.
yeah, right, right. Yeah,
And that goes for our matrilineal descent, our inheritance of this land. We inherit this land because it's our matrilineal descent as Aborigines. We inherit that. They can't take that away from us. It's our right, or we could say it's our birthright.
Well, let me ask you this, sister. Under this title that they give us, African American, they can, right? I mean, that it could actually kick up a little dust if they wanted to. I mean, because when people say, well, they can't do this, they can't do that, they do what the fuck they want to do. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, and they have. And every time they find something that they test on other people, always come back for us, the nigger of America. So my question is like, I'm sorry, I had a brain for it, but like
No, you was talking about African American.
Yeah, how they put that on us. They labeled us that themselves, which do take us off the land, especially with all the line history indoctrination that they have, trying to connect out of Africa theory to America, saying that nobody was in America. When the European, well, except the copper color racists, no European was here. And so this African American thing really do take you off of your land, which is them saying that we are not Americans. You agree with that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I kind of disagree with that to a certain extent. because like anybody that got the title American or the word or the name American attached to their other nationality or whatever they want to call it, then that gives them rights to this land. So if you
Yeah, I
African,
definitely agree with Jackie. That African American, they label that to make us foreigners in America. That's a
That's what she said, OG.
yes, ma'am. That's why I'm agreeing with Jackie.
yeah,
Okay.
it makes you a foreigner, but it still gives you the right to the land because you got American attached to it. You still got rights in this country regardless, and authority as well. Authority too, and power as well too, because you are an American, African American, and according to their title, I'm
I
saying not.
definitely disagree with that, my brother, because they took the power out of the people hand and put it in Congress and these corporations.
Mm-hmm.
But
And
they
they
give you the illusion of power by what you're saying, but they took away all the power. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Okay, well, the reason why I say you got power here as an American, as under that title African American, because you're not getting deported. You don't have to be fearful of being deported, at least not right now. And you can buy land, you can sell land, you can invest, you can do all kind of stuff here in America under the title African American, or any other type of American if you want to, American Indian, whatever. So it's like anybody that's an American, whether they be a citizen or they're organically an American, they have authority and power and rights here and privileges and freedoms, man, that people who are just visiting don't have.
So I think what you're just not understanding is this part. When they say African American, we are not African American. We are American American. But if
I
the
agree.
government decide to send everybody home to their own motherland, they would say that a niggas of America have to go to Africa because we are African before American. And them too, Elon Musk, who come from Africa, he's a African American here. But if they decided they don't want to accept the foreign memberships and citizenship, then Elon would have to go back home to Africa, which is his home. It's not our home, but by us being classified as African would have us looked at as African. Our government can say, yeah, we are African and send us to Africa. These foreigners who we know are foreigners that have government in our land. And I want to ask Sister again, because y'all know about the Indian stuff. How come and how do we get from this federal law back to the great law of peace? Is that what you said? The laws that protected Aboriginal? Because I noticed for years, nothing is talked about. Now that I'm grown and I listen to news and I vote and all of this, I don't hear them talking nothing about the indigenous people. Like, in other countries, they specialize in taking care of the original people, the people of the land. But I don't see that in America. Even in Africa, with all of those different countries owning all of that, those different parts of the continent, they pretend to be for the African. The African leaders sell out. They get the pension, the tangible for the European being on the land. I don't see that happening here. They never talk about the indigenous Americans. All of our laws and all of our wars and everything on our soil is about foreigners. So I like to know, where did the USA start and the United States stop? I like to know, was America the name of the land before colonizers? Do we have information showing where the people of America was calling themselves anything? Or is America totally indoctrinated European indoctrination?
Well, sister, you asked like several different things, but from what I can remember, the first thing you asked was pertaining to, why are they not respecting the indigenous people? And they're not respecting us. Absolutely, they're not. And we've been going round and round with that because literally we're in a genocide. All these foreigners are in cahoots and in collusion to eradicate and erase the indigenous people so they could come over here and take over our land and live their so-called American dream. And they're not even Americans. So that's the first thing. And the term America itself is a transliteration. It's a European transliteration of Amawaka. Amawaka is the indigenous name of the land from south to north, from what we call South America today to North America. Amawaka. And literally, I can't give a specific translation, but waka is sacred and ma is everything. The land, the country, the universe, everything is encompassed under ma. So amawaka, that, or some people pronounce it amawaka. They use a R or W. Personally, I use the W sound, waka, because it's more in line with our most ancient indigenous languages here in North America. So I hope that is some of what you were speaking on, Sister Jackie.
Well, you on the topic, but I guess I want to know though, do we know any written information that we can see our people and their laws before the colonization of Mawaka, saying Mawaka and who they are and what they was doing? You ever hear anything about Turtle Island? I mean, is it a name before? Is it a name before all of these, Afrikaans and Africa, and like Kemet is totally different from Africa, and I'm just using the information that we have available that we are familiar with. That's why I'm using terms like Africa and America, because we know these continents have had different names and been changed and things like that. But what we don't have is original writings from original people saying what they was doing. So I would like to know, when did the treaty stop? How did we end up from treaties to laws? How come we're not under treaties? How is the laws? How did the foreigner switch places with the indigenous people as far as being the government?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see what you're saying, sis. Because this federal system that's in place now literally has usurped all our natural born rights. And all these foreigners are over here running amok, and our people, us, the indigenous people, the Aborigines, they have us in a genocide. If we were to look at the Genocide Convention, every single offense has been and continue to be perpetrated on us. And why? Because we have foreigners who have come and overrun our land, to take over our land, to steal all the natural resources to benefit them. And we're outnumbered. We are totally outnumbered by foreigners. So we gotta make up our mind what we gonna do about
it. Well, I think that
you breaking up, sis?
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now. Mm-hmm.
The indigenous people of America, I might not be saying it right, but the original America, what would be their phenotype? Or what would they look like?
The phenotype, Negroid phenotype.
Negro.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And those are just scientific terms. Negroid, those are scientific terms. They describe our phenotype.
Right. And they just give a phenotype description so we can identify a person on earth that we're familiar with. And I appreciate those terms. And I'm not using them as a racist term. I'm using them as a race, though, to identify race. You know what I mean? And not colors like brown and copper and swarthy, but phenotypes. It's a definite identification. And if we know we are the original people of the land, we should automatically know this is not a recessive trait, people. You know, so that we can know what our people look like. A lot of times when we arguing about Indian and indigenous, they don't have a look. And that's one of the biggest fights. That's why it's such a big fight, because we ain't all on the same page. Some of us don't know that we the $5 Indian.
Who
We
the
don't
$5
know.
Indian?
Well,
Us, the ones that the Negroid Indian. He probably is the original Indian, but he the one that's cast out of the Indian system. You know what I mean? I'm not saying he not the original Indian, but he rejected from being in the Indian society. They have to prove they Indians. You know what I mean? A white person can say they had one Indian great granddaddy. Their whole phenotype is totally Caucasian, blonde hair and blue eyes, and yet they can still have the status to be classified as Indian. You see what I mean? That's what I mean. And so the thing about the FBA, that's why I harp on that, is not to harp on the Black, but to harp on the Negroid phenotype. That's my argument, that the original Americans are niggers. Niggers are Negroids. Negroids have afros and carbon-based skin. They do not have recessive traits. So it was hard to know who y'all was talking about when y'all was calling us Black. We are the indigenous. That is definitely our claim to the indigenous America, through their claim that we were Black. Because to me, that's them admitting we were Negroids.
Right. I agree with that, sis.
That's all that the Black thing is about. The blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. Black is the original. We cannot be the any other nation. We can't even be other nations. We can only be the original nation. We don't get to choose, I'm a Mongoloid, I'm a Caucasoid, I'm a Dravidian. We Negroes, we don't, ours don't change. Everybody around the world look at us and know exactly who we are.
Okay, so let me ask you, so the African have the Negroid, according to y'all's understanding, the Africans have a Negroid phenotype too as well, right?
They do.
Yep.
I agree.
The Negroid phenotype is all over the earth.
Right.
And wherever you find Aborigines, you can go to Southeast Asia, you can go all across Asia, down into the South Pacific. You're going to see the Negroid phenotype. We all over the earth.
Absolutely.
And we're indigenous to America.
But we are indigenous to America.
Yes.
And we are different. And we know it and they know it.
We're distinct.
We are distinct. But in other countries, in all of those other countries, the Negroid is also oppressed. Yeah. Like the nigger in a country.
Yeah. They done that to Aborigines all around the earth, all over the earth. But sis, I would say that term Black, we really have to critically look at it, because when we go to the etymology of black, blank, blonde, Blake, it literally, the etymology takes you back to white.
Yeah, with their trickery, I understand that. And then we come to find out with they Black turning back to white that they were the slaves. See, I think we cannot take the card off the table. It's just a tricky ass card, but we got to deal with it.
Okay.
What a tangle web they weave when they first practice to deceive.
And I say play the game they play. I'm not that girl. Every fight I ever had, you hit me with the left, I'm hit you with the right. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. For every wrestling move, it's a reverse move. Yeah, this how you tango. It take two to tango. This how you do it. You just get the same codes they use against you, you use against them. The same way. You know, when you move and when all of them in their little community and one of y'all come over there and they all move out.
Okay, so okay, you interested. So Jackie, so how do you define the word black? How do you define that word?
For me, I find that it is the connection to the original man.
Right, but how do you define the word? Like, what's the meaning? Define what? How do you define it?
Negroid, the original man. That's all it means to me.
Okay, so black means Negroid. That's synonymous with you. Okay, I get you. Okay, so like Jet magazine. Something like that.
Silly. That sounds silly.
No, I didn't say it sounds silly. I mean, because
Do because that's what I mean.
I'm not saying it sounds silly, but I just want to know how.
I was just I wanted to try to explain if I sounded silly, but yeah, that's all it means to
I'm
me.
gonna say that sounds silly. No, I'm not gonna say that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Negro, black is synonymous. So they say the word Kush or the Kushites means black too, though.
That's for them in Africa.
Okay, I
They
got
might
you.
have no history of Kushites in Africa. We don't have that in understanding, understanding in America.
I got you. Okay, but yeah, I'm just saying that's what they say that word means. Some people say that's what that word means.
And it do. It represents them. Ethiopia is supposed to mean burnt face. That's the way for them to identify the original niggas of that land. Yeah, somebody who was different. Because I tell you what, one burnt face didn't go over and say, "Here's a burnt face." Somebody different said that.
Okay, so you saying since it's in every wrestling move, there's a counter move or something like that. So I think you're saying don't be word. No need to stress about the word black or negro anymore. Just keep it, just use it, but just use it for one benefit.
Use it against them. They use it to express you and say that you was inferior, come from animals and all of that. You show them that you the original man is one thing that it shows. We as God's chosen. We come from the soil.
So say
However
so
you are, we from the soil.
so you saying use the word black and negro as a something that means supreme.
I didn't say you have to use it. I'm not advocating you go around and say black, black, bliggity, bliggity, black. But I'm advocating that you don't sound silly when somebody call you black, and say, "Oh, I'm not black." You know what I'm saying? But be able to articulate who you are.
Okay, like we know. Okay, so it's kind of hard for a light-skinned woman or yellow bone or whatever red bone to call herself black if she don't look black. So what do you say on something like that?
She's mental. She's a colorist, and she's been mentally instituted to think that she can be identified as white. She want to be close to passing because you get better treatment the lighter you are. So
No, I
yeah,
want to.
in my
I want
family, it's the same thing. The yellow people thought they was better than all the dark people of the world.
Right. I wasn't coming from that perspective. I'm saying it like me, why would I call somebody black if they're not literally black? I'm trying to
We are
figure it out.
black because we know we Negroids. Listen, have you seen the Mexicans? They calling themselves black and they not even Negroids. Happy talking about Black Lives Matter. Black, we black. They don't even say brown. They say black.
Well, everyone has the right to self-identify. So if someone wants to identify as black, that's their prerogative. That's their choice.
But
I personally do not identify as black, and I didn't grow up like that. My elders, if you called any of us black, those was like fighting words. They didn't like being called black. They didn't like being called African, and they didn't like being called Indians. And my people, we used to be called Black Indians a lot because we had long hair, but they didn't like being called Indians. I was raised, my oral tradition is we are Americans. Now, for some reason, my ancestors, their ancestors now, because now I'm an elder, but back in the day, they did use that term Negro.
Well, how old are you, sister? Because that was a whole era from James Brown's times. Everybody, I know my mama and them jammed James Brown. And so many others, even Snoop Dogg, Tupac, and all of these eras. These people used the term black, and we was jamming on it. Let me tell you, the black was not a fighting word, except when my people, because I'm the only one of the only ones that's dark skinned in my family. No white person ever called me black. My family called me black. The people in the neighborhood called me black. Everybody in the hood, all of us niggas of America got somebody in our family who we call black. There's a black on every corner in America. Black
That's what
is his name. That's what
I'm
we.
trying to ask you. That's what I'm trying to ask you. Okay, so what does that mean? Because I see a lot of people, they're not black. They color.
Everybody you seen that was called black was very dark skinned. We didn't call a light skinned person black.
Okay, okay,
We called him
okay,
black because he was dark skinned.
okay, okay. So
Right.
normally
What
when
I'm saying though is those are constructs.
But
They're just terms that were made up.
There is a boy named Black in every hood. Have you
All
not
those
known a
terms were
kid
made
called
up,
Black?
sis.
You ain't never known a dude that was called Black? That's a yes or no question. I want to know that. Have you ever known a dude called Black, a Black American that somebody called Black?
I probably have, but I can't remember anybody called with a name like black, this or
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah. I know what people. I know what people. I know what
Yeah.
people are just called black. They
But
call
we
them black.
were indoctrinated on that term.
What,
That term was coerced on us. My mama said we never called ourselves black. My mama said that. We never called ourselves black. Them pale faces called us black. That's what my mama always said.
A white person have never called me black. Only black people.
Excuse me. All
Yes,
throughout the federal government, they've been
grandma
calling us
was
black, Negro, color, and now they calling us African
and
American.
black. They don't say sit your black ass down, which a whole lot of us have heard in our family. Go sit your black ass down. You never heard that term?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. I'm asking Angel. I want to see if she's
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
be genuine and
yeah.
answer these questions.
Yeah, because I'm saying we've been indoctrinated on that term.
Are
We've
you
been
familiar with the James
indoctrinated.
Brown song "I'm Black and I'm Proud"? Y'all didn't jam that song?
I remember that song.
Did you jam it? Was you singing and dancing? Was you or anybody you know?
I do know there is some people with the complexion of being black. They are very, very, very dark. But when I see a light-skinned woman and she got woolly hair, but she's not dark-skinned, I don't see her as being a black colored person. Her complexion is not black. Her complexion is like, light skin or red or whatever, yellow or whatever, brown, light brown.
The Mexicans are saying they black. We know they not black, but they got the Jordans on, they got the gold on, they got the hip hop down, they got Baby Bunny or some damn body going around saying they got hip hop.
That's true.
Yeah, they are thinking that they are you acting like they act in their land. They acting like we act over here on our land.
Right. They just imitating somebody else though. Because Jordan is a dark-skinned man, so why they got Jordans on? They can't even play basketball. Most of them can't even play basketball like that.
And we basketball gear all the time. You ain't gonna see them without looking like they're ready to hoop. And for them, they think it makes them look wealthy. They look rich. They look like they living the American dream.
Well, yeah, they just like the hip hop people. That's a hip hoppers.
Because again, our identity has been stolen and hijacked. What are you gonna go around saying that you're not the progenitor?
I see what you're saying. No, that's like I'm trying to listen to you. Yeah, I see what you're saying though. You're saying okay. I see what you're saying on that part. Yeah, I mean, because at first I was like real adamant about not being but if people want to call themselves black, that's cool. I mean, I think that a lot of people though in America, a lot of black people or they disrespectful one each other when they be saying nigga though. I think they. I think they disrespectful to each other when they be doing that.
Yeah, but some use that term nigga or nigger as a term of endearment,
Yeah, I know. You're right.
you
Oh,
know.
I want
But
to maybe.
I'm just saying, I'm just sharing that I wasn't raised on black. I had elders that was teaching us we not black when all that black stuff was going on, sister. When they was all the black stuff,
I
all
think
the
okay.
songs, the
Well,
so-called culture and everything. I had elders saying we not black.
well, I'm gonna try to I'm gonna try to see what she's okay. So if you're gonna, I'm gonna look at it like this. That's like you said in the wrestling. In wrestling, you got counter moves, and so black can mean something good or it can mean something bad. How about that? So it just depends on how people using the word black. I ain't, if that's what the person want to use, that's cool. But then I would like,
Yeah,
okay, how are you using it in a bad way or a good way? Are you black in the sense you're a criminal, or are you black in the sense that you're a good person and you're a powerful person and you're the original? You come from the original people of the earth. So it depends on how people using it. So
That's how you take.
in that sense, I think that's what Sister Jack, Miss Jackie is saying. Okay, use that word to your advantage. Am I correct? Is that what you said?
That's exactly right. That's how you take the code back. Take that bad code. What they mean for bad, you take it and make it for good. See what I'm
Okay.
saying?
Okay, I got you. Yeah, if people gonna do it like that, then cool. That's a cool word to keep and cool word to keep using.
well, I mean, like I said, anyone can self-identify as they choose. But like in my book, the research that I've gone back into the 1700s, looking at how us as the indigenous people of this land, how did we identify ourselves? And we identified ourselves as Aborigines. I cite court cases before and after
I
the
like to see
American Revolution,
of
where
America
we identified as Aborigines, because
Wonderful.
there's no law. You cannot violate the rights of Aborigines on their ancestral homeland.
Okay,
And
watch this.
no colonial government had the authority or jurisdiction
Never
to
chose
impose
anything
any type of violations to our rights.
Everything has been put upon us. We never chose anything. Not even indigenous. That's not true.
Hold
Never
on, y'all.
chose.
Watch this, y'all. This is what I think. Watch this. I think based upon the information we have all this, I see and what y'all saying, you really technically can't be an Aboriginal anywhere on this earth without being of a dark skinned complexion. So in that sense, you're not an Aboriginal. You don't come from an Aboriginal person. If you're, to be an Aboriginal originally, you would have to be black or dark skinned. It's impossible to be not to be an Aboriginal and not be dark
But
skinned.
that's only a perspective from someone who is outside of the Aboriginal people. That's going to look at us, that is going to look at us and try to tell us what we are instead of asking us, because we know what we look like. We don't have to define or describe how we look. And we never did that. We never did that. My elders always said we never said we was black. They the ones said we was black because that was their perception looking at our phenotype and
Did you ask your elders
telling us, trying to tell us who we are.
did you ask your elders why that they didn't like the term black?
I was young. All I know is they didn't like black, they didn't like African, and they didn't like Indian. That's all I know.
Now today, what's your opinion? What you think? What you think they
Because
mean?
that's not who we are. That's not who we are. I was taught, and my oral tradition is that we're the Aboriginal people of the land. We're Aborigines. I was taught that at a very young age.
Wars,
Aborigines,
or anything that your particular family received for saying that they not black? What happened? What did y'all produce positive for that? What happened great out of that? What accolades did your family receive by going all of these years, not calling themselves black, saying we not black, we not this, we ain't that? And what did y'all earn? What was delivered to y'all as an advance, an accolade?
Well, you got to keep in mind, sis, our people are in a genocide. We always have to keep that in the back of our minds. Aborigines are in a genocide. So everybody is doing everything and saying whatever about us. But we have to set the record straight. That's what we have to do.
Set your record straight. What accolades have you gained, accomplished, received, awards, advancements? Because you're not black. All of us is, but y'all not, and y'all fought hard for that. Now I'd like to know, can you produce some accomplishments because of it? What happened? What great happened?
We're here. I'm here. I've gone to court and I've stood on my truth as to who I am. And it's been verified. I'm an Aboriginal American. I don't identify by a color because that's unconstitutional. You're not even going to find that in the Constitution.
Do you think that that's causing division among your own people, your niggas of America, whom do identify as black? You know,
no,
it's
because
like,
I respect everyone. If they want to identify as black, I don't have a problem with that.
And
I'm just saying that's not me.
That cause separation. Do you think that that's caused separation?
Do you actually want to answer? So, Jackie Brown, if you want an answer, every label divides. Now, is there something else you want?
To the sister, though.
I didn't interrupt anything that you said. I asked you very simply, do you want an answer? You keep hounding people. You keep bullying people. I'm going to answer you declaratively. Every label divides the American, starting with first contact, Negro, designated Indian, categorized colored, treated, I stress, treated black. All of those labels divide. Now, as far as your materialistic hounding of the sister, and that's why I didn't say anything, because I'm getting tired of this back and forth, whether you are professionally trolling or you just having fun, because this is not a game. We don't need accolades. We need food, clothing, and shelter. Our land provides as inheritance and birthright to the only American. Now, extending Americanness, which cannot be done, though I know you want to keep arguing about whether citizenship gets handed down and inherited. That y'all fine with that. You go with that. Same as if you want to treat yourself as black. Go get your Bible. I tell y'all this constantly. You want to be black? Yes, you have the right to choose to be so. Go get your black Bible. Learn the type of black life you're going to live from the cradle to the grave. It's called the black. I didn't interrupt y'all. I didn't interrupt no one.
You did.
So please, may I finish?
Every time black Americans
So
identify.
for all black people, get the Black Bible by Sean Rochester, called The Black Tax. Now, as far as what you want to call materialism, which is accolades, awards, and all this type of stuff, that's acknowledgement by foreigners, which I don't subscribe to. And I don't need to answer to anyone in my house on my land. Now, again, that's me. I'm not telling you or anyone else what to think or how to feel, since everyone has individual choice. But what we're all suffering under is the oppression of foreign invasion. I don't care what label you use. I don't care what chain you want to attach yourself to. If you want to be a slave, which is a choice, and y'all got upset with Kanye saying after 400 years, slavery is a choice. So if you choose to be a slave, go find your slave master and leave the Aboriginals alone. And I yield.
And you think you have answers and you don't. Y'all causing separation in a community that is sick and need a healing. Besides fighting against your people, join their hand, meet them where you can and build.
I see what you're saying. You're saying, okay.
But real
I see what
quick,
you're
I
saying.
want to say this real quick. Black people ain't black and white people ain't white. When we acknowledge that, maybe
Say
we can
that
get
again,
this. Hold
Big
on,
Dog
everybody.
Phillips.
Hold on, mute up. I got you. White people are not fucking white, and we are not black. That's our social statuses they put on us. White people don't want to acknowledge they ain't fucking white. They from where they came from. But when we acknowledge we're not black and they ain't white, then maybe we can do something and make some changes around here. But Jackie, I'm not with you with that. Everything they done to us is to cause division. Religion, science, politics, nationalities, misnomers. All of it is for division. You know, but I just want to acknowledge we ain't black and neither is white people white. But white people ain't saying they ain't white because they enjoying the privileges of the white. And we getting the shit in of the black.
And what is that privilege, Big Dog? At the expense of who?
The nigga.
What's the agenda worldwide?
Well, what have y'all done? What books have y'all wrote for the government to change this? I mean, y'all writing books, which is wonderful. Y'all doing stuff. But what have you done to change these people? Because we didn't call ourselves black. You understand that, right? You understand that all these terms was put on us. We just decided to use it for us with FBA. This is the only time in history that we tried to give ourselves a name, because there is no proof of what nobody was calling themselves
Jackie
during the.
Brown, that is not true.
Can you not
You know,
interrupt me?
see, no, because I'm not going to let you keep just doing what you're doing. And I don't want to call you an outright liar because you are spreading a lie. That is not the truth. That's why I'm just stating for a fact, for the record. What you just said is not the truth, period. Now, you can hold on to FBA for whatever personal reasons you want to, but that is not the truth. Because you keep suggesting stuff that's including everyone. And you don't speak, I don't speak for everyone. But what I do speak for, and this is without dispute, there is only one American. It is exclusive, it is distinct, it is unique, and it is not to be handed out like party favors and like it's some freely given thing to foreign invading aliens at all. Period.
I got you, Jackie. Alabama, let her get it out. And nobody interrupt anybody. Go ahead, Jackie.
You never talk about doing laws to stop them from calling themselves white and from calling you black. Where are y'all? Produce some information showing you've done work stopping the government who call you all of those terms from changing and calling you Aboriginal or Indian or anything. Show me where you're doing work for that. There is 14 million niggas in America, for whatever reason, identify as nigger and black, the term that was put upon them. Do you see that you causing separation? Because I can show you. You can go look up Black Alpha Network. You can go look at Tariq Nasheed, and they
I
can
see what
show
you're saying.
accolades.
You're making a good point. You
Yeah,
know,
you
yeah,
accolades
you're making a profound. It's a good point.
for black people in America.
It
We
is
haven't.
not a good point.
We're not
Just your
unified.
co-signing on something that is idiotic does not make it a good point.
She's not saying
Just
she's
because
agreeing.
a label, again, a label placed on something does not make it that thing. The
Right. She didn't say.
American
We
has
agree
been
on that.
labeled more than double digits. We are now in BIPOC, FBA, ADOS, Solon, dark side of the moon. It does not matter whatever label, category, misnomer, and being called out of your name does not change who you are by birthright. I don't get why y'all have a difficult time of understanding something that should be as easy as breathing.
No
There
one
is only
misunderstands that.
one American. I don't care how you define it. I don't care how you spout it. I don't care how you spell it. There is only one American, and all United States citizens are not. and I don't give a damn for calling yourself something, is just admission of guilt. And the crime is identity theft.
I think what the person is saying is that, okay, it's one American, but if you're black, you are
When you
that.
say but, you just have wiped out all the words preceding
All right, I can use the word
but.
however,
There
man.
is no
Listen,
exception when American is exclusive. There is no
listen,
but.
listen.
There is no and. There is no
When,
exception.
but if you're black,
Period.
if you black or a Negro or a foundational Black American, then you are that American. That I think that's what that person is saying, that you are that particular American that you're talking about. Just to get rid of all the division or the strife and
The
contention.
division was caused by a grifter who created a trademark. The Aboriginal is the autochthonous people. That is foundational. God
Man,
damn, what is
hey
wrong with
man,
you people?
you talking to the people on the internet, but when you get in the streets, man, they don't know nothing up. They don't even know that much about no being called no Aboriginal. She's basically saying meet people where they at. You can't, man. Listen, they ain't gonna respond to being Aboriginal. They gonna be like, what? What's that? They gonna respond to I'm a nigga, I'm black. I know what y'all saying. I understand what you're
Okay,
Right,
so
saying.
I
right,
am one
because
final
that's the
time. Do you
indoctrination.
understand why my message is simple? There is only one
We got
American.
that. You talking to the choir, as they say.
No,
We
I'm
know what
saying
you're
to
saying.
any person.
You
Then you
gotta talk like
explain to them
that stuff
why
you
there
talking
is
about. You gotta
only
put that in the
one
streets, man.
American and no United States citizen who are all foreigners are not American. That's
So
it.
what?
That's two sentences.
So
But
what?
the streets got to know that though. The streets have to know what you're talking about. We know what you're talking about. The streets don't know. The people in the streets need to know this stuff.
Why?
Okay. Okay. So everybody, y'all do know that this topic is on that Big Dog brought for us today is on birthright citizenship, right? That's what we initially started this topic on. And I know everyone is just kind of chiming in, but if it's okay with everybody, I kind of wanna rotate us back around to the topic because we have more on the panel and we need y'all to give your commentary, your opinion, your wisdom, speak your wisdom on this birthright citizenship.
Can I share this video about the latest? This is like hot off the press on what is dual citizenship as a policy of the federal government, unless you
Okay,
had
but I
another
have a
video.
video right here that I've been
Go ahead.
waiting for probably, I don't know, maybe over an hour or two that I wanted to share. It's 11 minutes. How long is your video, Alabama?
It's about the same time, but this is just dealing with the policy of dual citizenship, which I think, first of all, it's not only extremely important. Most people don't know that more than half of the members of the House and the Senate, the United States government, have some level of dual citizenship with is not real. And what does dual citizenship speak to? Does that divided allegiance you talked about in the earlier video? But go ahead, sis.
Yeah. So I would like to share this video. I haven't watched it yet, but these are some brothers. And the brother was saying, you know, you got to connect with the brothers and sisters and brothers on the street. So let's see what these brothers is talking about on birthright citizenship. And then hopefully everyone can share their wisdom. And, you know, Alabama, we're going to check out your video. And, you know, we can all still kind of stay on the topic, but, you know, put our flavor on it too. But I'm gonna start this video. Give me a couple of seconds.
Get the Patreon. You already know what time it is. This next clip that I sent, that y'all sent actually, like I almost slipped up right there, like that y'all sent, like you know what I mean, like well, was sent over to us is it's been trending online with the birthright citizenship. I know the Supreme Court right now is, you know, they trying to battle out where they want to, you know, keep the birthright citizenship, if they want to do away with it, or they feel like people are taking advantage of it. So we're gonna Play the video. We're going to come back and give our thoughts on it.
We're kind of in a historical moment.
This could potentially affect every single American. So many of us in this country are the descendants of immigrants.
Do you have the right to be an American citizen if you are born here automatically? That's what this case is all about. Donald Trump, on his first day in office during his second presidency, signed this executive order removing birthright citizenship for the children of people who are here temporarily or came to the US illegally. There are a lot of people who say that this is a fundamental part of what it means to be American, the American Constitution, and you can't just take that away with an executive order.
Children in America who are born here deserve to grow and thrive here. It's that simple. If birthright citizenship is struck down, it really will impact a lot of Asian American communities.
What America was built on is standing up for your community and having a community, and you can't be a effective and supportive part of a community without standing up for the people around you.
Everyone's talking about the potential effect on immigrants, right, and on my Latino community, but no one's talking about what this could potentially mean for everybody, and that's extremely important.
Ace, man, what's your thoughts on birthright citizenship possibly being removed?
Shit, I'm benefiting off that right now. I ain't gonna lie to you. So I can't go against it. I mean, as y'all know, my parents is Caribbean, so I was born here. I mean, and when I talk to like my friends back in the Caribbean and what they gotta do to just to travel in general, like it's like the visa situation. Like I don't know if y'all know, like, but like to come to the US from the Caribbean, you gotta go through a process where you pay. It's about $400 now, I think, which is like $200 in US money, just to put in your application, which can be approved or denied. And this is just to visit, you know what I'm saying? Like just
So they gotta do like an interview process?
Yeah, interview process, you know what I'm saying? But they saying from what I hear, they like denied or approved. Like that's it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they might ask you a couple questions, but they already had their preconceived like decision, you know what I'm saying? So I just think it's really unfair, like just to explore the world. Like you gotta do all this just to explore the world. So like I said, I'm benefiting off now. I mean, I can go basically wherever I want in the world, and I couldn't imagine having to go through what other people like around the world had to go through. So I mean, you know what side I'm standing on. Like,
although I do agree with Ace, because half of my family is from Jamaica, and a lot of my relatives are like pretty much immigrants or have citizenship issues.
Right.
I'm gonna be completely honest, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there is a part of me that does understand and acknowledge that some people just come here to have babies just for the citizenship, which then benefits from the taxes and everything we pay for, right? But deep down in my mind, I'm thinking 5 steps ahead. And again, conspiracy hat, I'm always thinking this, like, there's an agenda that America is trying to do. Conspiracy, what do you say when
conspiracy theorists?
Yeah, but no, what do you say when you don't want people to take what you're saying serious?
Disclaimer.
Disclaimer. Believe what you want. This is a joke, maybe it's not. But I just look at it like America is looking at they trying to rule back, you know what I'm saying? Them people, yeah, they trying to take back over. And when they get everybody deported or separated or segregated, whatever the case you want to call it,
yeah,
they get it back to the point where it's a ration of us blacks, which will be outnumbered and can't do anything. And they bring back modern day slavery. Look, come on, bro, watch it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all watch it on anime.
I mean, if it ever ended, you know what I'm saying?
I'm just saying, bro, put the pieces together.
If you don't have birthright citizenship, like how do you get citizenship then? What's the alternative they pushing, you know?
How do you get I mean, you would have to go and apply for citizenship, like you got visa and
there really won't be granted, They would say no.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, but there's a right way to see. My stance is different because I guess because I'm just American born, and so I had to look this up. Who was birthright citizenship in the United States originally designed for? It said originally birthright citizenship in the United States was designed to ensure that formerly enslaved African Americans and their descendants would have equal citizenship rights after the Civil War. This was solidified in the 14th Amendment ratified in 1868, which guarantees citizens to all persons born
After he reads that, pause it, sis.
in the United States including former slaves. So
Now, remember the earlier video we said it was for Negroes, right, sis? What did that guy do that he just did with AI? Because that's how he pulled it up. Unfortunately, this young generation is AI, Chat GPT, Google driven.
Right.
But what did he show when he showed on screen and didn't read what was on screen from the congressional record?
Right. Negroes, but the young brother just said African Americans because that's what AI is doing.
In contemporary ways, putting things backwards in time. Now, he kept saying freed black slaves, which is back to Big Dog's point and what Chief Holiday constantly says. Black and white is racist. Period. Now, it's not of benefit to the black individual because you're in oppression compared to whiteness being in domination. Now, if you want to choose to be that, again, like I said, go get the black tax so you understand how you live a black life from the cradle to the grave. Now, the actual American, known as the Negro, and that's the reason why I say this way, we're the American no matter how we're known. The labels are dividing us mentally. But go ahead, sis.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think the contrast between these brothers, because the one brother said he is a birthright citizenship because his parents, are from the Caribbean. The other brother said, he have that mixed kind of lineage up in his tree. But then this brother is saying that, I'm American. So if it's okay, I would like to continue so we can hear how their conversation is getting ready to go.
So originally, this was only something that was supposed to be for the descendants of slaves, people that was brought to this country illegally. Yeah, it wasn't legal. So this was something that was for specifically Black Americans, and they just never, I guess. Well, the terminology is it. If it says like formerly enslaved Africa, I don't know how people was able to, come in and now benefit off of it. And like you said, there are people who are taking advantage of it. Like I've seen a report that said, I don't know if it was last year alone, but 9% of the people that was born within America was due to birthright citizenship. That's 9% of everybody in America that was born. So it is clearly people with ulterior motives who are what they say is like birthright or what is it, birthright like tourism is like people that just come here specifically. They be on vacations or they know they're pregnant. Let me just come to America so my kid. So there are people who are taking advantage of the system. Like, you know what I mean? Which is unfair. And they're not saying like if your parents are citizens, obviously you would be naturally a citizen. They're talking about the illegal migrants or immigrants that's coming over here and taking advantage of. They're finding a loophole, and now people are saying like, oh well, that's not right. No, it's I don't think it's fair to the American people. Like, you know what I mean? Because people are coming here and taking advantage of a system that was only supposed to be for Black Americans, and now everybody gets the benefit off of it. Like, you know what I mean? So I can understand where they're coming from, and there's a part of me that does, fall into the Jew conspiracy theory camp. Like, you know what I mean? But again, no other country really has this. Like most of Asia don't have a birthright citizenship. Like, you know what I mean? Your parents have to be citizens. Like most of India don't have this. Like it's only really North and South America where they have that. And even in South America, there's only certain countries that have that birthright citizenship. Your parents have to be of that, that country. Like you just can't go to the next country over and be like, oh, my child is a citizen now. You know what I mean? You got to apply just like everybody else and get your citizenship. So this is not something foreign to America. It's just that America has been doing it so long and people been taking advantage of it. Now when you take it away, it's like, oh damn, like I benefited from that. Like, you know what I mean? So, I could see where it could be divisive on both sides.
But do you guys see a point where we would benefit as Black people? You know what I mean? Like
if they take it away?
I mean, either or. I don't see us benefiting on, you know what I'm saying? Like either way. Either way.
The people that's here that was born here. So our kids would be, on the soil would be like, I don't know, if I had a woman and we went to Barbados and she gave birth, would that child be automatically Bayesian citizen? Okay, all right. So so I like I said, I don't know. Like it doesn't hurt black men because we are already naturalized citizens. But as far as the illegal that's coming over here specifically just to try to find that loophole, and then once they kid get in, well, I'm the father, like I'm the mother, I got to stay here. Like there's ways that there are, feeding into the loophole,
So if that amendment wasn't made, if you're American and you have a baby outside of the U.S., that baby would still have citizenship.
Yeah, because the mother is legally.
Oh yeah, the parents. Yeah,
legally. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
you wouldn't be a legal, citizen at that country if the mother just gave birth there.
Like right now, if we flew to China, if my girl was giving birth in China, that it wouldn't be a Chinese citizen. Like you know what I'm saying? Like so, countries they understand this. Just like the border system, like it's only where America we have these kind of loose like terminology, like the borders is loose. Countries and these other countries have a very strict border policy. They don't just let motherfuckers come over. Like you know what I'm saying?
They did that particularly to go, and people might think, oh, that's how black people would think, but they only did that to go against us and our power and of us building what we would have built. You know what I mean? Like
the only difference I see, like I'm not sure if you need a visa to go to China. But I know for sure, you come into America, you gotta apply for a visa. Like there's no.
Well, visas, everybody, depending on your passport and stuff like that, everybody gonna have to, you have to get a visa to enter in the country.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. It should just be free, but those people, I guess.
But I mean, if you got your passport, there's certain countries you could just go to.
Well, it depends on you can visit, but that doesn't mean you can stay more than 2 weeks.
I'm just talking about visitation. I'm not talking about staying.
It depends on the strength of your passport because some passports are stronger, which means they don't have to apply for visas.
And first of all, it's going to be a lot easier to find you in China than find one of them over here. You get what I'm saying? Like it's a whole mixed population. It's hard to say, hey, your shit. I'm like, hold up, I've seen this ninja about 2 weeks already. It's time to get him up out of here.
You do stick out like a sore thumb in that motherfucker. Like, illegal. Like,
tell that to Ice, man.
Anyway, man, let us know y'all thoughts on birthright citizenship. Do y'all think it should be removed? Do y'all think we should just keep it? What are y'all thoughts? Are people taking advantage of the system? Is it not that big of a deal? Let us know y'all thoughts in the comments. Again,
this is the problem. I appreciate the youth and their perspective, but here is the problem with false equivalency. The United States, even in Mexico and Canada, they don't tolerate what is being allowed in the United States, which is this mythology of a nation built by immigrants. Correct, sis? That's the first thing. The second thing is a marketing campaign called American Dream. The only one not getting that dream is the actual American. The American known as the Negro is living a nightmare. At their expense, everyone all over the planet, which is the whole point of this issue in the first place, because even people, when Trump had the gall to say babies of slaves, he was talking about Melania. He wasn't talking about you, sis, or you, Jackie Brown. But in your mind, you believe you're not only a slave, you believe you give birth to slaves. That's the narrative of African slavery. But ironically, that same slave narrative does not even touch continental Africans coming here. Have y'all ever questioned that? In addition, this is the only place literally on God's green earth where everybody is being told, come here and get who? Because I keep my message simple, y'all. You don't have to listen to this old nigga. But the agenda around the entire world is get the nigga. And you the only one who's at home. Now, even with this travel situation, he said, there is nowhere that the American known as the Negro outside of the military service, when you are being sent, shipped, ordered as we are currently in Iran, where we go and are granted what in any form or fashion similar to what's being extended to literally anybody from anywhere. God, if they're out in the center of the damn Milky Way galaxy and wind up here like Men in Black. You feel me, sis? So if y'all want to chop up whatever perspective you heard from this young generation, I want you to see, because everything they just said, and all of them would have dual allegiance and the dual citizenship video I'd like to show you next. But go ahead, sis.
Well, I think the host, what he basically was saying is that your child is a citizen if the parents are citizens. And I think all the rest of them agree. So I don't know how anyone else on the panel saw it, but that's basically what I took, that they're saying, you can't just go somewhere and just because you feel like going there and have a baby and then say your baby is a citizen of that country. You just can't do that. And that's what's been happening here. That's what's been happening here. But that is a misinterpretation of the law. And that's what the Supreme Court is going to have to clarify.
Hope, I am Jackie Brown.
Well, again, we're dealing with some U.S. Laws, which really don't. I mean, it applies because we're in this system, but technically, you shouldn't be able to have any birthright citizenship just because you're born somewhere. You should only be able to have citizenship or be of the nation where you're from. So you should be acknowledged as a person of that nation. Like if you're Chinese, you still just be Chinese, even though you may be living in America. You still should just be Chinese and just leave it at that. That's too much confusion. Just because
But
you
do
have
you
a child.
understand that that was what the whole issue of Wong Kim Ark was about? And
Well,
that's why
the
I'm going
U.S.
to go into this dual citizenship video. Their dual allegiance to the Emperor of China is what they used as an argument for the Chinese Exclusion Act in 1882.
Yeah, but Alabama, you did also point out, and we talked about this on another live, where the naturalization, the oath of naturalization, you pledge your allegiance to the United States, well, literally to the federal system, but also you're supposed to like disavow or give up your allegiance to wherever you
Any
came from.
foreign power. Now, how do you explain what's going on with Zionism? Members
Exactly.
of actual Congress in the House and in the Senate, 98% of which are funded by AIPAC, 94% are reelected. You know, the power of incumbency alone almost automatically guarantees you that office until you draw your last breath. But they have actual dual allegiance with a foreign government. Is that treasonous, Jackie
I think
Brown?
so.
Hope?
Yeah, dual citizenship shouldn't be is not right. But like I say, if you
No,
got
that's not. Hold on, hold on. I didn't say citizenship. I said allegiance.
dual allegiance is
Allegiance to
wrong
a
too. Yeah.
foreign power or potentate, which is what she just said. For all naturalized citizens here, they must prove not to be alien enemies. To who? We charge genocide. Do y'all not get? Is this mic on? Do you not understand? The American is being violated 24 hours a day. Do you not understand their behavior is an attack and assault to the American known as the Negro? Do y'all not get that? So I'm still waiting for you to show me which of these aliens are not the enemy of the American. Hello?
Well, again,
Everybody keeps saying this. Who's American?
I got one of my mistresses right here. She want to know who is American, Alabama. Break it down to her for me, please.
he said,
Copper colored aboriginal of this land. What did Malcolm X tell you? Very clearly, you'll never see a white what? Aborigine.
The term.
You say
There are
what?
What is
no
the term
white
if there is no white
aborigines.
people? there is no American. There's only one thing, right?
Y'all bear with me. Y'all bear with us. Go
Under
ahead.
the law, what she
He got
came
it.
very
This
late to the party, but under the Naturalization Act of 1790, 1795, 1798, and 1802, who is the United States citizen? Hope.
The United States citizen is the
Free
next
white
person.
person.
Correct.
Oh, I gotta stay off this conversation because I don't know no white people. So I gotta stay up out of here.
Sis, this is a Naturalization Act of Congress. So simply put, yes, you are correct, sis. There are no quote unquote white people. A white person was created by the United States government. And so all of these people are coming over here choosing to be white. And you know what's very interesting to me that we people don't say? You know what the word assimilation means? Everyone. Okay. I mean, do you really understand what the word assimilation means? So what are these white people giving up to become United States citizens? They're giving up being German, English, Scotch, Russian,
No, they're not.
giant Japanese, Singaporean,
No,
whatever quote
they're not giving
unquote
it up.
ethnicity, nation, traditions, culture, they are either ejecting it because usually within 1 to 2 generations, their children do not speak their mother tongue and more than likely are not honoring or celebrating their ethnic heritage and traditions. Now, that is something all immigrant populations are very much frustrated about. But what is white culture? Actually,
The
what is it?
term in America is used more than one way. We got to keep that in mind.
She say American culture.
I know it was a question. Is it American?
It ain't American, baby. But go
It's
ahead,
not.
y'all.
It's not. So now, why don't you tell me what's American culture? Now, people call it Negro, they call it colored, they call it black. They're now slandering you, calling it African. They are even trying to co-opt your culture and say it only has African origins, like the banjo, like Congo Square in the Big Easy, like jazz. Have you heard any of that, Hope? Have you heard that?
I
Like
can't say
who
all that.
created hip hop?
We did.
Oh no,
So
no,
is that
no,
not the culture?
no.
Is that not what America
That
is?
would be Herc. That would be Cool Herc. That would
Okay.
be Buster Nut Rhyme. That would be Fat Sloppy Ho. That would
Okay,
be
I'm walking with you.
KRS-One, who pronounced the birthday of hip hop to be 1973. You did hear about the 50th anniversary, didn't you? In 2023. So who are these aliens, quote unquote, black immigrants that are culture vultures cosplaying black and telling you, nigga, you ain't shit? You feel me? You lazy blood clot. You only got 2 jobs. Y'all don't remember the Headleys on In Living Color?
Too
The
old for
hardest
me.
working family in America. And by the way, that was supposed to be a Jamaican joke. Okay. But do not most, if not all, of these black immigrants in the last 2 years specifically, because there was a hashtag last summer called Diaspora Wars. Do you remember how the Nigerians took over Essence Festival? Had the nerve to have a jambalaya versus jollof competition?
I mean, I don't see why that would be a problem. You just people be
I
saying they
gather
didn't.
you don't. If you have tetherish behavior, I gather you would.
Well, no, whether I do or not, that you calling them Negroids though. People be saying they're Negroids, so if they just Negroids from a different land, they still family then.
Yeah, but that's still another land. That's the other land. That's not the motherland. It's
It's still
not
the earth
this
though,
land.
man. It's the earth
And
though.
everybody from wherever land they came from, why are they knocking on my doorstep?
Because you ain't in
Talking
control.
shit in my house.
Hold on, Alabama. You ain't in control of your doorstep. That's why they knocking on it, man.
Really?
If you
What's
was
the
in control of it,
cause? What is
checking
the
that.
cause of this refugee flight coming to Turtle Island, America, United States of. United States is not the land. United States is an entity. America is the land. Americans sprung from that land.
But you Americans are not in control of your land.
Okay. Yes. Well, again, you don't know
So
those
you
who
don't
do
control
still
the
live on their land
borders.
because there are many of us, even though we had 25 million acres in 1900, there's still 2 to 3 million acres under our control today. Now, that trend hopefully is being turned in the right direction instead of us losing 10,000 acres a
You
week.
do
But
not
did you know
control
that,
the
I am?
borders,
Did you know that?
man.
Did you know that fact?
Understand you got the Black Farmers Association and all that. Listen, but you don't control the territory, nor the borders, nor what's the laws that's being
Now,
passed.
even
Yeah, I
you're
just don't think
suggesting that, but
none
I'm
of
gonna
them
let you go there,
control the
Big Dog. I'm gonna
land. No,
hand the
you can
baton
go
to you
wherever you
because
want to
that's what's
go.
disrespectful.
Hey,
That's
nobody
disrespectful for
controls
them
the
to even
land no
utter
more.
that shit. See,
Africa,
you are playing into
Russia,
the oppression
Germany, no
narrative of
one
a perpetual
controls the
slave.
land.
Well,
The
I was
corporation does, unfortunately.
right, but the corporation is ran by people, and
And
it's
it
not
can
Ran by
change hands
foreigners.
to another group of people.
right. So what I'm saying,
Foreigners,
no,
not
I'm
not
just responding.
aboriginals.
Oh, gee, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying I'm just
Yeah,
responding
I'm
on
just
what
saying, I got you. Hey, I don't
he
think it's
was.
no land that ain't under government control, brother. So you can
Well,
look it up. What
I
land
wasn't.
ain't controlled by the government?
I wasn't making that point.
Well,
I was just
well,
saying that
you know what? It's interesting
people was
you
knocking
asked
at
that
his
question,
doorstep.
though. No, but seriously, I am. What do you know that the National Forest Service to be?
The national
I'm
what?
just dealing with the question that he just raised, whether or not the land is controlled by the government. And by the way, no land can be bought, purchased, and sold according to the Great Law of Peace. Are you aware of that? I am.
The USA ain't abiding by no great law of peace.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
right. Okay. All right. So can I go through this little bit here and y'all can chop up what is dual citizenship and what may be considered dual allegiance?
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the U.S. Update Immigration. October 2025 is bringing one of the biggest shakeups to citizenship policy in years. The Trump administration has announced sweeping changes that will redefine how the U.S. handles dual citizenship. And, for millions of Americans who hold or are considering dual nationality, this update could change everything. What used to be a gray area of flexibility is now becoming a zone of strict oversight. These changes will affect your rights, your taxes, and even your standing as a U.S. citizen. In this video, we'll break down the new dual citizenship rules effective from October 2025, explain how they could impact your legal status, taxes, and rights, and help you understand what to do next to protect yourself and your family. If you are liking this video, please hit the bell button, subscribe, and like it so that you may get updates straight to your smartphone. Now let's get into the video.
This is actually a really smart upgrade for your laptop setup. It is a laptop stand and an 11-in-1 docking
to your smartphone. Now let's get into the video. For decades, the United States maintained an uneasy relationship with dual citizenship. The U.S. government didn't openly promote it, but it also didn't forbid it. A person could hold 2 passports, swear loyalty to the United States, and still keep ties to another country. It was a quiet understanding that worked for millions of immigrants until now. Beginning in October 2025, the Trump administration's new dual citizenship policy will transform how the U.S. views that shared allegiance. Officials say these changes are part of a broader effort to strengthen national security and ensure tax compliance among citizens who maintain multiple nationalities. But critics warn that the move goes much deeper, that it will give the government unprecedented power to question loyalty, revoke privileges, and even threaten citizenship itself. So, to understand the impact, let's start with how the system works today. When someone becomes a naturalized U.S. citizen, they take an oath renouncing allegiance to other nations, but in practice, the government doesn't actually force them to give up their other citizenship. Many countries, including Canada, the United Kingdom, and India, allow people to keep both. That's actually why dual citizenship has really flourished. it's been a space where global families could exist, work, and build lives across borders. But, with the new policy coming in October 2025, that balance is about to change. Under Trump's executive direction, USCIS, the State Department, and the Department of Homeland Security are, implementing new layers of scrutiny on dual nationals. The government will now classify dual citizenship as a high-risk category for national security reviews, especially for citizens linked to countries considered adversarial or under diplomatic strain with the United States. The first major change is in the area of tax compliance. Up until now, many dual citizens faced confusion about filing taxes in two countries. The U.S. taxes its citizens on worldwide income, even if they live abroad, but honestly, enforcement was inconsistent. That's about to change. Starting October 2025, the IRS and the Department of the Treasury are launching joint enforcement with USCIS to make sure all dual citizens fully report their global income and assets. Failure to comply will no longer just result in fines. It could actually trigger citizenship reviews or even the suspension of passport renewals. For many Americans living abroad, this will come as a shock. They'll be required to provide more financial disclosure forms, document foreign bank accounts in detail, and show proof of tax compliance, not just at renewal but before renewing U.S. passports or applying for consular services. The next change affects American passport issuance and renewal. The State Department will now require dual citizens to submit additional documentation to confirm residency, tax status, and allegiance to the United States. If an individual holds a second passport from a country listed as high risk, such as China, Russia, Iran, or nations under sanctions, their applications may undergo extended review. In some cases, their renewals could be denied until the government confirms that they have not acted against U.S. interests. This aligns with another key change, the updated Oath of Allegiance for naturalized citizens. From October 2025 onward, the oath will contain stronger language requiring exclusive loyalty to the United States. While it won't force applicants to renounce other nationalities formally, it emphasizes that U.S. citizenship is conditional on good faith allegiance. Officials say this is meant to ensure commitment, but immigrant advocates worry it opens the door for selective enforcement, that people with dual citizenship could one day be accused of divided loyalty for simply maintaining ties abroad. So, those born with dual citizenship, kids who get it automatically at birth through their parents or where they were born, will also be affected. The new policy, it introduces heightened background checks for these individuals when they're applying for federal jobs, security clearances, or positions that require access to classified information. Dual nationality itself won't disqualify them, but it will trigger a deeper investigation to determine whether their foreign connections might pose a risk. For young Americans who grew up across borders, this could honestly limit their career options in government and defense. Even the U.S. military is being reshaped by this policy. The Department of Defense is actually reviewing its enlistment guidelines to possibly restrict service for dual citizens from certain countries. The stated reason here is to prevent conflicts of loyalty during deployment or when accessing sensitive missions. But, this has really angered veterans groups who say dual citizens have long served with distinction and that these kinds of restrictions just end up dividing patriotic Americans.
Listen, you really need to get this peeler. It's gone completely viral. Ever since I started using it, I've never gone...
Another area that's drawing a lot of attention is political participation. While dual citizens can still vote in U.S. elections, some state lawmakers, encouraged by all this federal rhetoric, are drafting bills to limit the ability of dual nationals to hold public office or to participate in campaign fundraising. These proposals haven't become law yet, but their growing momentum really shows how the debate around loyalty is shaping politics at every level. The Trump administration argues that all of these changes are about protecting American interests. Officials say that dual citizens must be fully accountable to the United States both financially and politically. They argue that global mobility and foreign citizenship create loopholes that adversaries could exploit. But for millions of ordinary people, Americans with spouses abroad, professionals working overseas, or immigrants who still cherish their roots, this new tone feels like a warning. Your loyalty is under review. Tax experts and immigration attorneys are already urging dual citizens to act now. They recommend updating tax filings, ensuring all foreign assets are disclosed, and keeping United States residency documents up to date. Mistakes that once went unnoticed may now trigger audits or investigations. Immigration lawyers say naturalized citizens should prepare to prove continuous residence and community ties, especially if they travel frequently or live abroad for long periods. The emotional toll is also growing. For decades, dual citizenship was seen as a symbol of belonging to two worlds. For many immigrants, it represented gratitude to America without erasing their heritage. But under these new rules, that dual identity is being treated as suspicion rather than strength. People who spent years becoming American now fear losing what they worked for, not because of crime or disloyalty, but because of paperwork or perception. Advocacy groups are pushing back, calling the October 2025 update unconstitutional. They argue that allegiance cannot be measured by tax forms or second passports. They warn that this could lead to selective targeting of immigrants based on their country of origin, and that loyalty reviews could easily turn into discrimination. Lawsuits are already being prepared. But, the enforcement clock is ticking. The message from the Trump administration is clear. The era of quiet tolerance for dual citizenship is over. Every person who holds a second nationality must now prove, through their actions and documentation, that their first allegiance lies with the United States. If you are a dual citizen or planning to become one, this is the time to prepare. Make sure your records are complete, file your taxes properly, renew your passports early, just to be safe. Keep your travel history transparent, and most importantly, you really need to understand your rights. Because once these rules take effect, failing to comply could have some serious consequences, not just financial, but personal and legal as well. America is, in a way, redefining what it means to be a citizen in a globalized world. These October 2025 changes show that the government is tightening control, not just at the border, but within citizenship itself. The promise of belonging now comes with a higher price, one measured in loyalty, compliance, and, constant proof. That's all we have for this bulletin. The U.S. Update Immigration Channel provides all necessary visa information and procedures for your U.S. immigration journey. It's important to understand the United States immigration processing steps, visa application, requirements, processing times, forms, fees, and more.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, this right here proves the American cannot be a dual allegiance person. Now, as far as black immigrants are concerned, I don't know. Y'all take it from there. Explain to me where the American known as the Negro can be going and holding dual citizenship, other than tribal nation status. I yield.
I just want to add on to that Alabama move and say that they are finding out, like the DOJ, Cash Patel, the Department of Justice, the Director of Department of Justice, actually have a banking system in Israel that came out in his deposition, and they did question that, and he tried to deny it. They showed him where these companies has changed because they are aware that they're not supposed to have dual allegiance, but it's been proven that they absolutely do. Okay. And no matter about how they wrote it up and how it's wrote up that they're not supposed to and can't, they absolutely do. They have dual membership, and they have allegiance to their countries, and they are absolutely sending money home to support their countries. You can look into a lot of those Jeffrey Epstein files and find Jeffrey Epstein, even himself, Ghislaine Maxwell, and most of those people that was foreign diplomats have allegiance to their countries and or in political positions in America. Mic check.
Yeah, we can voice our opinion, but the USA, like
Very
you said,
likely.
they do what they want to do, so or almost what they want to do. But yeah, dual citizenship is actually foolishness and unwise to any country or nation of people, man. That's crazy. I wouldn't allow that.
Yeah, I definitely, agree because it's like, who do they show their loyalty to? Russia or America? China or America? America or Israel? You know what I mean? And to me, all these corporations are working together, but they still want you to show who your loyalty is to. So how you gonna be loyal to two different corporations? You see what I'm saying? Because these countries are corporations. You loyal to Africa? You loyal to Nigeria? You loyal to the U.S.? Which one are you loyal to? You know what I mean? It shows, like I said, they're serving two masters. We see what China is doing to their people. We see what Russia's been doing to their people. And we see what the United States is doing to their people. But yeah, all these corporations, demand loyalty to them. And when you're dealing with a dual citizenship, who is your loyalty to? Both of them. But y'all got it.
Also, big OG too. There's no need for dual citizenship. Really, that's not even a need. That's a want. Why would you want two dual? Why would you want two citizenships to two different nations, two
Because
independent
we
countries?
have foreigners ruling America, so they got to go back home on vacation after they're ruling America. If we took control of our own country, they can just go back home. But that's why they need that dual citizenship because they're controlling America, politics, business, they're controlling it, foreigners. So they, like Jackie said, they get their money here, then they send it back to their other corporation where their loyalty is to. But if we took back power from these foreigners, they can go back home. That's the migrants, the immigrants, Congress, the president, the vice president, all the above.
Yeah, dual citizenship is whack. Yeah, that shouldn't be allowed by nobody.
It,
But you know,
it is, brother. That's just like the people that got dual citizenship with the United States and Israel. They can do a crime, a pedophilia, or do something to a child and go to Israel and get, immunity. And that's what they've been doing all this time, doing crimes like Jackie said. Epstein files, these Jews that's in these high positions making all the money here, then taking it back to Israel and showing their loyalty to Israel, but they're a American citizen. Make it make sense. Send their ass
yeah,
all back. Take your ass back to your country.
yeah, I couldn't trust nobody with dual citizenship, man. In my nation, in my country, my nation, I couldn't trust you trying to hold two nationalities, man. Nah, nah. You gotta pick one and just visit the other one. Just pick one and then just visit the other one, and then leave when it's time for you to leave. Just that simple. It's that simple. I don't know why this world got to be so complicated.
Well, the devil is into detail. That's why you got to be careful about all the indoctrination, everything you read in these amendments and attachments and upgrades and one lie to cover another lie and one to cover that one. You know, and I mean, you have to question everything that's wrote, the indoctrination part, because we know that we have the greatest military in the world, but we cannot answer the question to why do we have the greatest military in the world, but we have all of this Epstein shit going on our soil.
They all in cahoots.
Right, sheep,
The
wolves,
army
in
is
sheep
protecting these
clothing.
mother lovers.
Right, wolves in sheep clothing. The same people that's supposed to protect us are the ones that's harming us.
This misinformed army that's full of illegal immigrants.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, why would you want to fight in a foreign military, a foreigner's military? I mean, if I'm Chinese, man, I'm not fighting in the American military. I'm gonna fight in the Chinese military, man. These folks is crazy out here. I'm not fighting in nobody's military if it's not mine, if it's not my people's. Forget that. These people weird. I don't understand these people on this earth, man. You Chinese, you Asian, you want to be in the American military? What's the matter with you? Go home and be loyal to your own people, man. It's crazy out here.
Well, America is a little bit more generous with their people than China is. China got a lot of restrictions on their people. They are a contemporary, a conservative kind of people.
And Jackie, also Russia. You know how
Mhm.
Russians treat their people? But go ahead, Jackie. I just
I
wanted to tap
don't
in.
know much about Russia, but I know, Chinese. Remember, we used to all think in the day that they only let them have 2 kids, and anything after that, they aborted them. Remember, we thought that. I don't know how true
Yes,
it is,
ma'am.
but I know we thought it. Because they didn't have leniency on their women either. They women didn't have a lot of rights. I know that in China they only allowed like 10 haircuts, only 10 hair. They can't create hairstyles and stuff like that. See, what we have over here in America is a culture that's niggas built. It's built on culture, food, fashion, entertainment. You understand, along with safety and humanitarianism, so to speak. Treat people to be treated like humans, and the safety of the people.
But that's all an illusion, sister. How can you even say that that's reality
I'm,
when
I'm
our
just trying to
people
explain
are
how
literally sitting in a
I'm just trying to
where
explain how a
a
Chinese will be
genocide is
fighting
being
in America.
perpetrated against Aborigines right now, and it's been that way. And then the brother was asking about, well, how can all these foreigners come over here and like fight in the wars and do this and do that? Because they've been sold on the American dream. Everybody wants their American dream when they come over here.
Right, sis.
And
That's
like
all I was saying.
Alabama, and like
It's not
Alabama said, that American dream is
military.
like a nightmare. And I
Yeah, but
say the American dream is a doggone genocide to Aborigines.
it is only for you, not for foreigners, not for the Chinese man who come over here and fight in American military. It works for him. You see what I mean?
Right, right.
That's
It
crazy,
works for all the
y'all.
foreigners.
But that's crazy though, cause like, I mean, how you gonna be what they Korean, right? Or and you want to fight, you want to be in the military of America? That's some weird stuff. People are strange.
They want those benefits.
I
They
know. I'm
want
just saying,
everything that
like,
come with it.
maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. But the way I'm built, I don't want to fight on no. I don't want to fight on for no country if it's not mine. If it's not my people's, I don't want to fight.
Yeah, but look at all these foreigners that's over here. Us Aborigines, we're outnumbered.
We know that.
It's upwards to 400 million. The total population in the United States.
Remember, Alabama just taught us that.
The
Well, let's hope
majority of the
once we
population
expose
is foreigners.
let's hope once we expose who the true Americans are and expose who the parasites and who. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on.
Americans then, y'all.
Hold on, baby. But yeah, once we expose who the true Americans are, you feel me? Hopefully these guys choose the right side out of this 400 million. We shall see.
Who choose the right side? Who you talking about?
These immigrants, that's who gon' these immigrants, these illegal aliens who gonna want, or who we gonna seek diplomacy from if they want to live amongst us.
Man, these foreigners got a serious mindset because they willing to come fight in this military in America, man. The U.S. military. These are weird people, man. For you mean to tell me you like America more than your own country and your own people?
Hey, they gave up their nationality to come here for asylum and all that shit. They said fuck that. They consider themselves Americans now. They say
America,
fuck.
you think they going back home on the weekends? You think they going to China on the weekends? No, they here living the American dream. They got their Chinese restaurants, Chinese shops. Yeah, it's working great for them. They not going home. They gonna die here.
That's some weird stuff. Then I didn't know this stuff get deeper and deeper every day with y'all. Listening to you all, I'm like, why would you want to leave? You got the Vietnamese here. They got all kind of people here, and they. I guess they loyal to this place more than their own people.
They loyal to this dollar.
They traitors, man. Them are traitors, man. That's a traitor to me.
As long as they could stay here and fuck with their family with a long handle spoon, you feel me? We love y'all. Yeah, some of y'all can't make it here, but we'll just send the money back and we just gonna live here happily. I got some friends who be like, man, hey, fuck my family back home. I'm American now. You feel me? I'm like, hey, you're not American. You're a citizen. You're an alien, and they papers say alien. My birth certificate say United States. Their birth certificate say alien. I'm muting up.
The Spanish people be doing it too.
And they say, I'm proud to be an American. They sing that song in the customs. That shit's so funny. I'm going to drop it in the chat.
Hey, these Spanish people, man, they come over here. I'm talking about from all over the Spanish, Latin America, or whatever. And they man, they in the military here, police, whatever. You mean to tell me you don't want to do that at your own home, in your own land? I don't know what's the matter with the world.
They don't have hip hop in their land. They don't have rap culture. Have y'all noticed all the Mexicans and white people, Chinese with that hard straight hair? Have y'all looked around today? They got curly hair. Have y'all looked? They ain't wearing their straight hair no more. They got a perm. They got curly fucking hair. Everybody, that's their rendition of an afro. They all wearing afros. Y'all ain't seen it.
Yeah, some of them getting perms. Yeah.
A lot of them. The Arabs. Have you seen the Arabs with their perms? A lot of them don't have to because they kind of Dravinian, Negroid, and all of that in there, right there in that Middle East. But yeah, those that got straight hair, they are wearing curly hair. They go to the salon.
Yeah, these people from Yemen and stuff. I'm like, y'all from Yemen and stuff, and y'all want to give y'all allegiance to America? What's so great about America where you willing to leave your own country and devote your whole life here? That's some weird stuff. It's some demons out here, some devils.
They countries are third world. Most of them. Most of them are even being developed. Even in 2026, still considered third world. No running water, no toilets and stuff.
Yeah, but you're supposed to abandon your own people in your own land.
You would for better if you had they living in a pig slop, and then somebody offer you the opportunity to come and identify as white and have a perfect life. You think about that shit, yeah.
We don't do that. I mean, most of us, should I say, in America, don't do that.
Yeah, but you see all these other people coming to America. You don't see America going to the countries. You see all the countries coming to America.
Right, that's what I'm saying. We don't go try to start
because we the greatest. Why would we? Why would we leave our bread and butter, our land of milk and honey, and go to a third world country? Except for racism. The only time niggas of America consider other countries is because we know we have subjugated and targeted for legal racism in America.
But most of us still don't even do it for that reason. We're gonna fight it out right here. We fight it out right here on this land.
Ooh, we don't move. We ain't went nowhere. I agree.
We might move to different states, but we're not moving out this country normally, unless we've been manipulated or deceived, or we truly gonna make some money somewhere else. Or just, like I said, being bamboozled by some religious leader or something. I'm not leaving America.
Yep, they hit us with the sleight of hand. They said we immigrated from Alabama, Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, and immigrated with an E. They said we quit our nations and quit our countries to come into being a United States citizen. I'd be damned if we did.
Who said we did that?
That's what the definition of immigrate with an E says, verbatim. One
Oh,
who leaves one country or quit one's country.
yeah, these people are traitors to their own land, man, and their own people and their motherland. These folks are
Yeah, they
hey,
are immigrants with an I. They left their country and, they left a country to seek asylum in another country. So, yeah, we got to watch the wordplay. This shit crazy, man.
oh, there's a difference.
Yo, everybody, may I share this last slide?
Please, please.
So, cause I'm about to tap out. We've been at this for some hours now, but I just want to share this last slide. It's on my book, and the title of my book, everyone, is "Who Are You Calling Black? A Demand to End the Genocide of Aboriginal Americans." And of course, you can find it on Amazon. And you look, you see this book cover, see the smoke, because this book is bringing the smoke on these immigrants and all these foreigners over here usurping our land. But I want to just read the back cover. I have it wrote out here in the red. It says, "This is a demand that all United States government administrators, officers, and elected officials end the genocidal acts normalized against Aboriginal Americans in a racialized United States society. The Congress, executive branch, and SCOTUS must thoroughly answer under their constitutional oaths and duty, who are you calling Black, thereby truthfully accounting to who is who in United States of America, because there is no such thing as a nation of immigrants. America is the national homeland of Aboriginal American people under genocidal harm from legal and illegal immigrants that are complicit in normalizing indigenous erasure to obtain the so-called American dream. Every designated Black or African American with legacy American maternal ancestry dating before 1860 must read this book for clarity on their identity crisis to solve, who is naturally more so than not, we, the people of America." And with that,
that's a good attempt. That's really good. And I'm glad that's in the book and in red. At least it tries to bring some attention to the fact that you're trying to say that there are some Pacific people that are American that's not being recognized as the American. I think it's great for that.
Thank you, sister.
Yeah, I
Daggers.
got a little pushback, a little bit, because of the African American terminology. It kind of could cause a word salad. It could cause a word salad play. You know what I mean? Which would take us off our land. It's like you admitting that we are Africans. If somebody could read that,
no,
it could
I'm not.
interpret it.
Not in my book.
How it could be interpreted. And I know that's not what you're saying. It's just that they got us caught up in all this word salad. Now, my next question is, did you draft that and send that to anybody specifically in the politics?
No, it's copyrighted and it's sent to the Library of Congress.
Yeah, that's good too. I appreciate that.
Nice move.
So it's on record. And like I shared before, I've already gone to court to have my identity verified as Aboriginal American. And it took me a minute, 5 different court appearances, but I did get the court order. So it's nothing that I've done as far as that is nothing anybody else could do. I mean, we can all do that. But all we really have to do
is determined. You have to know who you are.
Right
And
and exact knowledge
all,
itself.
all of us Aborigines, we need to stand on the same page. Now, we know our lineage comes from various indigenous nations. We know that. But we need one term that we can all come together and united under. And for me, that's Aboriginal American. And as I navigate this federal system, even though I know this is a racist, genocidal system, I navigated as an Aboriginal American. And literally, basically, the only pushback I've been getting is really from so-called skin folk that, look like me. Because when I tell all these pale faces I'm an Aborigine, they just look at me and say, okay, and keep
Right,
it
because
moving.
sister, let me ask you this. If you see, can you Google right now? We know we don't use Google and it ain't primary, but if you ask Google to show you a picture of an Aboriginal, do you think he's going to be a Negroid phenotype?
I can't speak for Google.
I can. It's
but I
not.
do
It's
know
going to be
that
an
us
Australian
Aborigines
looking
are
woman.
Negro phenotype.
Everybody know what the American definition of an Aboriginal is. See, you won't be far from doing the same fight that you'll have to do with Black. It'll only switch to Aboriginal, and that title also has been given to a looking people. Already given. Just like if you ask Google right now to show you a picture of an all-American man, do you think a Negro or Aboriginal picture is going to come up?
I don't have to ask Google to tell me who I am when I know who I am. When I have my genealogy, I have my lineage, I have my oral tradition. My people did not wait for someone else to tell us who we are. We know who we are. I'm not going to argue with you, sis. I was sharing this last slide because my voice is starting to go out. So I was really trying to just tell everyone thank you
I got you,
so
Jackie.
much.
I got you. She
Yeah, have a
said,
good night, Sister
go ahead,
Angel.
sister. You
Yes,
can
I was
close
just
out,
trying
Angel.
to tell everybody
Let
thank you
Angel
so
close
much
out,
for
please.
contributing, for coming on and sharing your wisdom. And I just wanted to thank OG. I wanted to thank Brother Alabama and the other young brothers. Thank you so much. And you too, sis. Thank you all. Yakoki Lawa. I love you all. And my voice is starting to go out. It's starting to really, really fade. So I just
Yeah, you have
wanted
a good
to
night, sis. Get
let
some
you
rest.
everyone know I appreciate you, and great peace and power to everyone.
Peace and power, sis. You have a good night. Get some rest.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Well, I Googled, show me some pictures of an Aboriginal American. They got people with straight hair and no big hook noses or
Of
whatever.
course, it's going to tell their lie.
Yeah.
Of course. Both questions Jackie asked. It ain't going to bring up a nigga because they don't want us to think or know we're Aboriginal to America.
Yeah, they don't got no woolly head pictures. I don't think.
You
I
know
don't
what I
think.
mean? And that's the crime of genocide that the sister was talking about. America has been whitewashed. It's been taken over by foreigners. But yeah, I mean, whoever wants the mic, y'all can have it. It's been a good show, man. Appreciate everybody that tapped in. Matter of fact, let me holler at the chat real quick.
No, dude.
Shout out, Truth Be Told, my brother He Who Enlightens, Old Dude, None Your Business, Jackie Brown, I Am, Today's Blessing, D. Allen Warren, who else came through? A. Truth Be Told, Tamara Bull. Shout out to everybody in the house, man. Alabama who tapped in. Brother JJ. Everybody that tapped in. Thank y'all. Jackie Brown. You know what I mean? But yeah, y'all got it. Y'all can continue to talk about this birthright citizenship. Asked the sister to do this because, you know, basically they're trying to take away our birthrights and give to every other foreigner. That's what I see they're doing. They're taking away the birthright right of the Aboriginal, the nigger, the black, the colored, the Negro, the Indian, and giving it to all these other nationalities, all these other countries, and making them American citizens or citizens.
OG. Um, I know these are foreigners, but those people in the East, especially them Egyptians and stuff, they laid the law down. You don't have to guess how them people look. They had images all kind of everywhere in that place. How come the indigenous Americans didn't do that? They got images all on walls and tombs and
Yeah, I think we did do that, but it was destroyed, desecrated, and covered up, man.
okay.
That's just like they don't teach American history in these schools. They teach world history. So that's how easy, you know what I mean, it is. You know what I mean? When you've been invaded by foreigners, they're gonna cover up the murals and the paintings and the art and, to make it look like they're the winners.
Yeah, but all of them though.
Hey, hey, yeah, all of them.
I mean, Egypt, Egypt and Kemet, they still got artifacts and images still there of how those folks look.
Nah, because if you look at Egypt have been whitewashed. So it happened over in Africa too, in Egypt
Right, but
too.
not
It's been
they.
whitewashed. So it
It
don't
has.
only been whitewashed here in America. It's been whitewashed all over the world.
What
We
I'm
know
saying
it was black royalty, but
is,
shit, they say it ain't. They pictures. All the royalty are mainly white people. I'm gonna say this right. The way they use swarthy, they act like they talking about black people, but that's where I think a lot of the misinformation come in when they switch from swarthy to black and to other nationalities. They should have been able to give a better description other than swarthy. And that's the technology that, they using on the people, the wordplay. And like I said, it ain't just American history, it's world history that been whitewashed. We know these white people ain't been around that long, but they portrayed in whitewashed history to where, they've been around longer than what they've been around. You know what I mean? I wish, they want to find how old we are. Shit, do some research and find some of y'all bones. Why they ain't finding no artifacts of old white ancestors where they were doing so much in history? They only looking for, so-called our history or, Lucy history or, never doing the history of themselves. But yeah, man, hopefully everybody good. You know, like I said, I wanted to talk about this birthright citizenship to get a better understanding. I think I'm a little more confused. Now I got a better understanding of it. I just know it's a bunch of bullshit that they put together to cover up the true aboriginals of this land. And like I said, all the misnomers. I like the Indian misnomer. My family told me we were Indians, but I mean, I'm not attached to none of them. Black, colored. My mother had colored on her birth certificate. You know what I mean? She wasn't proud of us being colored. To me, that's a social
Let
status.
me ask you a question, Big Dog Philly.
Go ahead,
Do
Jackie.
that revolution can happen for niggas in America if they don't identify themselves to something? My question is, do
Go ahead,
niggas
Jackie.
identify themselves in order to receive some sort of justice here in America to stop the
I
lethal
think
rape?
we would have to.
Okay, so what would be your identity? How would you identify?
American.
But you understand that that's a word salad, and we've been all hours talking about how the American is a trick bag and can be compromised. You would still go with American?
That's where I was born at.
What's the difference between fighting America than fighting black or fighting African American or fighting colored? What's the difference or even Indian? What's the difference in between those?
Like I said, none of those misnomers that they gave us, we're not them. We would have to do more research on.
Fight for American and not fight for Indian?
I be honest, Jackie. I wouldn't fight for none of the misnomers. Like I said, I know I'm born in America.
Let
I
me
was
tell you
born in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, which is a
why
city in a state in America.
it's going to come
Like
down to the bottom
like how
line.
we used to say "made in America" back in the day when we made products here. That's what I stand on. I'm made in America.
A
My
lot of folks
ancestors are American. But go ahead, Jackie.
that they've been allowed to come here and get birth citizenship and things like this that allows them to be American. And they breeded generations over here too. You think Rob Notches don't feel like he American? His generation been over here since the 1700s, came on the Christopher Columbus boat. Hey, they boot kicked the door in, came in, made settlement, run the law, governed.
Yeah.
Now he is himself American. Did you think that your Americanship is better than his? Or are you willing to fight to prove he not American and prove you are? What would be the difference in between fighting for American than fighting for a black or a colored or a Negro? You understand my question? Somebody help me. Go ahead.
Yes,
That's
man. Go ahead, I am. I'll tap in after you.
is it no go ahead. It's interesting. I mean,
Yeah, like I said, I'm not fighting for any of the misnomers, but like I said, I look at how these politicians, like you said, these foreigners, like you said, they consider themselves American and they'll fight for it. But, I think we should fight because we're the original Americans.
see,
But I think we're
yeah.
so divided that none of these misnomers we really willing to fight for.
I I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest
Go
with
ahead.
you. I know we on, sometimes when I get free, we on the internet and stuff, and y'all on the internet, but as a whole, when you look at the atmosphere and the spirit or the energy of black or African Americans here or Americans, Negroes, whatever you want to call them, they don't think this land is theirs. I'm talking about organically and originally. They most the mindset of most of these people in America that we've been speaking about, they don't even perceive, they don't think this is their land from their ancient ancestors originally, or that they're originally from this land. So they're not gonna ever fight. They'll fight with the Europeans to keep this land, but they're not gonna fight for this land for themselves. No, that I can't, I don't even see that happening ever. Because they don't think like that. They don't think this is their, it's like what we said earlier. Why Koreans over here fighting in the military, and they from Korea. Their origin is way over there somewhere. The so-called Negroes here, they don't think this is their origin, and it may not be. I don't know. Everybody's different, but they don't think so. They're not gonna. That's never gonna happen. You'll never see the most, not even 50% of the people who is considered Negro or call themselves Negro is gonna not even 50%, not even close to that. A fight, not even politically fight. I'm talking about they're not gonna fight in no type of way for this land to be just solely theirs and to be ruled by them. They don't want to rule this land. That's the mindset of most of the African Americans here in America. They ain't trying to rule this land by themselves and for themselves and make everybody be subject to them. They don't even have that type of mentality. They content going to work and getting paid, going to work 8 hours a day, getting paid, paying bills, and going to school and playing sports and that's and so forth. And that's it. And eating poison food. I'm just being honest. That's pretty much where the mind is at. Going to school. They go to school now. They're gonna go to school and get a degree. But it's not getting a degree to be autonomous or to have their own nation or their own country. It's not for they don't do it for that reason. And that's a shame because it shouldn't be like that. So that's my response to that, to your questions, Jackie. They're not about to do that. A couple of people on the internet saying they Aboriginal, they indigenous. Okay, that's what 1% maybe out of 100. You see what I'm saying?
Do
It's
you
like
think it's important for niggas of America to identify themselves differently from any other Americans, from the foreign Americans?
do they identify themselves as different? You say do they do that?
Yeah, do they need to identify themselves, a identity for themselves? Do the niggas of America need an identity for themselves?
Some of them already do that. Yeah, some of them already do that. I mean, but
What
then
you
like FBA for example, they do that, but then that gets you end up getting all mixed up before you know it. Africans is a part of that. So just like black, like I hear so many black men say Kamala Harris is black. So I'm thinking, okay, if that's the mindset of a lot of black men, so technically they don't really care about being different from somebody else. Technically, only when it benefits them, I guess. If they're gonna
Yep.
get some type of benefits
You're
from
gonna
it.
have go ahead,
Yeah,
my
go.
bad.
No, go ahead, man. Okay, let me. So other than that, they don't. A lot of black men they don't really care about because like they a lot of black people don't really care about that unless it's gonna benefit them. Other than that, they'll blend in with they'll be they want everybody they'll be whatever. They want everybody to be whatever. You know, all the Africans is black. So Caribbeans, everybody's black whenever they
Hey,
don't be
real quick, I was trying to find this video. I can't remember what video it is in, where they were trying to say that black people are foreigners here, and they let it be known black people are not foreign to America. I just can't remember the video.
yeah, I think you played that before.
Yes, I can't remember which one I
Just-
played, and they talking about it in Congress,
yeah, there was a
and
lady.
and the woman put those white people on note. Y'all the foreigners. We're not foreign to America.
Yeah, and the European agreed with her too. Agreed
Yeah,
with it.
I'm trying to find that video. I couldn't find it. I got
Yeah.
so many videos, but I remember what video I put it in. But they want us to believe we're foreign to America, but we're not.
But what I'm saying is the atmosphere of most black people in America, Negroes here in America, they think that they think that their ancestors are foreigners
Yes,
or
because that's what we were taught.
when it got degrees, when it got the indoctrination, any indoctrination, you get to check yes and get to pass the test if you say you African American or agree to whatever the program is that that the test you have to take to get their degrees. So yeah, we need to see a lot of our families are in church, most of them holy rollers and play church. And so yeah, that's where the indoctrination is. That's why so many of us is looking at it with one eye open. But the moment we start thinking, we only ask niggas one thing, nigga, You African American? He say, yeah, I'm African American. And you say, well, nigga, where is your African family at in Africa? Who told you that?
And why?
Go ahead,
And
Jackie.
why ain't they claiming you? Why your African family ain't claiming you?
Exactly.
Now they looking at this shit. You see what I'm saying? If they smart, everybody ain't. Everybody can't go.
But everybody's
Everybody
smart.
ain't gonna.
But everybody's smart enough to do that.
Everybody,
So everybody, they just
everybody
don't
can't
process.
do nothing.
They lazy.
It's hard to say this was wrong. You mean they told me about Jesus? I worshiped you. I seen Jesus work for me. How y'all gonna tell me this church shit ain't real? I seen it because they believe. Everybody ain't gonna be able to.
Very true. That all men
Right.
are created equal.
You have
They
to,
are endowed.
but they don't
But even
mean that they don't deserve because they are
even
victims.
even though they believe in Jesus, they don't have to. They don't have to be so stupid to denounce where they come from.
You
You know.
will because you love Jesus. Believe everything that said the Bible said is true. They want to be those that you know be school and do with the law people that's in all Trump making all goddamn laws. They breaking the fuck out of laws, stealing all the money, everything. You know what I'm saying? And you entrusted them with people over there work shit for them, destroying you. Then they got all the opportunity to do the right thing. So that's not what we living under. So y'all, it be so many rabbit holes to go down. Let me tell you why it's hard. Folks, let me back this right at the end of the thing, and no birthright
Jackie, you vibrate.
unless
You
see it,
vibrate.
you know what huh?
I said your mic is vibrating. Your voice or something is causing you to vibrate. It's not clear. Yeah, that's better. That's
Okay.
better.
Oh, y'all, I might have to get out here. I'm gonna try to work with it for a little bit, but go ahead, y'all go on. I'm gonna try to work this mic out.
No, it's good. It's probably what you probably was moving or something. It's probably that's why it's vibrating. But
Oh, go ahead.
black niggas, so the so-called niggas here in America, the church folks, they think they from Africa. They think they're African. So from Africa, the church, the Eastern Stars, all these Masons. At least if they don't, if they either think it or they say it or they believe it. One of the three, or all the above, or whatever. So, nah, they're not about to fight. Only time black Negro, the so-called Negroes fight the black people fight in America is for the USA, for the USA government. That's it. The U.S. government. That's it. They're not fighting. They don't fight for anything else, really.
I would agree with you 10 years ago, but today you mentioned Kamala Harris yourself. Do you know why Kamala Harris was not voted in as the president? It was because of us. It was because of the Aboriginal and the FBA community, the grassroots black niggas of America. We didn't accept her as black. We didn't accept her as our leader.
I
We don't
understand.
even we turned our backs totally on Democrats. They actually voted for fucking Donald Trump. Not that he better, but they did. That's what they did. She not there because of our people. So we are making a difference. And I don't know where you've been lately, but have you been seeing these churches? Oh yeah, they bare. Since TD Jakes and the Puff P Diddy and all that old shit. Oh yeah, them nigga churches is bare. We turning up. We slowly. It's work. But yeah, we leaving the churches alone. The church don't even look the same. The church look like hip hop. The church people wearing pants and shorts.
Well, the reason why the church is like it is that happened during the pandemic. That was the pandemic did that to the church. That's the main reason why the church is empty. One of the main reasons. I don't think it had anything to do with
And
indigenous
inside
Americans.
churches still look the same since the pandemic. Help me understand what you mean.
Yeah, the pandemic and the internet did that to the churches. As far as being able to go to church online and just talk to the pastor and being servers online and stuff like that. I don't think they had anything to do with people claiming to be indigenous Americans and stuff. Now that voting situation with Kamala, I don't think that I don't think the indigenous people have anything to do with that either. I'm gonna tell you why, because I don't think the US was ready to have a foreigner in or a woman in that type of position. They wasn't the European males wasn't ready to play around with that little thing yet. That's some of the reasons why she's not in there. It's not because of indigenous Americans. No, these European men they weren't ready to put her in that position of power like that.
What happened to Hillary Clinton? Why come she didn't make it?
They weren't ready for her to put in that position either.
Well, why did Obama make it?
They was ready to put him in that position.
Why?
These European men didn't want no woman in that position yet. When they decide to have a woman in that position, that's when they'll get one in there.
Hey, welcome my brother Blackfoot on the panel. What's good, Blackfoot? How you doing, brother? You can unmute. Brother Blackfoot.
But
Welcome,
because
everybody.
it's really a shame that for people to even be thinking that Kamala Harris is a so-called black woman. But I don't know. I don't know what's the
white
I
man
don't.
think the white man voted Obama in? Is that what you're thinking? You think that Obama was the president because the white man allowed it and
Man, I
voted him?
think a bunch of niggas voted him in just like every other president. You can come, brother Blackfoot, how you doing today? Real quick, y'all. Mic check. Can't hear you, brother.
Can y'all hear me?
Now I can hear you. Go ahead, brother. I can
Hold
hear
up.
you
I'm trying to get it on the speaker, man. Hold up. I'm
now. Yeah,
driving.
I can hear you loud and clear, brother. How you doing tonight?
Can you hear me, brother?
Loud and clear.
Yeah. To the brother's question about why the Egyptians got it everywhere on the hieroglyphs and all this. Brother, we have them everywhere. They hiding everything from you here because they don't want you to know who you are. It's not like that nowhere else. That's why you can't go in the Grand Canyon, brother. They won't let you in the Grand Canyon because, man, they don't want you to know that everything here is about you. And they unstole your birthright.
And
so
everything there is over here. Go ahead, brother. Cook.
So all the foreigners are in your land. You see what I'm saying? And they know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing, brother. So when you ask a question like this, just think about why they lied to you about everything. Everything in the school system they lied to you about. They give you the religion, they lied to you about that. I mean, look what they did with the fictitious Jesus when you go in to Revelations. They tell you how he looked, but that ain't how they give it to you. So they lied to you about everything, brother. But we so much into the football games, boxing, basketball. We into the TV year round. So when do we get to learn anything? So they lied to you in all type of ways, man. And to your question, they lied to you about that. And they keep you away from all of that, man. It's easy for me to see that, but I guess it's not easy for other people to see.
No, I'm saying if we got images of ourselves, that's fine. Then I want to see them. I ain't never.
Bro, you can you go in the Grand Canyon? Nah, they don't even let you go in the Grand Canyon where everything is.
Well, whatever. I'm saying they don't
Hey,
have to.
real quick, another example is like the Vatican and the church, how they stole a lot of artifacts and that we'll never see. That was
You'll
letting
never
us
see.
know who the Aboriginal people. The Smithsonian, the Vatican. Those two of the criminals that did it. You know, and they also did it over in Africa too. But go ahead,
Yeah,
y'all got. I just
but
wanted to talk about that.
we the only one, brother. Why do they keep reclassifying who we are?
Oh
The
no, I'm not
only
saying that. I'm saying like I'm not saying okay, we Aboriginal, but then I'm saying okay,
Y'all
saying
hold
okay,
it down for about 10 minutes. I'm gonna step away. I'll be right back, though. Y'all got it.
yeah,
Take your
but they
time.
still look. You can still they're still there. The murals, the stone heads. You know what I mean? All these are they still statues everywhere that look like us, brother.
oh,
Everywhere, man, in the Americas.
okay, I see the okay, I do remember you just brought something to mind. Yeah, okay, so I saw some Olmec heads. They had like um I think it had Negro and then it had some woolly like braids or some cornrows or
Yeah,
something.
it's they still out there, letting
I
you
saw
know that
those,
that's
but that's
us.
it. That's it. I ain't seen nothing else.
Hey, brother, I mean, you don't see nobody else. Statues, stone heads, murals. You
And that's
don't see
okay, but
nobody else but us
I'm talking about in America. I'm saying that's way down.
in America. In
I'm
America,
saying, I'm saying that's for the South. But I'm talking about like where is it in Mississippi, Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, California? That's what I'm saying. Like Indiana, Cleveland, Philadelphia. Where what I'm saying? Where is the major images of woolly head, dark skinned people here in America, in the Americas? That's what I'm saying. I ain't seen none. I ain't
so
seen
so
none.
let me ask you this: what Europeans? How did the Europeans look who came over here and did these things? How you think they look?
You talking about the Caucasians or the white
Yeah,
man?
yeah, yeah,
How did he look?
yeah. How did the European look who came here and done all this damage to us back in the day? How did they look throughout
So
the 16, 1700s? How they look?
you're gonna have to source that. You won't be able to just say how they look and not be able to prove it.
Who can't prove it?
I'm not saying you can't. I'm saying you're gonna have to.
Well, I, I, I,
I mean, I also have a book out also. You know what I mean? And it's in there. I'm telling you,
Have to be able to.
they look. I'm telling you, you can go look for yourself. They look just like us, brother.
just like
That's
it.
how they look just like us. These were
You can't tell
melanated
the difference.
Europeans. You talking about the black nobility? Come on, black nobility. You talk about the Moors. Okay, they the ones who came over here to the Americas and did the things. I've been in the Moor Science Temple for 13 years.
But
And
yeah,
and what made me come out, this is not Morocco, but they said it was Morocco. So they the ones who stole our birthright.
okay, yes,
These were not pale face, brother. These
okay,
were
but
these
I got you. But
okay.
right now, the pale faced folks is the ones that's ruling and down.
Yeah,
I
right.
mean,
Well,
they
brother,
they got most of the leader positions and on the banks. So maybe you correct on that part. But I'm saying they here, and I'm saying where is the indigenous faces, stone faces, other than down further down past in South Africa somewhere. I mean South America, excuse me.
Moors
Um,
and
we should have images of ourselves in stone in pottery or whatever in America. In the
brother, I hear what you're saying, and if you can't
so
put it
it's like we
together,
lacking. Well, hold on for a minute. I'm almost done. We lacking too much evidence of this of us being here. I'm just gonna say just 1,000 years ago. We lacking too much evidence in the sense of like physical, what they call it, archaeology and pottery and stone images of ourselves or hieroglyphs, if you want to call it that as well. You see what I'm saying? But Egypt, they still got that stuff, even though a lot of it's been torn down and destroyed. They still have a lot of that stuff still there to prove that them people were dark skinned
brother,
and
you have the Smithsonian Institute that has done damage, you know, and hiding our stuff. You
correct.
have you have so many books out, brother, that is showing you these things that who the people were here. The cat
I'm
is
not
out the
disagreeing
bag.
with you. I'm not disagreeing
The
with you.
cat.
I'm
Yeah,
saying,
right. I
but
know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I know.
you're not trying to convince me because I'm on here with you. But the majority of the people that you see every day riding up and living in your neighborhood, if you're living in a predominantly black neighborhood, man, they like, okay, they thinking they from Africa for one. Nobody's showing them any major. You just can't go down the street and look at this a mountain structure, a mountain, and then see people or a cave or something, or where you see all kind of images of woolly head, dark skinned people all carved everywhere. You don't see that here in America like that.
Brother, if you know any Masons or you've been in masonry, that is the secret. That's the big secret. Us. That is the secret. And so that's why you're not going to see the things that you're talking about, brother.
That's not good enough. I'm saying, knowing what
it might not be good enough, but brother, you know what?
I'm saying
Everything is changing. Everything is changing. I see it changing daily. I see it changing daily. Why? That's the reason why I came this way, bro. I did my genealogy. And it goes back to my family, man.
I know, I got you, but that's the
No,
individual.
I mean, I got you, brother. I got you, but you know, just be patient.
Let me give you an example.
Just be patient, bro.
Hold on,
I
let me give you an
hear what
example.
you're saying.
No,
I've
let me
been
give you a
hearing
good
what you're
example,
saying,
brother.
bro.
When the Europeans came over here, now you can go to I don't know what's the name of that mountain or whatever they carved George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, and them on. We don't even get that type of stuff of ourselves. What I'm saying in this country right now. So the young people, so us young people, and then the middle age and then the older, who they ain't trying to. Okay, they just don't want to just hear you say that.
Brother,
They
it's
want
books,
to
it's
see it.
books out,
They
it's
want to
books
see it.
out. Brother, I hear what you're saying.
The books ain't
It's
good enough, man. That's just a
the
book.
books are good enough, brother. The books are
No,
good
they're not.
enough. And they're not even they're hiding all of this stuff from you, man.
A pyramid and an ancient pyramid showing you all up in those walls and those pyramids gonna be some proof for some people, man.
Brother, we're the big secret. And I mean, that should be proof enough for you to let you know that they won't
I ain't
even let
talking
you,
about the me.
they
I'm
won't
talking
allow
about
you. Come on,
I'm talking about
let me say something, brother. That they won't
okay.
even allow you in the Grand Canyon, bro. You can't
But
even go down in there. Why? Why?
most of us don't
Because,
live in the Grand. Hold on, most of us
bro,
don't live in no Grand Canyon. People living in
brother,
Arkansas and Mississippi and Tennessee
and I'm saying, and guess what? They got mounds
Georgia,
everywhere.
man.
They got
Georgia.
mounds with these things in it, brother.
Okay, we need some video then coverage of it and some real pictures of it. Because just saying that ain't good enough for people, man. People want proof. You can say you got $1 million in your in a briefcase, but where the proof at? We want to see it.
Well, brother, you know what? I see it changing every day. Every day I
No,
see
I'm
the
not saying
changes,
what
man.
you're saying is not true. I'm saying
I got what you're saying, brother, but
what I'm saying is what's wrong. Hold on, watch this. What's wrong with providing the people proof? What?
bro,
I don't
what
think it's just a
brother,
I don't
you got a mental block, man. We up here telling you,
that is just,
they're
no, I ain't
hiding this
talking
shit
about
from
it.
you, man.
I know more. I know this
They
is Mr.
hide now. It's
Hiding.
impossible
Okay,
to
so
get
what I'm saying is if
exactly
it's
what you
being
want, man.
hidden, it's supposed to be able to be proven. If it's hidden, it's supposed to be proven to the children and to the people, not just talking. That stuff got to be proven.
Yeah, okay.
That's all I'm saying.
I got you.
Not to me,
I got you.
but
Like I
to,
say, like I
that's
say,
why a lot of our
I
family
just,
members
you know what?
because we don't got no proof. Right?
Angel is doing stuff. Hey, look, I just had a book signing last Saturday, proving, showing people, man, proving. Just get my
People,
book. It's called Transitions. You can get it yourself, man.
people
You
got to
know,
buy.
this
That's not.
is
People got
hey, look, it's a slow process, but it's happening, man. That's all I can tell you.
okay, what else?
It's
I'm saying.
happening,
People
and it's in the making,
people
man.
gonna see and see the real stuff. What
You
I'm
keep
saying is,
on harping on that, brother. It's not happening like that
what's
right
wrong
now.
with what's wrong with being able to take the children to a field trip and show them the proof? Okay, look what's on these walls. Look what's on these caves. Look what's on these.
Brother. Look,
I'm saying, man.
it wasn't too long ago. Our people just called themselves Black and African American. All that stuff is changing, man.
I'm not even talking about that.
But I'm talking about that, brother.
Okay, go ahead.
Just be patient, man. And things is going to unravel and it's going to happen, bro. You want things to happen right here and then. Hey, man, they are hiding everything from us. They didn't even expect us to get this far. How we getting right now?
We should
just be patient, brother. It's coming.
I mean,
that's all. Just look, man. You keep harping on and say you sound like a record, bro. Be patient, man. It's coming, man. It's coming, brother.
That don't pleases me when I hear stuff.
I can't help you then, man.
Yeah, I'm
not here to please you anyway, man.
Hold on, but watch this. What I'm saying is, don't take me. I'm saying.
No, I'm just saying you keep.
Hold on,
it's nothing else. No, bro.
Right?
Bro, you keep talking about the same exact thing, brother.
Hold on for a minute. Don't get mad at me.
No, I'm not mad. I'm not mad at you, brother.
Not at all.
Not at all, bro. I'm not mad at you at all.
You can't say
I'm not mad at you at all, brother. You keep saying you going.
I'm asking you a question,
bro. I know you asked me a question.
Listen, am I lying to you? That's like people.
No, you're not. You're not lying.
Like people go to church every week and they keep saying he's coming. He's coming. Jesus is coming. What's coming, man? You keep saying something's coming. What's coming?
No. Like I said, I'm over here, and a whole lot of other people I know is on this path now, brother, who wasn't on this path. So I say, be patient. It's happening, man. It's happening.
What's happening? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying people's not becoming aware. I'm saying, where is the physical proof? Like Egypt got proof. Them people laid it down so hard that the Europeans didn't even get rid of everything over there. They didn't destroy everything over there. Them black folks over there laid down the law so hard, man. Those was black people over there that did that stuff over there.
Like I said, brother.
That's all I'm saying. And you keep saying it's coming.
I'm saying be patient, brother. It's coming.
Where is it? I'm saying,
man, you funny, man. You funny as shit, bro. You keep. Hey, look.
That's all I'm saying. Where is it, man? We should.
Hey, look. I don't know where it is.
Jackie be asking some of the similar questions sometimes, if I'm not mistaken. But if I'm wrong, forgive me. But yeah. I'm just saying we should be able to show some proof that we was dominating the state of the area of Mississippi and the Mississippi.
So you don't know that, right? Have you done your genealogy?
My genealogy, I don't know.
Have you done your genealogy?
Let me respond.
Because your family
don't ask you a question and then don't let me respond, sir.
But bro, you've been talking. I've been sitting back. Okay, you've been doing the majority of the talking, so I wasn't finished talking. I wasn't finished talking.
Okay, go ahead.
You trying to dominate, homie?
No, I'm not.
I said, have you done your genealogy?
I've not done my genealogy traced back 1,000 years. I don't know it. The Egyptians got information that traces back thousands of years, man. Where's that information of ours showing we was ruling in this particular time? We did this, we did that. We got these images. We don't get all that stuff here in America like that. To say we do, we lying. And if we do got it, where is it?
Well, brother, when you talk about South America and Central America, that is the Americas, brother. You talk about mainland America, though, right?
Okay, so then guess what? How come we don't ever hear those people online with us? Every time we got people online talking about we indigenous Americans, it's only the people in America talking that. You don't hardly ever hear anybody that's down there, that's living there right now, and that's been living there for years, and their ancestors.
Okay, but look here, but throughout Central America, South America, they whitewashed that one. Also, bro.
Okay, man.
They whitewashed that.
I'm not. Listen, you and me you ain't gonna get no argument out of me when I know you're correct. I'm not saying you're wrong. I can't
answer your question right now, bro.
If you can box, you're supposed to be able to prove that you can box. You just can't say it and expect you to believe it. Prove it then.
like I said once again, and I don't feel like keep going in circles, brother.
Man, that's like Caucasians.
Be patient, brother.
Caucasians gonna laugh at our people, man, if we don't have no proof of what we say, man. The white man
When
gonna
did
laugh at us, man. We need proof.
when did he get over here, brother?
Hey, real quick, we
When
do
did he get
got
over
proof.
here?
I got you,
When did he
Blackfoot.
get over here, brother?
I got you, Blackfoot, real quick. We do got proof, I am. Your life experience is your proof. But real quick, Conscious Spirits, what's good? Welcome to the platform. You can unmute.
Hey, my man, when did they get over here? The pale face you talking about, when did they get over here?
Oh, what year? I don't know
When
exactly
did
what year.
they get here?
I don't know exactly what year they
That's
first
like
came over.
other than the start getting in power, that's
What's
the
good,
mid
Conscious Spirit?
to late
Welcome.
1800s, brother. And before then, they were just indentured service.
Real quick, everybody. What's good,
So
Conscious?
they ain't been here.
What's good? You can unmute.
I
Mic
never
check.
said that long.
Well,
We know.
welcome to the platform. Hello?
Peace. Peace is, am I on?
Peace.
Yeah,
I hear you
you on,
loud and
bro.
clear. What's good?
Hey, peace. This brother Chaska, man, also known as Charles Conscious Spirit, man. We gotta stop pushing back. I don't know what dude doing, man, but we gotta stop that negative, man. We gotta stop that pushing against. There is nothing because they done destroyed this shit, man. If you got drugs up in the house and you got the trap house, they gonna get rid of it before the police come in there. So we can't talk about where is it, man. It's obvious they took this stuff and they have destroyed all of our things, or they confiscated Smithsonian, the Vatican.
That's the point I brought up earlier, brother. You got it. I'm gonna mute up. Take your time.
Yeah, I'm just passionate with this. And then when I see my brother Blackfoot come on, and that's my blood brother, damn near, we known each other 46 years. And we talk about this all the time, man. We got to stop pushing back like we doing. And we got to stop using that word black, man. We got to stop using that nigga, that black, and all of that crap, man. That ain't who we are.
That's
And
right.
we got to get in accord. It's a passionate thing, man. This shit is going fast, bro.
Yes, it
And we
is.
ain't got time for that, man. With that, I'm gonna sit back and listen. But OG, I enjoy your platform, man. I talk with Alabama and Blackfoot through the week all the time, and I've been
Appreciate
waiting to
you too,
meet you.
brother.
But y'all got it.
Okay, so that's a weak people in some angles. If a Europeans just can come in and just destroy all what you done built over thousands of years, that's showing a sign of weakness in a sense, in a way that you should not have a weakness.
Hey, let me ask you something, brother. Let me ask you something. So straight up, when I look at a pale face, that motherfucker weak, right? He's weak. He can't, even if that transatlantic slave trade if it was true, and it's not, he couldn't go into no Africa. He can't go in nowhere unless it's the help of other people, indigenous people, helping him do that. But right now, bro, you ever heard of the hidden hand? That's what's going on. The hidden hand is what's going on. They got that pale face out there as a smokescreen, brother. And it's brothers who look like us, but are not us. You hearing it all day in songs and everything. They the ones who still running things, brother. And it's hard to make or to allow you to see this because you just not seeing it.
I never said
you got brothers, man, that's running this thing, running this world, who look just like us, and they got the pale face out there as a damn smokescreen, man. And that's all I'm gonna say right now.
Okay, what's their names?
Put
Bro,
that
man, hey, bro.
in a little bit.
What's their family name? I'm saying, like, they're the Rockefellers. What you saying? What is these? Who's these brothers that you talking about?
Black nobility, brother.
Okay, who are
The
they?
black nobility, brother.
I'm saying, what families do they belong to? Or
Like
Brother,
the
I
brother
can.
say,
That's
you
an
put
easy. I got you, Blackfoot. I forget what's the young lady that's in Congress right now, so-called black lady that's in charge of the Democrats. I forget her name, but it's
something
people out here that like I'm not totally agreeing with my brother, but I am agreeing that it's some niggas in high places pulling some cards, and only way we were infiltrated was through people that looked like us that infiltrated us. I definitely agree with that part of history.
if you go back and you look at the history of the Moor,
And let
Charles, I think
Jackie
it was Charles the
tap in
Fourth.
after you, brother Blackfoot.
I think it was Charles the Fourth. Uh, he had a whole. I don't have my notes in front of me because I'm driving, but he had a whole army, bro. This is the same time that the Rothschilds, some bookkeepers, some bankers, you know what I mean, that they have their place. They couldn't defeat them like that, bro. That was given to them, man. The
And
power
thank
was
you,
given
today's
to them, bro.
blessing, Jermaine Crockett, as one of them people that's in power that look
She
like us, but they ain't doing shit for us.
India, a
That
foreigner.
he was asking that question of the people that's black and in power. But go ahead, Jackie. Let Jackie tap in, everybody. Go ahead,
Upon
Jackie.
stealing the term black from Foundation of Black Americans. That's Kamala Harris you talking about. Remember, she was a senator and was like our Aboriginal people, real Americans, not fucking foreigners, but the niggas of America, along with the Joe Biden 84 crime bill. Those are foreigners. That's what they come here and do. They come here, change their name to religious names a lot of times, the Africans do, and then they identify as white, and everybody knows, like Alabama said, the old trade is to come put your foot on the neck of a nigga. You know, get the nigga. That's always been the deal. So no, we don't have, you cannot prove that raw nobility shit. You saying that those are Moors that come from Africa, the people that Big Dog is talking about, Catania, that sent it to judge or whatever, married to a white man, that's a foreigner, African. Kamala Harris is a foreigner, Indian, Dravidian. These are not foundational black people.
Not at all. Not at all.
Our people.
Okay, so again, to be conquered and to get your nations,
God allowed you to be conquered. That's why I don't believe in God, because I'm not conquered. But your creator allowed them to conquer you because of your disobedience. If you believe that stupidity.
Ain't no such thing as God the way you look at
But
God,
basically, they brought
the way you
religion
look at it.
and made niggas convert.
Yeah,
That's
though.
what happened. Go
I
ahead.
wouldn't have. I was gonna say that for that to happen, that means we was weak. That means for us to be conquered to the point where somebody else is controlling your borders, somebody else is
Nah.
you
You know
know,
what, bro? You got turncoats amongst yourself in every
that's
with
still
every
weakness.
people, brother.
But that's still
Okay?
weakness. That's still weakness.
Nah, brother. It's not weak. It's not weakness, brother. You know what
Yes,
I
it
mean?
is.
No, it's not
Black,
weakness.
it
Because
happened.
because what
And
you're
it
saying,
happened.
I'm
And
gonna
it's
say this, and I'm gonna let you have it, Jackie. Because what you're saying is, if it was people being traitors amongst our people, that means that's a weakness. And not only that, that means they were stronger. They were stronger with the adversary than we were.
Hey, bro,
Than we,
like Conjure Spirit say, bro, you pushing back on every goddamn thing, bro.
tell the truth, man.
Every
People
goddamn thing. I mean, it's nothing. I can't answer your question,
they
bro.
get all mad and upset.
No, we not upset. Not at all, bro. I'm not upset, man. You can't make me upset, my man. It ain't no way you can make me upset.
one of their feel good moments. They chummy chum with the man that's coming to steal, kill, and destroy. They dance with the devil. Leon Core, whatever his name, is a demon. Michael Montello, he's a demon. Tony Montello, these are people. Get with these people. They chummy chum, buy them a Cadillac records, and then they chummy chum and end up with their royalties. These people die. Angela, Stone was just the last one to tell you how they stole her money for 20 years. You know why? Because she was silly enough to not sit down and do business. She charmed with them. She befriended them and trusted them that they would take care of her. And she was just one out of all of them that they never do. It never happened. They always come to take it, and they do. And then they collected her soul. Go ahead.
Hey, what's your name, brother? What's the brother name?
Yeah, that was. I like what you CG said about that. That's true. You chum
What's your
chum. I
name?
don't
What's your
know.
name, brother?
Oh, DIM. DIM.
BIM?
Yeah, yeah.
Hey,
We peace.
hey, brother, it's been nice talking with you, man. My name Blackfoot, man, and I get with you, brother. Okay.
No doubt.
Okay, man. Peace.
Yeah. I just like the truth. I mean, if we was weak and did something wrong and being chum people, we acting chum with the people. You can't be chum with the devil. If you know that's the devil, why are you gonna try to trust him?
Hey, some would say we weak. Some would say we was cursed from God. I just think we were tricked. You
Well,
know what I mean? We were tricked into, giving
but
these people our power through, Republican, Democrat, like I said, mainly through converting to their religions. When you convert to their religions, you basically give them people the power to dictate and control all of your life, your beliefs, your facts, your information. You converting. Now you thinking the way
well,
they want you to think. And that's what happened here in America, brother. We started converting to all their religions: Baptist, Christian, Judaism, Islamic, Seventh day Adventists.
okay, but watch
Then we
this.
started becoming Republicans and Democrats,
Okay, but
further dividing us.
I just want to be honest. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, we just let down. We let the women down. We let the indigenous women down. We men let these indigenous women down, and we just gotta accept it, accept defeat.
I'm happily
Yeah.
married, brother. I didn't let my wife down. I'm happily married.
Yeah,
So,
you
you
see
know,
my,
you
you
got, you
see,
got to look in that picture yourself.
I'm
I
not
taught my
talking.
wife,
Now,
hold on a second.
you know you
I
wrong
taught
for that.
my wife to
What you said.
carry and protect herself at all times and
But
learn
OG,
how to
I'm not
use
talking
a
about.
firearm.
I'm
You
talking about.
know, that I got you, brother. I am. We're
But that
afraid
like,
to give
you ain't
our
talking
women
about.
power because we think it takes away our power. No, it doesn't. It adds to our power. So a lot of our people are so indoctrinated, they still believe in, hitting on their women when we supposed to be empowering our women, making them stronger so they can be strong behind us. But most men won't allow their woman to get a firearm. I got a firearm, my woman got a firearm, that's two guns. You see what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
but that wasn't even you
But
talking
most
about.
of our people is scared to give that woman that power to
And
tell them
not
they love you. You know
because
what I mean?
OG,
So,
I'm not
like I
talking.
said, we
I'm
we
speaking
we
on.
lost ourselves into converting into this indoctrinating system that we're under
So that
by
means we.
allowing these people to change who we are
And if we did that, that
countless
means
times.
okay. So if that's the truth, that means we let the indigenous
Brother,
women down.
most
Then
of our people are still believing in a higher power or a God when if they only knew that they are the gods, that they can do anything. But we keep giving these people that power and believing this fictitious God or creator
you
and
know.
giving them the power. Like I said, you want to call it what you call it. I call it renewing the power. We basically giving our power back to them. When you vote, when you believe in their religions, when you believe in their indoctrination, when you believe in Christopher Columbus discovered America, you believing in their indoctrination, brother. That's the best way I could put it.
Okay, well, I'm just saying that we men became weak, and we allowed foreigners, Europeans, pale skinned people to come and dominate
That's
and take
all
over.
over the world, bro. They didn't this shit that they did.
I
It
ain't
ain't
talking
just
about
here in
overseas.
America. It's all the fuck over.
But we
You
talking
name
about
a
indigenous.
nation, they done it. They took Christianity all over the world, man. Where they
But I'm
got
talking.
people
I
believing
know, but
in
you
the
talking about.
Bible and mythology. So don't try to just put it in America now. It's all over. It's
Okay, but we talking about
Germany, it's Africa, Nigeria, all the 54 African nations, they all divided. You see what I'm saying? So it ain't just here. This shit, I hate to use the word global, but that's the way they put it. I don't believe in no global. I don't believe it happened through all the flat earth, no matter where you want to put it, it happened. Like I said, government is in control of just about every area of this fucking planet. It ain't no area that ain't controlled by government. And like I said, keep saying, they brought that Christianity or that Jesus concept, not to just here, all over, bruh. You got Africans in Africa talking about Jesus rather than talk about their own ancestors. So I am, I see the point you're trying to make, but it ain't just here in America, brother. It ain't just us. They did this shit all over.
Yeah, but I'm not an African, so if I was an African, I would say, man, we Africans became weak and allow our women and let down our women, the women of the nation, should I say? So I would say that then if I was an African, but I'm saying I'm here in America, right? And so I'm speaking for us men who the ones they known as being Negroes. We let down the women of our nation, and to say that we didn't, we're lying. I just eat the truth. I gotta eat. I eat it. I gotta suck it up and accept that and say, okay, now we gotta get out of this situation.
Because
But
we see
but you can't get out of that situation if we in denial that we let our people down. Get that we did let our people down. That's why we in this situation. That's why we having these conversations.
I think God let the people down. And for the people who weren't believing in that shit, because the ones who don't believe in it, we ain't letting nobody down. Like I said, my family's strong. We standing on business.
the difference between Africa and America colonization. Africans are not having white people babies. You don't see a lot of folks over there mixing with the Africans. They have colonized the land. There's no African language. It's a broken English. They speak a Swahili. Okay, like we know Creole to be like a Swahili, a connection in between languages to help communicate. But the difference in between them is that they colonized them without a breeding technique. Here it was a breeding technique. First under Indian, they incorporated themselves in our families and inherited our lands through this mix, and it's still going on today. We look around now, we see a whole lot of niggas with the white girls, okay, or others.
Right. That means that's letting down your own people when you do that. And I'm not saying you can't do that. That's on them. But if you're doing that as because you discussed it with your own women of your nation, then okay, something's wrong with you as an individual then. Now, if you just do that because y'all just truly love each other, okay, that's a different story. But still, if you're doing that just because you don't know how to, you hate your own people, that's a
Always
problem.
evil, never for the greater good. Dangerous.
I mean, I don't know what's wrong with the men. I don't know what's wrong with so-called Negroes, black men or indigenous men, because we let the women down, period. We let them down. We let these Europeans conquer us. If you don't want to admit that, that's weakness right there. It's weakness not to admit that. We did.
Yeah, I just disagree, brother. I disagree.
Whether we lost in a
I
battle,
think they use technology and trick the people because you still got power. We just ain't utilizing the power. Because, like I said, 80 something percent of our people still waiting on the Lord. They believe they gave their power to, the indoctrination to these, white people, as you say. They waiting on the Lord to change the situation that we can be changing ourselves.
okay, but that's showing a weakness then. That's showing that the so-called black man is weak. He ain't as strong as he think.
Well, it's all people. You just want to put it on black. You got white people believing in that shit too.
Well, that's
You got
fine.
Chinese people believing in that shit too.
I
You
don't know
got
nothing.
Russians believing in that
Oh,
shit
we
too.
talk
So
about
I
man,
look
we
at
talk
it
about
as all people. Like I said,
you
they tricked the
understand
world into
the
believing, that Jesus is the world's, savior. So it ain't just America,
I'm
brother.
not talking about that
It
though. You
ain't
talking
just
about
the black man.
Let
no.
me ask you, Big Dog Philly. I'll tell you what, when I was growing up, I knew that a lot of people was going to church, grandmas, not mamas necessarily, but a lot of grandmamas was going to church. Not even a lot of daddies. My daddy didn't go to church, but a lot of daddies wasn't going to church. A lot of grandmamas was going to church. But I don't remember mama and them in my house. My mama and them didn't talk about white people or black people. We celebrated the holidays. We didn't know mention of, when we did Christmas, they didn't tell us about the stories of Christmas. We didn't go over origins and things like that. We just gave gifts and ate food. The holidays was mostly about cooking. It wasn't about a teaching. I don't remember my mom and them being involved in like, oh, who we gonna vote for? I don't never remember. I don't probably never remember my mama or anybody in our family referring to well, maybe saying us black and us niggas. Everybody was always saying niggas, but that like referred to us as a independent American. I think that we just understood that we were Americans and we was black Americans. We was different from the rich people. Rich was our kind of dream to go to college, get out of school, and then achieve after college of rich things. You know what I mean? So I said all this to say, family, I don't think that we was concerned. And I remember on my clock where it changed to African American. It was just announced on TV. We didn't have to sign up for it. They didn't send out a thing asking you about it. It was just something we was like, okay, African American. We African American. And then next thing you know, we was on the paperwork. We never agreed to nothing. We just pretty much lived our lives. You know what I'm saying? And we did celebrate some holidays, as far as cooking. Holidays was mostly cooking, family getting together and cooking. No stories. Even though I'm sure it was a lot of racism and stuff, let me think what happened. Jasper, that man being drugged in Texas, that bird man, they drug him in the back of the truck. That happened on our clock. But it wasn't like nobody was talking about going to go and get revenge and load the posse and white people. They didn't talk about they might say the man always got their foot on our back every now and again, the man, but it was never talked about. But my mom and them didn't have no racism. We didn't talk about that. One day I had a white boyfriend, I brought him home. That's when I found out that they wasn't welcome. I didn't know. We didn't talk like that. Okay. So I'm asking you, in your house, did your mom and them talk politics and voting and was interested in all of this kind of stuff that we into? My folks was absolutely not, wouldn't have been on this chat line. Go ahead.
Mine either, Jackie. We wasn't talking about no politics in our house. We would, like you said, we were just trying to get by another day. You know what I mean? Trying to get through another week. Trying to better ourselves. Trying to bring more income into the family, or just trying to be a better family. But now we didn't talk about none of that stuff, the politics or the religion, really.
No, or the religion really either. Even though grandmama and them went to church and we went, but it wasn't just exercise. My mom and them wasn't walking around with a Bible and a cross and shit. You know what I'm saying? He was expected to be decent,
Like I
good.
always say, Jackie, my mother never forced me to get into Christianity. She gave me a choice of what religion I wanted to choose, and I chose Islam through my research. She didn't force me to get into Christianity or Baptist because she was.
Well, I contend for the theme. The indigenous men, aka whatever they call themselves here in America, they do not want their own nation. They don't want their own independent nation and government because They are.
Because we've been indoctrinated. They
No,
made
no,
it
no.
think bad for
That
us
ain't just
to want
no.
to govern ourselves, brother.
Because
Hey,
we weak. Because we weak. That's why. When it comes
No,
to us,
because we've been tricked into giving our power away, like I said, through the aspect of voting, through prayer.
we got
When
weakness.
you
We
know
got
you praying for something, you ain't doing nothing but pray. You ain't putting in no action to
yeah, but you know what?
change.
You
You
gotta.
hoping your prayers
What's the
change your
a lot of
situation.
times? What's the problem with men is they don't want to acknowledge.
So, like I said, we want to. I'm always gonna call out these religions because I'm against them. They the
Okay,
worst
but we
thing
still.
that
That's proof we
we've
got a
been
weakness.
I got you, I am. We've been conquered, like you like to say it. Ever since we let those churches in our community, those masjids in our community, you know, we took the fight out of us. You know, they've been telling our people, get down or lay down. You know what I mean? But that's what that church did. That's what that religion did. That's what that indoctrination did. When we were being sent off to their schools. You know, I'm gonna do a stream in the near future. We're gonna talk about being domesticated. Is the animal that you let in your house, is that domesticated, or are you domesticated? Which one is domesticated? I think you are.
Well, you can call it domesticated, you won't, but that's proof that you got a weakness. And
I
and
call
and,
it
and the adversary
domesticated, brother.
penetrated
We've been domesticated. We've been
because of
made, what they call it, civil.
it's weakness. Then that's a weakness.
You know, the animals are more freer than we are. Who's domesticated? The animal or you? Shout out my nigga old dude. What's good, old dude? Much love to you and the family, brother. How you doing?
Doing good, man. How y'all doing? Peace, peace.
Peace and love, brother. But you can tap in anytime you want, old dude. Whoever want the mic, y'all got it. I'm just saying, I think we've been domesticated, brother.
But you can't get domesticated unless you have a weakness.
Can I just tell I am a thing, one little thing I just want to give you a little information on, brother. You want to know where you can find us history. Have you ever heard of George Washington Carver, the Peanut Man?
I heard of them.
That's our people.
No, I ain't talking about like that. I'm talking about the big statues, the big monuments like in Egypt, stuff like that, in the hieroglyphs and all on the walls and stuff. And
Yeah, we created all. I haven't looked at it really good, but if you look at it really good, all of these structures around the world kind of mimic each other just along the lines of the pyramids too. They are a lot similar, um, found all over the world. But I'm just trying to give you some idea of what we look like and who we are. We here in America created cotton gins, the red lights, the washing machines. We got so many fabulous creations, and it's people faces that you can actually look at and see who they are and what they look like. They are our people. Just so you
oh
can find.
yeah, yeah, right, right. That's cool. Yeah, that's cool. Yep, yep, yep. Okay, yeah, yeah, that's nice. Yeah, yeah, refrigeration and all that type of stuff. The lights, red lights or whatever they call it. Yeah, signal lights. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, but that's recent. That's more of a recent. I was thinking of something older. But yeah, that's good. That's good info. But I'm just saying, we as indigenous people, we have a weakness, and everybody got a weakness. But you gotta like just be aware of it, and then next time, just don't let the adversary be take advantage of your weakness, of our weaknesses, of our weakness.
Our weakness was we allowed religion in, and it basically, you know, destroyed all our communities. Like I say, you still got people believing and waiting, looking at the sky. If any weakness we had, that was it. We allowed technology to come in and work against us. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, but that's a
when
man.
you
But
vote,
a man
when you
doesn't.
vote, you give them people power. You're voting them. when you pray, you giving them people power to pray over you.
Okay, but the men does not supposed men supposed to make sure that they don't allow technology to come in and infiltrate and destroy the people to end up getting conquered by white
Brother,
people.
when we send our kids to their education facilities, what do we think we're doing, man?
Okay, so I'm saying the
We
blame.
call ourselves educating them, but we're indoctrinating them.
Okay, so
And they're gonna end up, not believing in us because they believe in the shit they being taught.
and that's the men's problem. That's the men's fault. That's their fault. That's
I'm
that's the
not
men's
putting
fault.
all of, on the men.
It's all on the men. At the end of the day, it falls on the men. Period. Can't blame the women. They up there trying to have babies and hold the babies and make sure the babies come out healthy.
I'm not.
That's the men's fault, man. Period.
That's if you allow that in your household.
I'm
Like I
talking
said,
about.
I'm not
No,
allowed
I'm
none
talking
of
about
it in
personal.
my
No, hold
household.
on, OC. I'm not talking about
Like I
household.
don't allow religion in.
I'm not talking about.
So if you choose to let them, indoctrinate into your household, that's on you. But
Oh,
I
man.
don't see
Not talking about. I'm
our
talking
men
about.
as being
I'm
weak.
talking about as a people, as a nation of people. We have allowed the white man to come in and take complete
What
control.
nation haven't? You name me a nation that haven't.
Korea got Korea. China has China. I don't.
Man, they doing their people worse. Stop, I am.
But it's still Korea.
They're doing their people worse.
It's still Korea, and they still got their language.
They
They
did
still
their
got
people worse,
their
man.
the
Stop.
so-called the so-called.
Chinese, what they did to their people is
But
like
see,
Jackie
everything is
said.
fine.
Some of them they can only have 2 children per household. They hit them with the
There's
facial
no
recognition,
secret. They still get
all
dignity.
above. So stop that, man.
They still get dignity. A Chinese man got dignity at the end of the day, whether he only can have 2 kids or not. He got land,
Is
language,
that what you
all
call
that stuff.
dignity, brother?
That's their country. They run their country the way they want. At least it's their country. Show me where the Negro got his country at. Where the Negro country at? He don't got none. Cause he want to be weak and follow the white man.
Like I said, they corrupted the
Now
whole world with their indoctrination. Go ahead, Jackie.
tell me I'm lying. I want anybody to come on here and tell me I'm lying that what I just said. The so-called Negro men is weak and want to follow the white man.
Yeah,
They
I'm just gonna say you're not lying. You just
okay.
fabricating the truth. You just pushing the narrative.
I
Because,
ain't
like I said, it's all countries. They did it to China, Japan. They did it to Africa. They
okay,
did it. The
so the
only
white man.
ones that really ain't, the Middle Easterns, but they compromised too.
Okay, so you saying the white man is the strongest man on the earth? Then is that what you're trying to tell me?
No,
Okay, so then
that's what you're saying. I
I'm
am.
talking about
I'm
the
not saying
indigenous.
that. That's
I
what
don't
you're
care.
saying.
Listen,
You're saying a white man is the strongest
but this is
man
what I'm
on
saying.
earth.
Whatever the Chinese man do, that's them. I'm saying we as the indigenous people of wherever, the AK the so-called Negroes, we are being weak. We refuse to separate and control our own destiny in our own land and our own country. That means we're following the white man by choice, and we letting down the women of our nation. And to say
Yeah,
that I'm
you
lying,
following him when
and
you
if anybody
believe
come on
in
and say
his
I'm lying, no,
religion.
ain't
When you
nobody.
believe in his
But that's our
indoctrination,
fault,
yeah, you're
though.
following them.
That's our fault.
When you waiting
If
on
we
God,
have that
yeah,
belief,
but that's not all of us. That's just some of y'all.
if all of us as a whole,
No, sir.
it's the little
I'm
few that
not
ain't
waiting
doing.
on God. I don't
Okay, but this is
believe
what
in
I'm
God.
saying. The few that's saying that they not compromising, that's only a few, and they ain't got enough power to even pull any weight around. They don't got no power. Those little one or
Bruh,
two, maybe three
we've
men.
been basically, our power have been stripped away from us, brother. We have the power, but because of the indoctrination, we give them the power. Like I said, most of our people are still religious. They're still waiting on God. They giving God their power,
But the
but it's
only reason
a
why
lot
our
of us
people
that
are
ain't.
religious because
That's
the
ready for the
reason
fight.
we got you. But the reason why our people are religious is because the men is because of the men following the white man.
I can't agree with that. Both parties following
The
history.
women only the women is following the men. What you expect for the women to do?
See, you know, a lot of y'all funny, man. You
You
know,
know I'm
y'all
telling
like
the
to
truth.
bring the woman down to uplift yourself.
How's you didn't hear me say?
But
Hold on,
basically,
hey
it's
Jackie
a
on here just said
50-50
I
scale,
didn't bring
man.
no women down. I
Men
said
ain't
the
higher
women.
or no above no women, man. We all equal. But you
No, no,
want to put the man
you
in
can
a
call
higher
them
place,
equal,
but
art,
we're equal.
and I'm not gonna
A
put. You
man ain't
can't put
no
the,
higher than a woman ain't no higher than a
but I
man,
didn't.
man.
That's
We
not even my
equal. But you
conversation,
want to
sir.
put us on a
Sir,
pedestal because you think
that's
men
not even
should
my
be higher, but we
conversation.
equal, man.
That's not even my conversation.
I'm
That was
making
not
it the
my
conversation because
conversation.
you're
Okay,
trying
but
to
that's
put men
yours.
on a pedestal when we're both 50-50. You ain't
Who's
over your
thinking
woman.
about pedestal?
She ain't
I'm
over
saying
you.
the reason why we've been destroyed because of the men. That's why we got conquered. It ain't got nothing to do with these women. Women just follow or assist. You cannot put them and say they the reasons why this we in this predicament. No, they're not. That's not true. Most men don't even know. Most men that's stubborn, they don't even want to follow no woman. So how we gonna blame the women? The women
Because
ain't
of
got
the
that. The
indoctrination
women don't got
that
nothing to do
religion
with this.
had put, basically, I am the religion that a lot of our people believe in desecrated the woman. They brought the women down so they could put the men on a
Okay,
higher
and
place.
who preached that religion? It was men preaching that religion.
It was both parties, man. Stop.
Women hard. It's not that many women preachers compared to men. It's man, you get like 1%.
It's
Most
always,
women preachers out
it's
here.
all, brother. Have you ever heard of a different women for
Most of the preachers that
sororities and sororities? There's women in power, like you said. Look at
okay,
Kamala Harris,
all right.
who's
That's
the
not
face of
our
the
people.
Democrats.
That
It's
woman's not
women
our
in
even our
power,
people.
man.
That's not a good example though, because she's not even
It
our
is a
people.
good example.
No, it's not. She's not our
She was
people.
she was running. She was vice president, man.
She's not our people though.
Exactly, but she's a woman.
So what I'm saying is the men, our indigenous men, has let down the women because they want to follow the white man. They love the white man more than they love their own women. That's a shame. It's a shame. We need to just fess up to it. Confess.
Hey,
Confess your fault.
I say it's a lot of the religious people that's that way. They love their white Jesus more than they love their family. And a lot of people have been taught to love animals more than they love their family. That's why I said, who's been domesticated? You or the dog or the cat that you allow in your house?
Well, I'm speaking as a for us as a nation. As a nation, the men let the people down. Period. And until men accept that they did that, how they gonna ever come up out of that? You can't get delivered from being an alcoholic if you don't acknowledge that you're an alcoholic.
I'm the
It's that
man of my
simple.
house. You may not be the man of your house, but I'm definitely the man of my motherfucking house, the king of my castle.
Oh my God. See, you talking on an individual level. I'm not, I'm way
Hey, that's
beyond
what
that.
I'm talking about
I'm
because
talking
it
about on
takes
a national
individuals to
level.
make a group, sir.
On a national
If you're
level.
not the head of your household, then
Okay.
she's probably running it.
Again,
I'm the
on
head of
a
my
national.
household. I'm the king of my castle, brother.
Oh,
I
okay,
run
but
my
you
throne.
weren't the king, but you weren't the king of the country. You weren't the king of our land
I've
because if
never
you were,
wanted to be a king of the
okay,
country.
so you talk. I'm not speaking on that. I'm speaking of us as a people.
Yeah.
We effed up.
The
The men,
people have
the
been
men.
divided by religions, brother, by beliefs, by politics. What part of division you ain't understanding?
But we can't blame. You
They
can't blame
infiltrated
politics.
this country and brought all these
You
religions.
can't blame politics.
Got
You got to
people thinking
blame the
they
people.
voting is power.
But you
When
can't
you vote,
blame
you're giving
politics.
them power.
You can't blame religion. You got to blame
Yes,
the
you can.
men who
Well, you
allowed
don't want
that.
to blame religion because you still believe.
I can't blame religion because at the end of the day, I'm the one that got to allow it. If I'm a king of the country and we and
It's
I let
not a king of the country,
hold on.
brother.
Okay,
We're
I'm giving you an
we're not
example.
united.
I'm giving
That's
you an
why
example,
we
sir.
divided because we're not united, brother. So one
Okay, so
person,
why are we
one
divided?
individual can't speak for me. I'm speaking for myself. So I'm not
Okay,
doing the we. I'm talking about I.
all right. Well, I don't ever hear women
Like I
say,
said, we're a divided nation.
That's what we need, our village. See, the problem of our communities, we have none. Everybody else got a place they can go thrive together, be together, got a safe haven for each other. They can still do the Underground Railroad for each other if they can. We don't. We've been divided. And from the home. Big Dog is right. I hear in his house making his village. I'm in my house making my village. But we need to put houses together so we can strengthen our community and our bloodlines. So we'll have each other to depend on. So we can have a structure. We can
right.
get a foundation. It is destroyed because our homes has been destroyed. The foundation is going to start with man, woman, and child. You can't do.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm like, if the men crumble under the white man, what do you think the women gonna do? They gonna crumble under the white man too.
It ain't gonna be no structure though if we don't have no principles and morals about ourselves or traditions or cultures. Ain't gonna be no unity or none of that if we don't have nothing to stand for.
That's right.
Exactly, brother. Exactly. Bliss up to you guys on the panel, you new panelists.
Yeah.
So I know what I'm saying is right. That's like I ain't
Peace,
bag it
everybody.
down.
But now you
I
right
don't
though.
mind being
No,
I don't
I
mind
never
being
said you
challenged. If
were
I'm wrong,
wrong. I
I'll
was
correct
just
myself.
disagreeing with the aspect that you're coming just the men. And like I said, I don't
Yeah.
believe you may believe that you're ahead of a woman, but I believe we all equal.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's not true. But go ahead, man.
It
Women
is
and men are
true.
like, and
You
that
right
wasn't
though.
In
even
my
my point.
eyes, it's definitely
I
true.
wasn't
I
even
ain't
making my
above no other woman or man. We
I
are
wasn't even
equal.
making that point, but I'm not even equal with when I was growing up, I didn't see myself equal with my father, man. Man could lift 500 pounds. I couldn't lift no 500 pounds.
I have
Man,
a
that's
expectation.
crazy. I'm not equal. I'm not even equal with every man. Every man ain't even equal. But I'm saying when it comes to defending the nation, protecting the
Dig
nation,
this.
allowing white men to come in and
I
destroy the
got you.
nation, that was
I
the
got
men's
you. You
fault.
know,
That was the men's fault,
everybody
not the women.
equal in my house. My 9-year-old daughter has the same power that I have.
Okay. But that's not what I'm talking about, OG. You talking about something totally different. I'm talking about on a national level and an international level. I'm not talking about your home. I'm saying
Well, it starts at home.
when it comes to
It
protecting the
starts
home
at home, brother.
from the white man from the
You
white
want to
people.
give white people all that credit when I
I'm
say
not giving
it
any
was
white people
more of the
credit.
niggas that doing the indoctrination. White people just played their role. Like I said, I don't blame it all on white people. I blame it on all
I don't
people.
blame nothing on white people.
You
I
keep
said
saying white people did this, white people
no,
did
no,
that.
no. You didn't
Like the
listen.
brother said, there's niggas in charge
I
that's
said
behind
that
the
we
scenes
let.
that we scared to call out. Because you
Okay,
saying the
but
white boy did this, the white boy
you
did
can't.
that.
I
I'm
don't let
saying
you.
white
OG,
boy and the nigga both did it.
no,
You
I'm
keep
saying
saying the
we.
white boy though.
No, I said the what? I said we allowed white people to defeat us. Us
Yeah, you keep
men.
putting it
I
on
didn't say
them,
nothing
but
about
where,
the
like
white
I'm
women.
saying, it ain't just white people, it's niggas, you know,
You know what you
all
talking about? We're
skin
not talking
folk
about the
ain't
same
kin
thing.
folks. We got some skin folks out here playing
No,
like they us.
you're not. We're not even talking about the same. Okay? If you going to say be on that, that's fine. I'm gonna let you speak, but I'll let you finish what you saying. But I'm talking about something totally different. Men are supposed to not let foreigners come in and destroy their nation, and we
Let me
men.
ask you this: are you married? Have you ever been in a relationship?
I ain't
Do
even
you
on that
really think you
level.
can
I'm
control
not on
your
that
woman?
little. That's a small level. I'm not on that.
Real quick,
I'm
hold
going
on, I
beyond
am.
that.
Do you
I'm
think
not
you
married, bro.
control a
Listen,
woman,
I'm
man?
not married, man. Listen,
Real quick, brother. Real quick, I am. I ask you a question.
I
Do you
answered.
think you can control a woman?
Man, this ain't about controlling a woman. I'm not even talking about that. I ain't even mentioned nothing about no women controlling no women. I said we let the
You've been
women
saying
down.
that the men ain't
You
controlling
did
their
say that.
women all night long. So I'm
I
You
didn't
asking
say
did say
the
you,
that.
men's
do
not
you
controlling
think
their
you can
women. I didn't
control
even
your
mention
fucking
nothing. I,
significant other?
I never said anything tonight. You trying to
You
make it
did.
go there? That's on
You
you.
said
You
that.
can take
You
it there.
said, nah,
I'm
you
staying on
didn't
what
say that,
I'm focused.
Diana.
I'm focused, OG. I'm saying the men did not do what they supposed to do. That's why the white man came in and destroyed
Yeah, you
us.
keep blaming the white man.
It
Blame
ain't the,
blame a nigga then. Stop saying
I
the
didn't
white
blame
man and
the white
blame a
man for
black person.
anything.
What I'm saying
Listen to
is
me.
you can't control what nobody else do. You ain't
Man,
that
our people,
powerful.
the
I can't
men jacked
control
up.
what my
What it
wife
is,
do on the
we don't
real.
want to accept the fact that we jacked up. We messed up. And that's
I
all I'm saying.
accept that
This ain't got
fact,
nothing to
brother.
do with women
But
being inferior and all this
it's
type of
like you
crazy
don't
stuff. I
want to
don't even
accept
talk like that.
that you're not above a woman, that they're really
What that
equal
got to
to
do
you.
with
You think
anything,
you're
man? You
above
trying to
them.
start a crazy conversation, then go ahead. But I ain't talking about that. I don't care if you let your woman rule you or not. I don't. That's not what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
a
I'm
lot of
saying
y'all let y'all woman rule
I
you.
don't care about all that.
I'm just
I don't get
saying,
into
you
the.
blame it on the man. You
That,
blame it on us surrendering to the white man
yeah,
when
we did.
basically you
We
surrendered to the
did.
white man.
We did. We surrendered to the white man's religion
You
and whatever
did.
else. Us men surrendered to the white man's religion, and then we start preaching his religion. We sure did. That's the truth. Now, I'm not saying all religion is bad, but the white man religion is not good for us. So whatever that is, we start preaching that. We start preaching that to our communities. We start preaching that to our communities, into our neighborhoods, into our homes. We did that. We can't blame that on the women.
I want to also say this. I want to add a little log on the fire. The fact that y'all brothers been in this system, been in this on these lives, on these in this environment, in this Aboriginal community for all of these years, and knowing the condition of the people, and yet y'all still have not been able to get along, organize where we can build in structure. Even you know what I'm saying? This is how the religion got hijacked, because it ain't even original their religion. Everything that they giving you, you've already had. It's just been repackaged and sold back to you under a different name.
The reason why, okay, so the reason why we ain't got to a level of having major organized power and organized power men organized is because men don't want to fall under rank. Everybody want to be independent and on their own, and that's a weakness. That's a weakness because white
See,
men don't
what this
operate.
brother don't understand,
Oh my God.
is that if we would try to form something, we've been so divided for so long that if we would try to form something, they would call us terrorists, and you'll probably be incarcerated because we gave these people so much control over so long of a time. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's weakness though. That's weakness.
Yeah, it is.
You're supposed to do what you're
But just
supposed
like
to
I
do.
said, 88% of our people waiting on the Lord. That's weakness.
Okay, but the sister just got through saying, as long as the community been going on, we should be have way more progress than this by now. We don't
Brother,
because the men.
this the internet, man. This
And some people
internet,
who didn't do what
man.
they did.
This
My bad,
internet,
brother.
brother. This the
But people.
internet. Y'all ain't keeping it real.
Okay, well, anyway, you, uh, this indigenous men, the men do not want to organize and come subject to leadership and to one another. That's why it's not, it don't really have any major effect on this earth right now.
The
The men.
American man can't be subject to another. All these motherfuckers who want to come live amongst us are subject to us, if that's what you mean.
No, that's not what I was talking about. Like when you got an organization, you got to have hierarchy, you got to have order, you got to have different functions and different positions, man, of power, man. Everybody cannot have the same amount of authority and power and stuff and say so.
Right?
And
Too
men
many
and, men,
skins
and
out
our
of
men, our men don't like that. Only time they submit to that type of power and organization is when they dealing with white men. Like they go to the military, they gonna submit to it then. They go to work for General Motors, they gonna submit to it then. But when it comes to submitting that type of having that type of control and
When
structure,
they go to
dealing with
church, they
ourselves, we
submit
don't
to
want
it
to submit to
then.
that type of stuff.
When they go to those religious organizations, they submit to it then.
You supposed to.
Like I said, most of our people is indoctrinated through religion. They're waiting on the Lord to change things, not willing to do it themselves.
But still, that's still ignorance, though. That's ignorance towards the leaders that is, like you said, indoctrinated. But they following a snake, though. They still follow. They living under hypocrisy. They moving like they enemies, like they adversaries. They created, like you said, they push in a false narrative, like you always be talking about, big dog. And then and it's not real. You right, you right, but that's still. I still refer back to spirituality in the Bible sometimes, and and different traditions and shit. But the Bible is straight. It tells you that every prophet, every person was persecuted who was like, fuck the government, fuck the system. They was the ones who was getting stoned and getting burned at the stake and tortured in the middle of the city, in the middle of everybody, and they was getting pushed back. They like you said, it's few people who will actually stand on business, and them is the ones who get castrated and get fucked over in the end because everybody else lost. That's the reason why I know unity.
Well, I tell you what. Again, okay, well, you can, yeah, I mean, you can, let me say like this.
You want the Red Bull?
When you go to work, when you go to work, you got a boss, right?
Get whatever you like. I know, right?
So we submit to that,
No, this
but
nigga
we don't
arguing.
want to have
Like a
our own
different
kingdom,
Red
our
Bull.
own empire.
Bang.
We don't want to submit
Oh, yeah, I
to
like those.
You want one of
a
them?
so-called Negro being in power,
Because it was very crunchy.
running the nation. But yet we'll submit to a white man in power running his nation. And that's a disgrace.
Yeah.
And we shouldn't be like that. So if we're going to use the Bible or the Torah or the Tanakh as a means of making ourselves better, then if we can do that, then fine. Yeah, forgive me. But yeah, use the books to make yourself better. But I'm saying we submit to a white man's leadership in America, in the USA, but we don't want to submit to our people's leaders, a righteous man that's ruling over our people. And that's a disgrace, man. That's a weakness of our. That's one of the weaknesses of our people.
No, it ain't no
Of the men. Excuse me.
there's no such thing as a righteous man.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, no, I'll disagree with that. There's righteous men on this earth.
They are righteous man. A righteous man is a
But let me see
trying
why.
man.
But let me see why she say that though. Why you say it's not righteous men here?
Ain't nobody perfect. We all make mistakes. Even when we trying to be our best, we can still make mistakes. You human.
Okay,
Ain't
but
no
sister, we didn't say
who's
perfect. We didn't say
accountability and knows where he messed up.
it's a difference in righteous. Hold on, it's a difference in being righteous and then making a mistake. That's not the same thing.
It's not the same thing.
Can rule that some other man is righteous. You're not in his heart. You're not in his mind. You have no idea of what his intentions are. You can't say that. You just can't say it.
You can't say it's not either, though. That's a contradiction.
You
Yeah.
say you don't know that you done that. You ain't seen this. That can be your reference, but that's not proof.
It's
Okay,
not proof that it's not a righteous man either, so you can't say that it's not.
Call him righteous though. You ain't proving
Hold
him
on,
righteous.
sis. But if it's nobody's righteous, if no man is righteous, then all these conversations on the internet is stupid and void.
Go ahead.
Do you see what I'm saying? That means what the white man do has the right. He got the right to do everything he doing, and anybody saying anything against it is stupid for saying it.
Cotton candy and this one
See what I'm
right here.
saying?
Whatever
Because
you prefer.
you can't say there's nobody. If you say there's nobody righteous, then evil has the right to rule and dominate this whole earth forever. Come on now, you can't do that. You got to have righteous people down here.
Oh,
Or there's
righteous.
or there's no reason for even talking against anything that's wrong.
No.
What we talking against stuff that's pedophilia and all that stuff for if there's nobody righteous down here?
Expect him to be man.
Now perfect. We're not the creator. That's perfection. But no
That's the
one.
but they know you with me.
You know what I'm saying, Jackie? Come on now.
My nigga Philly who channel this shit, he ain't religious. He don't like religion at all.
A perfect in your life, what you want?
Righteous man, but a good man and a righteous man can hold himself accountable. Okay, what you say now? Like she said, you're a righteous man because we all do wrong. But a righteous man, a good man. It's righteous people on this earth. It's righteous women on this earth. Now that don't mean that they can't make a mistake, but they don't have to stay. But if you righteous and your intent is to continue to be righteous, you gonna say, forgive me, pardon me, I'm gonna do better, and you gonna work on doing better.
Let her talk.
Jesus wasn't even able to tell everybody when he was supposed to fuck the world. That's why we still speak and spread his name as we do. I can't hear you, Jack.
I'm gonna take you to hell.
I was close up. I'm like, all right, it makes sense.
Yep, no, absolutely.
I didn't hear what she said.
Me either.
It sounded good.
Yeah, somebody talking in the background while she was talking. Go ahead, Jackie.
I say that I have no faith in man. I expect people to be people. I would never have to, if I don't get involved in his trust and expectations, I never be let down and hurt.
But that's different though. That's the difference between maturity.
Yeah, that's a different conversation. You don't supposed to put your total confidence in any human.
But when you get a certain age, you can tell the difference between somebody doing
Who
what's
are you
right
supposed
and
to put
wrong.
it in, I am? Who are you supposed to put your confidence and trust in if you ain't putting it in another fucking human? Come on, man. You don't make sense. You're supposed to put it in the creation, the creator hands. Then you're taking it all out of yours and giving it to a fictitious entity. You're supposed to believe in man and woman, man. They got y'all believing in this higher entity that got y'all fucked up and believing that something is above you when it's only you.
Well, let me ask you a question. You only supposed to put your total trust in the creator of this earth and this heavens, in the heavens. That's it. Now you can trust people to a certain.
That's the indoctrination that you're pushing.
Well, you asked me a
But the
question.
reality is you should put your trust in another human being.
No, I said your
Another
total
woman.
absolute. Hold on, sir. I
That's
said.
indoctrination that you're pushing.
Oh my God. I
Pushing
mean,
trust
am
on
I
something
speaking?
you can't see, touch, smell, or don't even fucking know.
That's what trust is.
Oh.
That's indoctrination. That ain't trust.
Okay, I said you do not supposed to put your total and absolute trust in a person or a human or a male or a female, but you can put your total absolute trust in faith in the creator.
That you don't know, that nobody have seen, that you only believe in. That's indoctrination you're pushing, sir.
Man is righteous. Ain't no man righteous. I have a desire to be righteous.
Right now, there's no man righteous. Can you prove that there's no man righteous?
No, you're right.
Can you prove that there's no man righteous?
It's mental. God don't want you to worship.
Can you prove God is righteous?
Yeah, we know God is righteous. That's not questionable. We
You
don't
believe that. It's not a fact.
It's a fact.
I got a straw. I like to drink it.
Not a fact. Tell God to come prove it now.
He is
Can't,
proving
because he
it.
won't.
The sun brings the flowers
Fuck
and the
out of here. Y'all
trees
like
and the
talking that
grass.
religious shit. Tell God to come prove it right now to all men. Tell God to prove that he's in control of his creation. None of y'all can. No matter how fucking long and hard you pray. That God ain't gonna never show the fuck
Where
up.
was God when COVID-19
Because it's dealt on a belief because it's not real.
We survive every day. That's God.
Exactly. No matter how many ways they trying to knock us off.
That's not God. That's indoctrination. And that's all y'all coming up here and pushing is indoctrination. Because like I said, if God was real, God can speak for itself. It don't need little peons to speak for it.
Okay, but
But the
hold on.
little peons
Wait a
love
minute.
speaking
See,
for
this is what you're
God,
missing. This
and
is where you're
God don't
missing.
ever have a chance to speak. Let the creator who created all this shit speak. So it don't
He
have to be
do.
no belief. We can
The
know,
cre-
but
the
that'll
creator.
never happen because we got peons speaking for God.
We speak
Well,
for our ancestors.
Motherfuckers who believe in God, don't know God, don't
but
believe in his creator, don't know the creator, haven't met the creator, only going on somebody else's belief that was pushed down to them. Like I always say, if this creator is real, let it show itself. To let the people know, hey, I'm that real deal motherfucker y'all talk about. But it'll
uh,
never happen because it's only part of a belief
mm,
system.
Shout
we
out to
never
what
went
you
to the.
do, Big Dog
Well, you
Philly.
know that's
Shout out to you, brother, and your platform. Straight up.
We never went to the sun, but we know that it gives us life.
Hey man,
Here we go with more
I ain't gonna
belief.
lie. I'm not gonna be anti-God, man. I tried to
I'm
walk
not
down that.
asking you to do. I'm just saying
I
don't
tried
bring
to
that
walk
shit up
down that
over
path.
here unless he's coming to
I tried
speak
to
for
observe that
himself.
path. Should I say? I
That's what
tried to
I'm
look at that.
saying.
Nah, 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 nah. See, you saying a lot of things, but you gotta understand. You
I'm
know.
saying tell your God that you pray to
Uh,
come show all man that he's the creator.
Yeah,
That'll
send
never
me the link.
happen. You want
Send
to
me
call
the
it
link.
an anti-God statement,
well,
but I'm speaking facts. How
well,
long have black people been waiting for this creator or God?
Yeah,
A
send
lot of
your
y'all think we in the
well,
end time.
well, you gotta
This
understand.
is another
Okay,
day
first of all,
because your
well, let,
God ain't showing up to show it's
but
in
come on,
charge.
OG, man. You ain't gonna let you go. You asking a lot of questions, man. I mean, you saying a lot of.
send your creator the link, I am. Fuck it. Get him on the panel.
Okay, well, hold on for a minute. See, the creator. See, that's the. See, I'm glad you said that.
He can't.
That's
He
proof the
can't.
creator is real because the creator. It's like this. You can't even get the president on the phone right now. So what makes you think you gonna get the creator on the phone? Y'all tripping, man. Y'all tripping.
You can always catch.
You can't get the president, or you can't even get Bill Cosby on the phone right now. Y'all don't got no connection with the creator like that. That's why you can't get him online. You don't even got connection with regular people like that.
Real
y'all,
talk.
weak. Y'all talking weak.
No,
Y'all
sir,
can't
because
talk.
your
Hey
your
man,
God
when it comes
concept
to the
is a
God thing,
belief
You
and
hella
a
when it comes to the
faith,
funny,
God
bro.
thing,
and y'all still believe in him, but he'll never show the fuck up because he ain't
Yeah,
real.
basically.
okay, but you can't. Bill Cosby not gonna show up either, but that don't mean he ain't real. He ain't about to show up because you want to put him on. You want to get him on the phone, and so you think God is less than that? He ain't gonna show up for you because you want to talk to him on the phone. Man, y'all got God messed up.
But you're still waiting for God to come back. A lot of y'all believe in waiting. And
Hold
I ain't
on, wait a
talking
minute,
to
hold on.
not
See, that's what you.
everybody, but
Wait a minute,
some of
hold on.
y'all still are believing and waiting on this
Can I
God
ask you a
to
question? Can I ask you a
reveal
question?
itself.
What do you mean we're waiting for God to come back? What are you talking about? Whoever said that? God
I
ain't
said
even
that.
going nowhere. God is right here,
Bruh,
everywhere.
bruh,
What are you
in
talking
your
about?
belief system, he's right here. But in the reality we live in, God ain't real, bruh.
One back, one left the bathroom, one upstairs.
Hey, but you know what though? Y'all talk about put God on the phone. I heard you hope, but you can't even get Michael Jackson on the phone or whoever
Yeah,
else.
it shouldn't be
Come on, man.
that much
You don't
sugar.
get connections like so you got connection. Hey, you got that much connections and power that you can get the president on the phone right now. Come on, Hope. You
Man,
put
I don't
yourself
give
out
a
there.
fuck about the president, the vice president, or none of those represent. They ain't representing me.
I'm just saying, man. I'm using that as an example. God is too infinite and too great to come on, get on the line with you and talk to you right now. He ain't about to do that.
He trolling. We're gonna let him
All
troll.
I'm telling the guy do is reveal itself to the people. If it's real, reveal yourself and let the people know. So
He
that
knows.
way
He
we ain't dealing
does.
in belief.
The
Because
creator reveals
you
himself to the
believe.
people.
I don't believe. I know God ain't real.
But you just rambling right now, though, OG.
I'm not
He,
rambling, bro. I'm
yes,
speaking
you are, man.
facts.
He reveals himself to people.
You're
That's why we say.
rambling with your belief.
But listen, I'm about to
I asked,
ask.
hold on. I asked God one question. Reveal yourself to the people. Now,
He
if all
does.
of
That's
us
why they believe.
prayed, hold
Sir.
on. I'm going to mute you. If all of
Okay,
us
well, mute me
prayed,
then. Mute me.
if all of us prayed and asked God to reveal himself, do you think this God will reveal himself?
No.
I am. Do you think this God, if we all prayed
You
and said,
muted me.
God,
I couldn't
reveal
respond.
yourself to the people, do you
Again, the
really think
creator
it'll
reveals.
reveal itself?
I'm about to respond to you, but you keep the creator reveals himself to the people. That's why they yet believe in him. And also,
What
the creator
man
reveals.
ever met the creator? Who met the creator? I am,
Okay,
personally.
but that's a different subject. You
What
actually.
man, what man has ever met the creator? I am.
Well, hold on. You
No
said something
man
about.
has never met the creator.
But you're moving. You keep moving around. But I want to deal with the
I'm
point you
not
said.
moving around.
Well, let me
I'm
respond.
I'm answering your question.
No, I didn't have
What
no question.
God man have ever met God?
Again, he reveals himself to people, and that's why people
Through their
believe.
beliefs.
Oh, okay.
You believe in it. What God
Again,
have ever revealed itself to man? Why
he
God ain't
reveals
stopped none of
himself
these
to us
wars?
every day
Why
by
God
showing us
haven't
that.
stopped none of
Hold
these
on, I'm about to
wars?
show you. I'm about to show
We've
you.
been
You
at
don't.
war for forever. What
You
God
ain't giving me
intervened
a
and
chance
stopped the
to.
bomb?
I'm trying to tell you.
You can't.
Prove that he
You're
reveals himself to.
justifying the stupid shit. That's what you're doing right
Okay,
now.
well, I can't. You don't want me
OG,
to talk.
even you
OG.
said that we all are gods. You said we are gods. You said that. You said that, OG.
Yeah,
You
not that
said
fictitious God that you believe in, sir.
Uh,
Not that.
proof. I'm gonna show you that proof that God is real. I'm about to give you some. Well, I'm not gonna show you.
You
I'm gonna
can't
give you
do
an
shit
example.
but imagine and believe. That's all you doing, I
I'm
am.
about to give you an example that God is real.
No, you ain't.
God is so real that He let the white man kick the indigenous people's butts
There you go.
because the indigenous people don't want to do the right thing, and that's come up on a righteous leadership.
Here you go.
Yep.
Like I said, the God you believe in ain't real, and all I challenge your God to let it know the people is real, like in that Bible or in that
He
Quran.
do. He let the
It
white
was
man kick off.
active in his creation.
He letting the white
It
man
ain't
kick.
active in shit today.
He let
Nothing.
the white man. He let the white man kick all o- kick up
Yeah,
kick,
he
kick off
gave
his
the
butt.
white man run over this earth on you, dumbass, because you still believing. And
No,
wait.
it's the other way
Go ahead,
around.
Jackie. You tap in. Go ahead, Jackie.
I want him to know one thing. You got to be careful when you're dealing with religion, and people are really hungry for a something to fill a void in their life, something magical, a real power source, something they can put faith and trust in. And at that moment, when you said, "I'm going to show you God," you definitely had my interest, and probably somebody else was interested to see what you was going to see, but there was absolutely nothing behind door number one. So you're going to have to be careful. Now people won't take you serious because you act like you had something and it wasn't. And this is why you can't reach a person like Big Dog because they ain't got time and room
We're
for
not
the
trying to
bull.
reach big dog, sis. He got his mind made up. I'm just responding to
I've been
some of the
had
things
my
he might have
mind
been
made
saying.
up, and ain't nobody gonna change me or
But the
change
thing
my
about it is,
mindset. It
the
would
proof.
it would literally take an act of God, and that ain't gonna happen to change my mind.
Well, it can't be
Like
no
I
act of
said,
God because you don't believe
God
God
is
is
a
real.
part of
So
a creation story.
well,
All
there's
countries,
no sense of an
all
act of
people
God if you
have
don't
it.
believe in God. I mean, you don't even acknowledge the act of God because you don't believe in God. So
I used to
even,
believe in God, sir.
even if there was an act of God, you
I
wouldn't accept
used to
it.
believe in God.
Yeah, but you wouldn't accept it though, an act of God, because you don't believe in God. You gonna say it was an
Now
act
I
of
don't
God.
believe in God after doing my research and learning that it's only a part of mythology. That only reason this God was created was to control the people.
Well, the
And
white man,
God is a billion dollar
that's why the white
religion.
man is winning because a lot of indigenous people don't even believe in the creator. That's why he's
Stop
winning.
lying, man. Yeah, that's a lie, man. You know, most of our people, like I've been saying all night, 88% of our people is waiting on
I ain't
God,
talking about them. I'm
believing.
talking about
So
people who claim
basically,
to be
what you're saying,
Aboriginal.
you're lying.
Most of the
Most of
Aboriginal
the
community
indigenous
act like
people
they don't believe
still
in
are
God.
waiting on God,
They,
sir.
but what I'm saying
God.
is the Aboriginal community is losing and never will win over the white man because they don't believe in the creator.
And neither will the Pan Africans or the what they call them, the Israelites. None of them. Because they all believe in God and waiting on him.
Well, why would you
It's
want to wait?
niggas that going against us like that, like
Okay, but
myself,
hold on, watch
that know
this.
it ain't
I got a
God,
lot of questions
that
for you.
got people like you arguing,
So
believing it is.
it's a
When
crime
I
to wait on
said,
God.
when I
So
said
you said,
basically, let your God
OG, is
reveal
it a
itself.
crime to wait on God, man?
Like I said, let your God reveal yourself. Tell your God to reveal itself, then it don't have to be a question. Then we don't believe. But niggas like you gonna keep believing no matter what until this God reveal itself, but it's never gonna happen. And you're gonna die still believing in that like your ancestors.
Well, since
Come
you
on,
said
man.
nigga, I'd rather be a nigga who believe in the creator than a nigga who don't. You
That's
know what I'm saying?
that's your belief.
Because
And I'd rather be in my footsteps, knowing there's not a creator, than
and God,
believing like somebody like yourself who still believe when I know it's not one. But
you ain't
for me to convince you, I'm not trying to. You got to convince yourself because I don't give, like I told you many times before, fuck God, fuck Allah, fuck Jesus. They're imaginary characters that you believe in. I
Well,
sleep good at night. I ain't worried about no entity hurting me. I ain't worried about no nigga hurting me because if a nigga willing to hurt me over God, I'm willing to take that nigga the fuck out or white boy out, whatever it is, over that God and show him that your God wasn't really in control. But yeah, fuck God, fuck that creator, and fuck Allah, all above. They're imaginary characters that don't exist. They can't hurt me because they don't exist.
what about the white
But
man? You fuck
niggas
the white.
like you
What about the
believe
white
in
man?
it.
I mean, you
Give
say
them
fuck
power.
God. You say fuck God like God caused you all your problems. I mean,
I'm saying it because that's the way I feel. Fuck God. And if you
did he
still
cause
believe
you?
in him, oh fucking well. Get
No, I'm
over it.
saying
What
did
you
God
gonna
cause?
do? What are you
Did
gonna
God?
do? You jump in and do something for your
I'm
God.
asking the question. Did
You
God
do
do
something.
something?
I'm responding to the question,
I ain't
brother.
even finished
Like
my
I said,
question.
if you're
Did
gonna
God
do
do
something
something
for
to
your
you?
God, come do something for him, motherfucker. Don't just talk. Put some action in. I said, fuck your God. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna come get me? Come get me. Other than that, fuck your God, man. You don't like it, do something.
That's the same thing Jesus used to say. Jesus would say, "You are the church. You have to. You have the power. You have all the power you need. All you have to do is believe in yourself." You don't need nothing else. Just believe and walk and do what you do. That's what God is. God is an energy. He is nature.
God is an imaginary character that they made up. That's what God is. You want to call it energy or whatever you can call it, but it's a character that they made up, like Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck. Not real Batman, Superman.
When you get the feeling like doing something different, that's God. When you trying to do something that's never been done before, that is, that's not that comes from the inside. That's your soul, your spirit. Because you doing something
That's a
nobody ever
lot of
done.
indoctrination that you're pushing.
yeah, I mean, what if I want to go and kill a kid? Is that God? That'd be the first time I ever done it, and and
It's
is
all
that
types of it's all types of it's different. It's the frequency. It's lows and it's highs. Like some people say the devil is God. Is some people it's cults committed to killing themselves, committing suicide, taking poison together, uh going through rituals together, and that's they God mentally, but it's that's what the universe is. It's just indifference.
see how
It's
you
all
confuse your God even more? You confused God even more because you brought on another energy. Because you said God is you want to feel like when you ain't never done something you ain't never done before. What about people that ain't never killed? They killed their kid for the first time. Is that God?
We got different gods, though. People have different gods. People
Is
do believe.
that God?
Indifferent.
That's a
Huh?
yes or no. Is that God? Yes.
I mean, it's not my God, but it could be it's somebody else's God. Yeah, it's not mine, but some people don't have the same values.
Hey,
That's the
brother.
gift.
Hey, D. You know how many different entities of God there is?
That's, too many to count.
Exactly. Come on now. That's what I'm saying. They got all these different fictitious characters of so-called God.
But that's life. That's the point of life. That's
That's like
what
you
that's
said. The Arabs call him Allah. The
Again,
Christians call him Jesus. The
you
Israelites call him different names. There's so many different
Aaron, what
gods or creators out here, man.
that's the beauty of it.
It's not the beauty of it. It's only supposed to be one, man.
But that's never gonna
That's how
happen.
mixed up and confused you are about the beauty of God or his creation.
That's what it's all about. That's that you can't control people, like you said earlier. Use
Niggas is
your exact words.
lost. Is
These are your exact
lost.
words, though. OG,
Lost
you
in
said it.
space looking
You
for
said
God.
that you can't
Lost.
control everybody. You can't tell nobody what to do. So if they went through a tragedy, if they daughter drowned or something, and they like, nah, I don't, or you know what I'm saying, or they lost a loved one, or you know, if something happened or a tragedy happened and they just depressed for the rest of their life, then of course they not gonna see the light side, the bright side of something, you know, because they've hurt and they know that they it was the only it might have been their fault or they couldn't save somebody or you know what I'm saying they couldn't change it. But the stuff that we can't control is technically God.
I think we took this conversation a little bit too far. I think instead of talking about God, we need to talk about birthright citizenship because God ain't doing shit. So can we get back on topic? Because I'm tired of talking about this fucking imaginary character that ain't doing shit for the people or anybody else. So can we still talk about birthright citizen? Because I'm tired of talking about this religious shit, man.
let's see, can
Y'all get me sleepy.
chop it up on the birthright. What did you have to say about the birthrights?
I don't think you can have birthrights without God.
Okay. Yeah.
That's how slow this man is. Because the last time I checked, the only way life was being created was through man and woman fucking and not God. So you're wrong, I am again. God ain't creating life. Man and woman is, sir. Unless your mother and father came together and did the tango, ain't nothing being created. So you want to give it to God, I give it to mom and dad, man. You know, y'all, like I said, y'all stuck in this fictitious belief system that God created, but the reality we live in, if man don't have sex, intercourse, fucking with a woman, that's the only creation that's gonna ever be made. So
Okay,
keep
and who
on
put
waiting
that?
on your God that you believe created it. But if man and woman stop fucking, see how much life come in the world then.
Yeah, but that's a law of reproduction. So somebody created that law and that power that when one man and woman come together, they're able to produce
Like I
a
said,
child.
that's
That
the
that's a
reality
law.
of your
So
madness that
who
you believe in this immaculate conception that something created it. But in the
you don't even like
reality we live in, unless man and woman do that tango thing and make that energy that we make, that ooh 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 ooh, ooh ah sound, ain't nothing being
well, who
created,
made
brother.
that law though?
Your God ain't creating shit no more.
Who made
Man
that
is.
law? Who made that a law where when man and woman come together, they're able to produce? Who made that a law? See,
Man did, sir, not your God.
no, he didn't. No, he didn't. Man didn't
Man
create that
made that
law.
law.
No, he
Man
didn't.
created religion,
It's
sir.
somebody above man that made that law, so that law will work when those actions take place between a
Like I
male and a
said, tell
female.
your God to come out and reveal itself because it never will.
He just did.
Laws, you just said he making laws. He make laws, he write.
Motherfucker, he lost. He lost in the sauce, waiting on his creator to come back. Like I said, We're about to wrap this one up. I ain't getting into this God shit all night. Fuck God. If you believe in him, fuck you too. How about that?
Well, fuck don't mean anything. What does the word fuck mean? That ain't nothing. What that mean?
Basically, if you believe in God, you believe in you're weak. You're weak. You blaming it on the white man when you should be saying your God made you weak because you're waiting for your God.
I
But
thank
yeah, I'm
God
gonna
for
let
the white
everybody
man.
close out, man.
I
And we're gonna
appreciate the
wrap this
so-called
one
white
up
man
because I'm
though.
tired of
From
this
1861 to 1860.
religious talk, man. I don't want to hear that
Well,
shit,
you
man.
started it on the
I got better
OG.me.
things to do. Go ahead, y'all can close out, man. Everybody have a good night. Power to the motherfucking people.
Grace and love, power to the people.
We're gonna take our power back from that guy one of these days and start doing shit ourselves. Not waiting on no imaginary creator that ain't gonna never show the fuck up. Niggas
OG,
still waiting for
you
500 years
said,
later, 1,000 years later.
OG, you said we was God though. You said that. These is your words that
Not
we
that
are.
fictitious creator that we are gods because we are only ones giving it and bringing life in this reality we live in. So
And I'm
that
with
kind
that.
of makes us a god, but not on the belief that the God you believe in.
That's the same power. We have the
It's
power
not
to
the
take
same
life.
power, brother.
You just said that only man and woman can create.
Well,
Yeah,
man and
but
woman
your
is nothing
God
without.
created it all, remember?
But man and woman can't create nothing without God.
And
So
you
they
said
can't
that
make
we
nothing
are
That's your
God.
different.
belief. Like
They
I
can't
said,
produce
you're
anything.
still indoctrinated through God. Like I said, for all y'all niggas that believe, pray real hard tonight and ask God to reveal itself. The real God. Not no belief motherfucker. The real God. Tell him to come prove to the reality of the world that it's real. Pray hard. Hold your breath on it.
He
And see if
proves
it comes.
he proves it to us every day by allowing the white man to rule over us. That's proof that God is real. Because if it was up to us, if it was up to some of us individually, we wouldn't let that happen. We would change it.
Like I said, 85% of the world believe like you I am. They're still believers waiting. Not willing to jeopardize anything because they got faith that their God is going to change. And that God ain't going to never come and change anything. No matter how bad times get, no matter how many pedophiles out here, no matter how many people get unalived by black or white people, God ain't going to change shit because it ain't real.
That's what the people
Nah,
don't believe.
no. Some things you got to the Creator give you
Y'all
power
can
to
close
change.
out, man. I'm done with that. Y'all close out, man, please. I'm about to start playing some music. I'm done with that creative
Peace,
shit, man.
peace. Have a good evening,
Have a good
man.
night, man.
God is grace. God is good, y'all.
Matter of fact,
Yeah,
find my song right here. For all
Threads
y'all fucking young
3000.
niggas, Lost Generation, that's what we gonna play. For all y'all niggas that still out here waiting for God and ain't gonna do shit yourself, keep waiting. Lost Generation.
This a lost generation. We starving for greatness. We hardly can make it, and truth is a pill that we hardly can take. Look at our generation, walking lost in this matrix, praying God come and save them. You'll do it for yourself if you really want to help, otherwise it'd be hard to escape. You're the lost generation. This a lost generation. We starving for greatness. We hardly can make it, and truth is a pill that we hardly can take. Look at our generation, walking lost in this matrix.
Let's go out to I Am. And people who still believe in this creator, this God that ain't doing shit.
This a lost generation. We starving for greatness. We hardly can make it, and truth is a pill that we hardly can take. Look at our generation, walking lost in this matrix, praying God come and save them. You'll do it for yourself if you really want to help, otherwise it'd be hard to escape. You're the lost generation. This a lost generation. We starving for greatness. We We hardly can make it, and truth is a pill that we hardly can take. Look at our generation, walking lost in this make at us, man. Praying God come and save us out here. You'll do it for yourself if you really want to help, otherwise it'd be hard to escape with a lost generation. Where everything's fun and games, we drink and we smoke just to numb the pain. We scream for the cops when a brother gets shot, then we march for our money, don't nothing change. Damn, I'm tired of these fucking games, shit. We gotta do something, man. They label us black, our history snatched. We don't even know where the fuck we came from. They gave you another name, watched it and gave you another brain. We used to be scholars till they gave us dollars. You gotta realize this a fucking game, so make sure you play it right. When you give it your all, you sleep when you lay at night. I am a ray of light, that's an affirmation, something that you could say alright. I hope this word get exposed, I swear this cycle's getting old. How we giving all our children shit, we couldn't deal with it. Shit from further from their souls, this world is so cold. Think to myself like damn, sometimes I don't wanna have babies. Like damn, what they gon' have faith in? I guess all I can say is damn, this a lost generation. We starving for greatness. We hardly can make it, and truth is a pill that we hardly can take. Look at our generation, walking lost in this matrix, praying God come and save them. You'll do it for yourself if you really want to help, otherwise it'd be hard to escape with a lost generation. This a lost generation, we starving for greatness. We hardly can make it, and truth is a pill that we hardly can take. Look at our generation, walking lost in this matrix, praying God come and save them. You'll do it for yourself if you really want to help, otherwise it'd be hard to escape with a lost generation. Where youngins be selling us dope and politicians sell us hope. We never noticed all the power we got in our hands. They trick us and tell us to vote. Why should I care about July 4th? That one what my people died for was given religion and put up in a wicked system. But this shit won't our choice, so just find yours. There's different meanings of freedom, you need to define yours. Republic or Democrat, I don't get into that. They gotta give us back our voice. Cause how can the president speak for me? Or clean up the streets and find peace for me? They can't partner Red Sea for me. If I thought that, then I ain't even free. I'm just trying to tell them, the hand they dealing us is deadly. Let's come together for protection. They use their air, food, and water as weapons for harming my essence. It's time that we check it. I need my people to help me. The time is now, we need plans. But we ain't got no hope, so we apply, go vote and say y'all don't know, just keep praying. Damn, this a lost generation. We starving for greatness. We hardly can make it, and truth is a pill that we hardly can take. Look at our generation, walking lost in this matrix, praying God come and save them. You'll do it for yourself if you really want to help, otherwise it'd be hard to escape with a lost generation. This a lost generation, we starving for greatness. We hardly can make it, and truth is a pill that we hardly can take. Look at our generation, walking lost in this matrix, praying God come and save them. You'll do it for yourself if you really want to help, otherwise it'd be hard to escape with a lost generation.
I think that if you take one of the O's out of good, it's God. If you add a D to evil, it's the devil. I think some cool motherfuckers sat down a long time ago and said, let's figure out a way that we can control motherfuckers. And that's what they came up with, is the Bible. Because if the guy wrote the Bible, I'm sure it would have been a revised copy by now. You know what I mean? Because a lot of shit has changed. And I've been looking for this revised copy.
Man, shout out my nigga King Isaiah, keeping it real with the people. We're going to close out one more time with that down, man. Lost generation.
This a lost generation, we starving for greatness. We hardly can make it, and truth is a pill that we hardly can take. Look at our generation, walking lost in this matrix, praying God come and save them. You'll do it for yourself if you really want to help, otherwise it'd be hard to escape with a lost generation. This a lost generation, we starving for greatness. We hardly can make it, and truth is a pill that we hardly can take. Look at our generation, walking lost in this make at us, man. Praying God come and save us out here. You'll do it for yourself if you really want to help, otherwise it'd be hard to escape with a lost generation. Where everything's fun and games, we drink and we smoke just to numb the pain. We scream for the cops when a brother gets shot, then we march for our money, don't nothing change. Damn, I'm tired of these fucking games, shit. We gotta do something, man. They label us black, our history snatched. We don't even know where the fuck we came from. They gave you another name, watched it and gave you another brain. We used to be scholars till they gave us dollars. You gotta realize this a fucking game, so make sure you play it right. When you give it your all, you sleep when you lay at night. I am a ray of light, that's an affirmation, something that you could say alright. I hope this word get exposed. I swear this cycle's getting old. How we giving all our children shit we couldn't deal with it. Shit from further from their souls. This world is so cold. Think to myself like, damn, sometimes I don't wanna have babies. Like, damn, what they gon' have faith in? I guess all I can say is, damn, this a lost generation. We starving for greatness. We hardly can make it, and truth is a pill that we hardly can take. Look at our generation, walking lost in this matrix, praying God come and save them. You'll do it for yourself if you really want to help, otherwise it'd be hard to escape. For the lost generation, this a lost generation. We're starving for greatness. We hardly can make it, and truth is a pill that we hardly can take. Look at our generation, walking lost in this matrix, praying God come and save them. You'll do it for yourself if you really want to help, otherwise it'd be hard to escape. With a lost generation, where youngins be selling us dope and politicians sell us hope. We never noticed all the power we got in our hands. They trick us and tell us to vote. Why should I care about July 4th? That one what my people died for was given religion and put up in a wicked system. But this shit won't our choice, so just find yours. There's different meanings of freedom, you need to define yours. Republic or Democrat, I don't get into that. They gotta give us back our voice. Cause how can the president speak for me? Or clean up the streets and find peace for me? They can't part the Red Sea for me. If I thought that, then I ain't even free. I'm just trying to tell them, the hand they dealing us is deadly. Let's come together for protection. They use their air, food, and water as weapons for harming my essence. It's time that we check it. I need my people to help me. The time is now, we need plans. But we ain't got no hope, so we apply, go vote and say y'all don't know, just keep praying. This a lost generation. We starving for greatness. We hardly can make it, and truth is a pill that we hardly can take. Look at our generation, walking lost in this matrix, praying.
I don't care what form of mythology that you try to push. You ain't pushing it over here.
God come and save them. You'll do it for yourself if you really want to help, otherwise it'd be hard to escape. With a lost generation, this a lost generation. We starving for greatness. We hardly can make it, and truth is a pill that we hardly can take. Look at our generation, walking lost in this matrix, praying God come and save them. You'll do it for yourself if you really want to help, otherwise it'd be hard to escape. With a lost generation.
I think that if you take one of the O's out of good, it's God. If you had a D to evil, it's the devil. I think some cool motherfuckers sat down a long time ago and said, let's figure out a way that we can control motherfuckers. And that's what they came up with, is the Bible. Because if the guy wrote the Bible, I'm sure it would have been a revised copy by now. You know what I mean? Because a lot of shit has changed. And I've been looking for this revised copy, and I don't see it.
We're closing out with Hood Politics Part 4, man.
You are now entering
the Love Palace,
the goddess,
where we're getting into the lives of the people behind the bars. You feel me?
Now you talking with
the goddess of love, hey. The goddess of love, love.
Now you talking with
the goddess of love, hey. The goddess of love, love.
Now you talking with
the goddess of love, hey. The goddess of love, love.
Now you talking with
the goddess of love, hey. The goddess of love, love. You feel me? You feel me?
Well, no, it's so despicable. Think about what kind of monster
I ain't trying to get nobody not to believe. I'm just giving my experience. If you choose to believe, that's your choice. I choose not to believe and to know. But I ain't trying to get nobody not to believe in that. If you choose to believe, continue on, man. Power to you. Wish you the best. Keep believing.
A horrible tragedy like this, a personal tragedy that breaks everybody's hearts. Take a tragedy like this and use it to advance some weird political
greatness. Walked in the building, I did you miss me? Flat earth don't mean niggas live on the frisbee. Niggas still believe in religion and watch suffering. Niggas put their faith in a system that don't fuck with them. Black gloves cover my hands, committing
that shit back, man. Shout out my nigga Dangerous, man. Sponsor.
You are now entering
the Love Palace,
the goddess,
where we're getting into the lives of the people behind the bars. You feel me?
Now you talking with
the goddess of love, hey. The goddess of love, love.
Now you talking with
the goddess of love, hey. The goddess of love, Lord.
Now you talking with
The goddess of love. Hey, the goddess of love. Lord.
Now you talking with
The goddess of love. Hey, the goddess of love. Lord. You feel me? You feel me?
Well, it's so despicable. And think about what kind of monsters take a horrible tragedy like this, a personal tragedy that breaks everybody's hearts. Take a tragedy like this and use it to advance some weird political agenda.
Greatness walked in the building, I did you miss me? Flat earth don't mean niggas live on the frisbee. Niggas still believe in religion and watch suffering. Niggas put their faith in a system that don't fuck with them. Black gloves cover my hands, committing homicide. Memories plotting revenge, it left me traumatized. Coming from the bottom and trying to get to the other side. The greatest motivation in life, watching my mother cry. Big corporations still consider it slaves. Freedom got a price, they call it minimum wage. The money make predators, these descendants that pray. But we ain't never done, new beginnings await. If you ain't fucking with me now, you really think I need y'all? The roller coaster ride of life, it's kinda like the seesaw. But when you get to this view, everything could seem small. It even got these bitches diving mouth first to these balls. Man, shit change when I get in the V. Cause I just let my ego drive when I sit in the seats. I mean, I used to be a bummy nigga, simple and clear. Then I cleaned up and turned into the pimp of the year. Any nigga harming a child is a terrorist. Niggas still believe in the book. Need a therapist. You fly, but you catching the bus. This shit embarrassing. Quick to say you stacking them bucks. This shit hilarious. Niggas thought homie was soft, but he a block nigga. Quiet ones always let off. You gotta watch niggas. Legend is 12 was thirsty and tried to stop niggas. Same cat, him and his mans turned into cop killers.
Authorities say the suspect, age 35, deliberately lured the officers to his home with a 911 call, waiting for them, armed with an AR-15 assault rifle.
Hey yo, the chosen one, light-skinned nigga, yeah, the golden one. Father to the fire with this shit, I control the sun. Niggas did the double cross thing, got his ball sling, put the barrel under his chin and made his thoughts ring. But fuck the government, the way that it stands. Every branch attached to it, all the way to Japan. I hope niggas break from it any way that you can. It only take a few steps to walk away from the plan. Shit, I hope niggas wake up, learn we gotta win. School shooting made the news, they turning into a trend. They wanna keep you dumb and blind. Voting for your favorite crooks, always for the lesser evil, never for the greater good. Can't sleep, one eye open like a cyclops. Can't believe none of they truth, this shit is psyops. The sunset and sunrise, good mornings turn to goodbyes. Meeting at the funeral service, that's when the love dies. Father kills 2-year-old, now that's a monster. Woman shot her husband on live, he need a doctor. Homie didn't make it, of course. See, that's that girl lost, she did that in front of their kids. And the world saw, it's been a few years in this world, been on some crazy shit. Desensitized the mind, they made this shit exist. I'm just trying to tell you the truth, that's the way it is. Hood Politics Part 4, my name Dangerous.
Peace and love to everybody, man. We are out. Have a good night. Nobody told y'all they love y'all. I love y'all. Peace.
Yep, peace out. Hey, bless up, guys.
Bliss up, my brother. Like I said, I'm not here. If you choose to believe, that's your choice. I'm not here to tell nobody nothing. I'm going by my experience. I choose not to believe. It's your choice. You make it.